Savitri received a command from her summit being. The command is that she must discover first her soul. She must first remember why she has taken this human birth, the purpose of its coming here in the mortal world. Remember why thou camest. Find out thy soul, recover thy hid self. And then a complete recipe is given to her. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And finally, the voice tells Savitri, conquer thy heart's throbs. Let thy heart beat in God. Thy nature shall be the engine of His works. Thy voice shall house the mightiness of His word. Then shalt thou harbor my foes and conquer death. Conquer death. That is the recipe and that is the fruit of her doing the yoga, to conquer death. Thy voice shall have the mightiness of His word. Word, Brahma. Brahma also means expression, the power of manifestation, of creation. Brahma, word. And when that word is now a part of Savitri's work here, it means that she is going to do the work of manifestation of Brahma himself, the Creator himself. That is already implied in the command received by Savitri, that she has to receive the word, make it an aspect of her mission here, in fact the sole aspect of her mission here, so that the Brahman manifestation is possible here. But that Brahman manifestation is possible only when she will house the force of the Divine Supreme Shakti herself in her soul. She must first establish that force in her soul. Then she will be able to conquer death. Why conquer death? Because it is that power of negation, of dissolution, which is standing in the way of the manifestation. Word, expression of Brahman in the mortal world is not possible when death is present. So, if that word has to find its expression here in the Mrityuloka, in the mortal creation, then death must disappear. So that is the task given to Savitri by the Divine Shakti. She is not going to wave a magic wand up there and get things done here. It has got to be done here in this creation. In this creation. It is not that she says something up there and things are done. No. Things have to happen here. If they have any meaning, any sense, if this creation has a sense at all, then only it can be so. It is for that purpose that the Divine Shakti takes a human birth, the mortal birth. She comes here as Savitri. Savitri comes here to do the work of the Divine Shakti in the mortal world, And the work is the manifestation of the expression of establishing the divine word in the mortal world, and that is possible only when death is removed from the scene. The power of dissolution is removed from the scene, then only that can happen. So that is the kind of divine logic by which the command is given to Savitri, and Savitri accepts it. Her soul, her inner being is ready now, and she is launching on the task assigned to her. What does she do then? Yes, she said, command, and I shall obey. And this is the command which has come to Savitri. She looked into herself after receiving the command. She looked into herself and sought for her soul. That is the first thing she was told to do, find out her soul. And therefore she looks within, where the soul resides. Hridaya Guha, deep within, in the cave of the heart, is the soul residing there. She has to discover that and make it receive the divine power. When that soul receives the divine power, is established in it, then the divine work given to Savitri can begin of conquest of death. So that is the background, and now from here onward the yoga of Savitri begins. Now the yogic poetry is moving with the swiftness of Savitri's yoga. You see the tremendous steps she has already taken from human. Now she is in a position to look into her soul and proceed according to the instructions given to her. The yogic poetry is very strict. It is, of course, an epic poetry. The character of an epic poetry is to go rapidly from one episode to other episode. Here, it is not an episode. It is from one realization to other realization that the yogic poetry is moving with the epic speed here. And therefore now Savitri is looking into her soul within to find her soul. What is the first thing she sees? We live in the surface consciousness. Below the surface consciousness, what exists, we have absolutely no idea, no inkling, no hint of it is ever possible. Even if at times some kind of a prompting is there, we tend to ignore it. We are not attentive enough to the small little voice which does come at times from within, but we are not always alert and we do not always follow it. But Savitri has opened out herself fully to the divine command, and therefore her yoga also moves very rapidly with the yogic speed, with the epic speed, as I said. What does she see? A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. That is the very first thing Savitri is seeing in her yogic realization. The dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. Now, that is the greatness of Savitri. That is the greatness of Savitri, the incarnate Divine Mother. That is indeed also the greatness of Shrevendu's poem, Savitri. It is moving with epic speed, and suddenly he says that a dream is disclosing to Savitri the cosmic past. This is something which happens only to a person like Savitri, not to you and me. It is not my past, your past, their past which is seen. It is the cosmic past which Savitri is seeing. The creation's past, the birth of this creation, how it began, how things have started happening, where we are at the moment here, what will happen in future. It is that entire sequence of the cosmic functioning which is now kind of seized in this particular phrase. Cosmic past, it means also cosmic present is present, cosmic future is also present. To begin with, Savitri is looking at the cosmic past, or the creation's past, not her past. She has no past. Her past is up there, always. She has taken a human birth, therefore the history of the cosmos is what she is now seeing, where from the cosmos has arisen, how it is moving, what is going to happen. It is that kind of a scenario which is being presented to her immediately. The moment she looks into her soul, the cosmic past comes in front. And who discloses that? A dream. She is not imagining, she is not thinking of it, she is not feeling it. A dream is disclosing to her. Why dream? Why cosmic past? These are very deep and occult phrases. In one single line, so much is packed in the yogic poetry which is here. Very difficult even to kind of grasp it. Dream. Why dream? Well, one of the ways of looking at it could be we are sleeping the sleep of inertia, of tamas, of ignorance. We are asleep in ignorance. And it is in this ignorance that we are seeing dream. And what do the dreams say? It tells you what the cosmic past was in this case. It is in the cosmic ignorance that we are asleep, and therefore we see a dream in the sleep, and the dream is disclosing the cosmic past. That is perhaps a literary way of looking at the phrase. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. But dream in the yogic terminology has a much deeper significance, a different connotation. It is swapna. Savitri is already entering into the occult domains. She is in the swapna avastha. She has left behind Jagrata, the waking consciousness, the surface consciousness, the human consciousness in which we move all around all the while. That is now all over, and she has stepped now into swapna. And it is in that swapna, which is an occult yogic status, she is seeing something happening here. So it is not that she is simply asleep and she is dreaming and seeing all those things. She has entered into the occult domain of swapna, and in that occult domain of swapna, she is seeing what had happened all along in the history of this creation. That is what she is now seeing here. It is disclosed to her. She is not trying to see this, searching this. No, Savitri, this is what it is. It is disclosed to us straight away. See. It is not like the search of a scientist, a philosopher, or any ordinary human being. Here it is. Look, I am here, I am here, I am here. This is this, this is this, this is this. This is what is being now simply revealed to Savitri. That is what the Swapna has given to Savitri. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. In the Mandukya Upanishad, we have the four states: Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti and Turiya. Now, Jagrata is our ordinary human surface consciousness. Swapna has already gone into the inner world, into the occult world of this one. Then will come Sushupti, the deep sleep of knowledge. It is in that deep sleep of knowledge, prajna, that the reality will be truly seen. Until then, it is only a swapna, a dream to us. So prajna, and then will be the total ineffable. So in other words, when the yogi is saying that a dream disclosed to her, swapna has given to her this knowledge, it means that Savitri is going to the first step of the inner yogic realization, occult realization, and soon will follow the other, Sushupti and Turiya, the ineffable. They will come to her one after the other immediately. So that is what is already indicated in the very first line. A dream disclosed to her. Yes, dream has disclosed. What we disclose further by prajna, what we disclose further by turiya, well, it will follow in the course of time. When she gets all that knowledge, all that power, all that capacity in her soul, she will be in a position to conquer death. That is what is already connected with the command she has received here. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. Now, in the yogic terminology of the Mandukya Upanishad, Jagrata also means Vaishwanara, the cosmic. The Vishwa is Lord's command. Vaishwanara, Virat in other form. Now, it is that cosmic past of the cosmos, of the Virata, of the Vishwanara, which is now shown to Savitri at once. Then of course will come Hiranyagarbha, then will come Prajnanagana, then will come ineffable Turiya, Om, Amatra. These are the three matras: Virata, Hiranyagarbha, Prajnanagana, A-U-M. The first three matras, to make it O, A-U-M, O. That is what will happen in the course of Savitri's yoga. But here that yogic element is at once introduced in the very first line of Savitri. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past, the crypt seed and the mystic origins, the shadowy beginnings of world fate, a lamp of symbol lighting hidden truth, image to her the world's significance. In that cosmic past, what is the significance of this world? A small little lamp is going to reveal to her. Now here again, it's a packed, densely packed yogic poetry, with every word conveying enormous sense of yogic knowledge and power and intensity everywhere. A crypt seed, crypt, hidden, concealed, which is not known to us, which is kept away from our sight, and it is itself a seed from which things happen, things grow. So it is from that hidden place, from her Hridaya Guha, if you like to say that way, she is now seeing what is hidden behind it in the cosmic past, what is concealed. That is what is now being shown to her first. A crypt seed and a mystic origins, the shadowy beginnings of world fate, the early start of this creation, how it started, how it began. This is what now she is seeing. In other words, here Savitri is going to get an idea of how this creation started, where from it started, how it started, from the darkness, from the ocean of darkness, inconscient, cellular. From that darkness, creation has started. Savitri is going to see that thing. And then how it developed, how it grew, that is what will be described in her vision, in her dream. The dream is going to disclose it to her. A shadowy beginnings of world fate. World fate, there is a will behind all these happenings. At the same time, there is a power of this inconscience which is going to affect its full strength in the operation of this one. Therefore, there is a kind of an uncertainty in the happenings. There is niyati coming into play, and it is that niyati of the world, the future of the world, is what is now going to be told to Savitri. The crypt seed and the mystic origins, the shadowy beginnings of world fate, a lamp of symbol. So she sees all these dream figures, dream events, whatever is happening there, as if they are symbols, pratika. And it is true that she is going to see, well, what could be behind this symbol? What is the reality hiding behind this symbol? There must be some reality also. That is what she will be seeing shortly. A lamp of symbol lighting hidden truth behind each darkness, behind the creation which has come up from this darkness. She sees through that lamp, because of that lamp, the hidden truth. It is not just darkness, there is some truth behind it. It is false, it is evil, it is full of suffering and pain, it is full of inconscience, unawareness. But behind that there is that truth. Why it is unaware? Why there is pain? Why there is suffering? There has to be some truth behind it. It is that truth Savitri is seeing with that little lamp already. The shadowy beginnings of world fate, a lamp of symbol, lighting hidden truth, image to her, the world's significance. Yes, Savitri, this world looks to you full of suffering, misery, anguish, pain, evil. All kinds of things are there which are not desirable in this world. But no, that is not the end of it. There is a meaning, there is significance, there is a purpose behind this, and it is that which you have to understand and see then in that context the task which you have to accomplish. Image to her, the world's significance. Don't dismiss this. Don't run away from here and go to nirvana or into the transcendent and disappear there. This world, although looks to you very opposite to what you are aware of it, still it has a significance and meaning, and it is that meaning which you have to extract and establish the truth behind all those things which is there. That is what is already indicated here, the entire task of Savitri here. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past, the crypt seed and the mystic origins, the shadowy beginnings of world fate, a lamp of symbol, lighting hidden truth, image to her the world's significance. In other words, here we have already the beginning of this creation, how the creation started, and what is going to happen to this creation. That will come later on. But here, right in the beginning, that dream is telling her, well, this is how the creation started. That is a cosmic past, the karma. It is that karma which you have to remove, make it bright, make it luminous with your yogic fire, and burn all that is going to oppose its full manifestation. Now, how this creation started, let us quickly see. This is a very long, elaborate description of it. in the life divine. Maybe we can just see a couple of aspects of it very briefly here before we go further up. There is a chapter in the life divine called the indeterminates and cosmic determinations. Indeterminates and cosmic determinations. Now, well, one can go into the technical details of it, but will not see that into that kind of an elaborate manner. Let us see what exactly is here in connection with the origin of this creation as is indicated by the dream to Savitri in that context. What do they say? The first aspect of cosmic existence is a mass of superstructure which has no clear native relation to the fundamental existence. The existence here has no relationship with the fundamental existence. That is the first aspect you see here. The creation, the cosmic past here, as if no connection at all wherefrom it has come. You see, that is what it says. The first aspect of cosmic existence is an infinite which is to our perception an indeterminate. Infinite is there, but what do we see that infinite? Indeterminate. No form, no shape, no feature, no quality, a kind of a blank, kind of a sponge containing nothing as though, you see, fluffy stuff, no concreteness, no definiteness. That is the first aspect we see here. The first aspect of cosmic existence is an infinite which is to our perception an indeterminate. It is we who see it as indeterminate, but in reality it is not indeterminate. It has some content in it only. Indeterminate because, as I said just now, in other words, you can say that infinite is there. It is a point. Infinite is a point which has not expressed itself anywhere. That this is this region, this is this region, this is this locality, this is this country. Those kind of things, these provinces, they are not yet formed. Therefore, it is a point. Now, that is what we see. It is indeterminate. If not indeterminable, being a point, there being no objects, we cannot define it, we cannot determine it. It is indeterminable to our mental faculty. That is what it says. To our perception, to our cognition, our tools of understanding, it is impossible to see anything beyond that. It is a boundless finite. Now this is a phrase from Einstein, boundless finite. It is a kind of a contradictory phrase. It is an indeterminate of the infinite. Boundless finite, you think like this. Sphere. Complete sphere. Now, it is finite. It is a shape, it is a size. Yet it is boundless. Go anywhere on the surface, there is no boundary coming. Anywhere you go on the surface, there is no boundary coming at all. You see. You can move anywhere from one place to the other place constantly. So the sphere in that sense is a kind of a boundless finite. That point, infinite, which is a point, is in that sense a spherical point. And the sphere is a boundless finite. That's what it says. And then what happens there? In this infinite, the universe itself appears as an indeterminate determination. It appears as an indeterminate determination. How? We should seem to indicate that we are face to face with a supra-rational mystery at the base of things, because our mental faculty cannot understand that thing. In that universe arise. He is now keeping the question in suspense. How? Where from? Arise, where from? a vast number and variety of general and particular determinants. In other words, the infinite, which is a point, spreads out like a sea. You have waves, you have regions, you have localities, you have particulars in that infinite form. And it is this which will interact, form features, and it is that creation now which is coming. A vast number and variety of general and particular determinants which do not appear to be warranted by anything perceptible in the nature of the infinite, but seem to be imposed upon it, upon that bound is finite, upon that point, infinity as a point. It is this now determination which has occurred here. Then we give how it has happened, the faculty by which it happened, the energy by which it has happened, the tool or whatever we call it by which it has happened is that energy, Shakti. It is that which has created. We give to the energy which produces them the name of nature. We call it Prakriti. This is the lower Prakriti, which has now given rise to the finite particulars, certain qualities in this lower creation here. But the word conveys no meaning unless it is that the nature of things is what it is by virtue of force, which arranges them according to an inherent truth in them. Each region which is now found here has its own quality, its own strength, its own merit, its own role to play in things. That is what I say. Then according to an inherent truth, its nature, its svabhava, its character, it is what gets defined here. But the nature of the truth itself, the reason why the determinants are what they are, is nowhere visible to us. But that energy has accomplished already in that indeterminate state something very definite. A quality has come out. Who has done that thing? Nature.
Savitri has received a command to find her soul. She immediately sets herself on the path. And the very first thing she notices is the things of the dream consciousness. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. She is in the sapna state, and the entire past, bhuta, is now made known to her. How things began, how they developed, how they have come up to the present point. She sees all these things in the dream state. As we have already seen, the Upanishadic occult knowledge speaks of 4 states: Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti, and Turiya. Jagrata is a wakefulness, wise of the outward. He sees the outward. Wise of the outward is also called Vaishwanara or Virat. He is a universal male, Vaishwanara, Vishwanara, universal male, and that corresponds to the gross state of existence, Jagrata. Then comes Sapna, dream, whose place is in the dream, one who dwells in the dream. Wise of the inward, subtle, Tejasa, bright, gleaming, flaming. He is the inhabitant or the luminous mind. That is the Swapna experience of Savitri. Then would come Sushupti, which is Prajna, knowledge, full of divine knowledge. He is in the state, the Almighty. He is omniscient. He is sweetness. He is Sarvatnya, the word of the universe, the womb of the universe from which everything springs up. He is the Lord of wisdom, and that corresponds to the causal state. So we have basically the gross state, the subtle state, the causal state. It is through these stages that the deeper and deeper in the knowledge comes. Then finally is the Turiya, who is amatra, no syllable, amatra, in whom all phenomena dissolve and what remains is only the true. Who is calm, who is incommunicable, he is the good, he is the one, single. So we have got Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Correspondingly, the descriptions are of Virata, Hiranyagarbha, Prajnanagana, and Om, the four states. The waker, the dreamer, the sleeper, the ineffable. These are the four voices of the transcendent, inexpressible. So Savitri has entered into the dream state. Who is this God who sees dreams? Who is this God who sees these dreams? That is what the Prashnopanishad asks. It poses this question: who is this God who sees the dream world? He is, of course, the Hiranyagarbha, the womb from which things come out, the womb where the seeds are present, and it is the seeds from which things will sprout and grow and expand, will reach finally jnana, knowledge of the truth idea, the truth force. That is what he will come to know. Beyond all this is, of course, the state of Turiya, the ineffable, the inexpressible, where you do not have Shivam, Ashivam, you do not have Shantam, Kalilam, you do not have Dvaitam, Advaitam. There is no good, there is no evil. There is no calm, there is no chaos, there is no duality, there is no unity. That is the ineffable state. Now all these four states, Savitri has entered into just the first step, dreamer, below the waking consciousness, Jagrata. She is now seeing, she is in the dream state. And it is that dream which discloses to her the beginning of this creation, the past, the cosmic past, the universal beginning of things in this process of manifestation from down below going upward. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. So in quick 3 lines, we have the entire sequence of evolution described here quickly, suggestively, and of course with all the implications of the phrases present in them. Creation took its first mysterious steps. How it happened, what made it happen, how things will progress onward, that remains always a mystery. Why? Because it started with the indeterminate state, the infinite, which is not expressed at all anywhere in any form, infinite, which is a point, which has not grown up, which has not blown up, which has not flowered. It is that indeterminate state. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, no form is there, no shape is there, no features are there, no qualities are there, no quantity is there, no character is there. That is how things began, from the utter void. And it is from that state what is happening. Creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body's shape. The first thing which it has done is to create a shape of the body, a form, a contour, a container, a vessel, to hold what? To hold eventually the soul. A body is formed and a vessel is created. It will contain the divine substance, the divine quality, the divine flame, the divine possibilities. The body's shape has come already into existence. That is the first step of evolution, appearance of the body. It made the body's shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. What was indeterminate, what was formless, it has taken a form. It has become a material determinate to house the soul eventually. And this matter, the first step in this creation, this matter already started thinking. A material mind is present there, and it starts seeing the possibilities of its own future, of its own growth. And matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space. It is not now just empty void. It is an extension of consciousness, the material consciousness. In that material space, she saw now the seeds of life, sprouting of the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in the sequence of time, in the growth of time, in the march of time, in the progress of time. So you have basically matter as a starting point, then you have got life, then you have got mind. Already the beginning from the indeterminate state has produced in her dream state these 3 conditions. Out of the void, out of the indeterminate, out of the formlessness has come matter. Matter has now provided a base, an occasion for life to appear and grow in her dynamism. That is what has happened. Once life is established, then there is a possibility of the mind entering into the life in matter. So mind enters now into life which is present in matter. It is not that mind can enter directly into matter. When life is established into matter, then mind can come and work under these conditions. So these are the 3 basic steps Bhavi, the creation began, formation of matter, appearance of life, growing of the mental faculty in this material creation. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide of being emerging out of infinite naught. A consciousness looked at the inconscient vast, and pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. So this is the early beginning of pleasure and pain. When matter is seeded with life, it is there that the sensibility of life starts appearing in matter. But it is a double sensibility. It is both pleasure and pain. That is the character of matter entering into life. Life in her own domain, in the pure domain of life, is free, joyous, happy, spiteful, playful, moving in all the worlds, everywhere, creating 1,000 joys in one stroke. She doesn't suffer pain. There is no question of anguish, no question of death also there. But when life enters into matter, then because of the nature of matter and because life has to adapt herself in matter, there is the appearance of pleasure and pain. In fact, life in matter immediately meets the response of death. Death comes from the inconscient and challenges the appearance, the entry of life in matter. Life is stunned by the presence of death in that condition. Pleasure and pain have now appeared because it has entered into matter. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide, half-neutral because of the insensibility of matter and the sensibility of life interacting with that, so there is a kind of a clash, there is a kind of a struggle between the two, and therefore there are both pleasure and pain. Of being emerging out of infinite naught, a consciousness looked at the inconscient vast. Something has happened, some awareness has come up, the mental faculty has woken up, and with that consciousness it sees what? Everywhere inconscience, inconscience, inconscience. That is the condition in which the present existence has arrived to the condition. And pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. All was a deed of a blind world energy. The Shakti, who is blind, Andha Shakti, she does not know how to move because of the inconscience. And it is she who is working out all the steps, matter, life, mind, and therefore it is a deed of blind world energy. Unconscious of her own exploits, she worked, shaping a universe out of inane, out of that emptiness, Out of that nothingness, out of that void, it is that world energy, Apara Shakti, who has created this form in the material creation. She is she who has brought out matter, who has brought out life, who has brought out the mental faculty. And it is her work which has come up to this point. She does not know in what direction to move, yet there is something in her which keeps on telling her, go this way, do this, do this, do this. And gradually these 3 steps have appeared. Now, this must have taken ages and ages to happen. Cycles of time, of evolution, billions of years. We do not know how long this process has been going on, what amount of energy, what kind of struggle this world energy had to put to bring out first matter out of nothingness. Out of this matter where there is no apparent life, to bring out life. Out of this insoluble life in matter, to bring out the faculty of awareness. It must have taken ages and ages and ages for her to come to this point. There is no record of it, but her work is tireless, persistent also, and it looks as if she is not in a hurry. But now, after arriving at the stage of the mental being, mind in life and matter, things can move slightly different. There can be a conscious participation of this mental being in her work, and things can move swiftly. So in the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. This is what Savitri sees in a dream, the cosmic past which has brought human creature in time. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide of being emerging out of infinite naught, out of infinite nothingness, out of total void, of being emerging out of infinite naught. A consciousness looked at the inconscient vast, and pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. All was the deed of a blind world energy. Unconscious of her own exploits, she worked, shaping the universe out of the inane. She has shaped this universe, matter, life, mind. She has shaped it out of the inane, out of the emptiness which was there to begin with. We are doing the first paragraph of this dream section. It quickly traces the major steps of evolution, starting from the void and arriving at man. It's a rapid survey of the evolution of consciousness and the appearance of the mental being. To begin with, of course, we had the indeterminate self, infinity as a point where there are no forms, no features, no determinates, and that is the state of the self from which things begin. Out of that point of infinity, or infinity as a point, start appearing the self or the being and the world energy, the dynamic aspect of the self. So here again we have the two aspects of the transcendental truth and consciousness force present in the infinite, which is the point, in the void. You have got presence and power. You have got being and force. You have got truth and consciousness. These two are again present in the seed form in the void itself, and it is from that the creation begins. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, a creation took its first mysterious steps. We have seen already that line, that argument or that presentation. Mysterious, we have no idea of it. How it has happened, how the creation out of the infinite as a point has emerged, come out, of that there is no knowledge. There cannot be any knowledge of it either, because nobody was present there to see what was happening. It was the being himself who was doing it, and out of that the first step towards creation took place. Now, how that creation appears? It appears first with the emergence of the being who looks at the inconscient vast with an element of consciousness. The emergent being, the emerging being out of that infinity as a point, looks at the cosmic vast with a certain consciousness, vast, the cosmic vast, which is not aware of itself at all. See. And it is there that the world energy, the Shakti, the power, the presence and power, the other part of it, the power, the Shakti, is working for what? Shaping a universe out of the emptiness, out of the inane, out of the nothingness. It is she who is shaping the universe, because for her the substance, the matter, the existence is there available. She is given raw material in the form of existence, and it is that raw material she utilizes to give forms and shapes and things like that, and brings out a universe, shaping a universe out of the inane. So that is the first step which has occurred. You have got the indeterminate self, then you have got the being looking at the inconscient past, then you have got the consciousness force, or what he calls here the world energy, working out on the substance and bringing out a universe. Now the story, the narration, the development, the sequence, how the process happened is being elaborated in the same section, in the same paragraph. You see, the next step is, in fragmentary beings she grew aware. She means world energy, consciousness force, Shakti. She has produced small finite beings, and in each one she is now becoming aware of things. In fragmentary beings she grew aware a chaos of little sensibilities gathered round a small ego's pinpoint head. In it a sentient creature found its poise. It moved and lived, a breathing, thinking whole. That is the first step. That is what she has achieved. She has created, shaping a universe. So how she is shaping the universe? This is now being elaborated here. A chaos of little sensibilities. It is out of the chaos that things are now getting formed. A kind of an order is being prepared. Now, chaos is a very powerful concept in Greek philosophy. It is out of the chaos that the creation has come out. Out of the chaos has come out the cosmos. That is the notion of the Greek thinkers. Chaos is the infinity of space, of formless matter. Matter is there, substance is there, but it has no form. It is something like a raw material without any substance, without content. Supposed to have preceded the existence of the ordered universe. What we see as the ordered universe, before that was this chaos, this formless infinity, this formless matter. These were the things which are present before the ordered world came out, and it is that which is being elaborated here, a chaos of little sensibilities gathered round a small ego's pinpointed. Ego is a small little point. Around that ego, things are getting gathered, they are getting formed, they are kind of getting accumulated around it, so that a kind of a structure is formed. And it is that structure which will give a character, a personality, a quality to a particular object. It is that is the shape which is being taken place out of chaos, out of the infinity of space, out of the formlessness of matter. A small little point is formed, the ego point, and it is around that ego point things are getting gathered. In fragmentary being, she grew aware. Because of her, she is a consciousness force. So in that small little being, that point, she is becoming aware, conscious of things, so to say. A chaos of little sensibilities. She may not have full knowledge of it, but she has a feeling, she has a perception, she knows what is happening. She is kind of aware of things now happening. Gathered round a small ego spin pointed, in it a sentient creature found its poise. It moved and lived, a breathing, thinking whole. So that is the sweep of her action already. She has gathered around that ego point something, formed a creature, and he is breathing, he is living, and he is also now capable of thinking. So a certain kind of a progress has already been made by her. In fragmentary beings, she grew aware, a chaos of little sensibilities gathered round a small ego spin pointed. In it, a sentient creature found its poise. It moved and lived a breathing, thinking whole. On a dim ocean of subconscious life, that is the next step now, subconscious life. Below the awareness, what is happening in that ocean, in that water, that jivana, water flow, something is happening now. What is happening? On a dim ocean of subconscious life, a formless surface consciousness awoke. The outer personality, the surface consciousness, because it is of the ego's self, its awareness is only on the surface of things. It cannot go into the depth of matter, into the depth of things, and see what is there behind it. So it is that kind of an awareness has come here. On a dim ocean of subconscious line, a formless surface consciousness awoke. A stream of thoughts and feelings came and went. A stream of thoughts and feelings came and went is a perfect iambic line. A stream of thoughts and feelings and came and went. The beat is short, long, short, long, short, long, constant. A foam of memories hardened and became a bright crust of habitual sense and thought, a seat of living personality, and recurrent habits mimicked permanence. So that is the next step which has already been taken by this word energy, because she is the one who is shaping a universe. The work is the work of nature, lower nature, world energy, Prakriti. She is doing all these things. Prakriti's job is to give form, shape, bring out something. Purusha, being, who is quiescent, who is simply sitting there, is simply providing her the matter, the substance, the existence, the support. But the entire unfoldment is the job of Prakriti, and this is what she is doing here. So first she has created a pinpoint ego, then she has created a personality which can flow in time and space. A stream of thoughts and feelings came and went. Now this is a very beautiful phrase. Shebendhu was talking earlier of chaos, which speaks of the Greek philosophy of the creation. Out of chaos the universe came, the order came. Out of chaos came the cosmos. Cosmos means ordered thing. What is chaos? Chaos is the thing which breeds life. What is cosmos? What is order? It breeds habits, forms, structures, habits. So it is that which is now being built here in terms of habit. But these habits are now in the form of a stream of thoughts. Now the stream of thoughts is a modern phrase. It is not the Greek phrase at all. It is a modern connotation. It is a modern connotation. Actually, the origin of the phrase is stream of consciousness. It is that which is given by a psychologist, William James, in 1890. He gave this phrase, the stream of consciousness. So Shebendhu was very aware of the modern terminology, and he has used it most aptly in this context. In fact, in literature, there is a whole way of looking at things in the form of a stream of consciousness, weaving back and forth in space and time. That is what happens in the stream of consciousness. The novels, the fictional creations, the literary creations based on the stream of consciousness move back and forth in space and time, jumping from one to the other immediately. So that is what is happening here. On a dim ocean of subconscious life, a formless surface consciousness awoke. A stream of thoughts and feelings came and went. A foam of memories hardened and became a bright crust of habitual sense and thought, a seed of living personality, and recurrent habits mimicked permanence. So what has been created here has become a habit. As I said, order breeds habits. Cosmos means a certain kind of a habit. So habits have got formed. Now, the task is to change habits, to change from a given frozen structure to something more dynamic, more fluid, more supple. And that is the whole problem of the new creation. Instead of getting stuck with habits, whereas it can be made dynamic and more rhythmic and more powerful, you see. So that is what is going to happen here. But at the moment, in the early stages of creation, we are at the stage of habits. Order breeds habits. This is the condition here now. Now, first we have therefore the material formation. Then we have the stream of consciousness, the flow of life, jivana, as we call in the Indian language. Jivana means water which is flowing, a stream of consciousness. That is happening. So after life comes again what? Mind. And what happens here? Mind nascent labored out a mutable form. It is mind which is giving form to things here. Labored, and it has built a form. It built a mobile house on shifting sand, a mobile house on shifting sand, a floating isle upon a bottomless sea. So the sea has no depth, and on that there is a mobile house. It is floating from place to place like an isle. That is the creation of mind. In other words, there is no form structured presence there at all. Mind nascent labored out a beautiful form. It built a White House on a shifting sands, a floating isle upon a bottomless sea. So that is the next step which has taken place already. In fact, this is interesting to note that this world energy we are seeing here at first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide of being emerging out of infinite naught, out of infinite nothingness. The world energy has brought out something. Now this is again having its echo in the Greek philosophy. Out of chaos, which is taken as a naught, out of that world energy has produced this thing. But at the same time, there is another line of argument. Can anything come out of nothing? There is nothing. Can something suddenly appear there? Where from it will appear? How it will appear? That becomes a kind of a mental challenge. Out of nothing, how can something appear at all, you see? Ex nihilo, that is the phrase used. Ex nihilo, out of nothing. Can something come? Well, it seems that that is what this world energy is doing. Out of nothing. Infinite naught. Out of that, a being is emerging, a creation is coming out because of this world energy. How is it possible? That becomes the question, you see. See, for instance, there is nothing, there is a void. How does matter appear out of nothing? In matter there is nothing else except matter. How does in matter then life appears? How can what is not present in matter appear at all? Matter has no life in it, still it is producing life. Same thing again further, you have got matter, life. There is no mind there, it's only a vital force, vital energy, vital movement, vital creation. How does mind appear again where it is not present? In life there is no mind. Then how does mind appear out of it? In other words, each step, matter appearing out of the void, life appearing out of matter, mind appearing out of life, is as if an act of coming, emerging out of nothing, out of the void, ex nihilo. Now this is something which is not acceptable to a certain line of philosophy, and it is perfectly understandable. If there is nothing, out of that how can anything appear? Not only that, if there is only nothing, why should first appear matter and then appear life and then appear mind? Why can't suddenly out of nothing mind appear or life appear without the appearance of mind, without the appearance of matter? That could be a question. If it is something like that, then anything should appear anytime, anywhere. So that becomes a confusion then. That becomes a challenge to the logic of creation out of the void. But this particular aspect Sri Aurobindo has presented in great detail in the Life Divine, and his thesis is, well, it is not a creation out of nothing. It is not ex nihilo. The creation is not out of nothing. Actually, that void is something which is full of all these presences of matter, of life, of mind. All these things are automatically fully present. That void is a pregnant void containing all these elements in it, and it is they, one by one, are emerging. The way in which they entered into the void, it is in that way they are coming out successively. Out of the void, first matter, then life, then mind. So that is how the creation is present. Because the being is present there. The presence is there, and also the power is there. In the void, it is not a total emptiness, nothing of that kind. It is because nothing can exist, really speaking. So basically it is the presence of the presence and power in the void which is now giving rise to this creation. So this is not something which is happening out of nothing. It is not ex nihilo. That is what we can keep on asserting like that. In fact, that is the whole description here. That's the whole purpose of this presentation here. Mind, nascent, labored out a mutable form. That is what he says. First, that is what is happening here, mutable form. It looked around, it built a mobile house on shifting sands, a floating isle upon a bottomless sea. So that is the third step which has happened here. We have infinite naught, we have got chaos of sensibility of life, we have got surface consciousness, we have got pinpoint ego, we have got a conscious being, we have got appearance of life, we have got mind. Now what happens here at this point? A conscious being was by this labor made from matter, life, mind. A conscious being, man, has appeared on the scene. A conscious being was made by this labor. It looked around it on its difficult to feel. In the green, wonderful and perilous earth, it hoped in a brief body to survive, relying on matter's false eternity. This conscious being is hoping to exist forever, and it has taken matter as the base. Relying on matter's false eternity, it thinks that it can live on and on and on forever. Not only that, it felt a Godhead in its fragile house. Although this house is floating from place to place, it is brittle, it can break any moment in any way. It felt a Godhead in its fragile house. That element of conscious being is feeling that thing. It felt a Godhead in its fragile house. It saw blue heavens, dreamed immortality. So that is the big advance it has already taken place. This conscious being which has appeared is seeing blue heaven, is seeing dreamed immortality. Will that happen? That is another matter. But it must happen. That is what it is going to say, assert. In fact, the whole purpose of this narration is, all right, if these stages have already occurred, matter, life, mind, a being seeing blue heaven, dreaming immortality, why not that also? That is a kind of a natural, logical argument to extend the development of things which have already occurred. It felt a Godhead in its fragile house, it saw blue heaven, dreamed immortality. So Savitri, in her dream state, is already seeing the prospects of future of immortality, of the blue heaven appearing here in the process of this evolution which has taken so far, which has occurred so far here, you see. So that is what the dream is disclosing to Savitri already, and it is a big thing which has already happened in her awareness of the past leading to the future. Savitri has received a command to find her soul. She immediately sets herself on the path. And the very first thing she notices is the things of the dream consciousness. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. She is in the sapna state, and the entire past, bhuta, is now made known to her. How things began, how they developed, how they have come up to the present point. She sees all these things in the dream state. As we have already seen, the Upanishadic occult knowledge speaks of 4 states: Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti and Turiya. Jagrata is a wakefulness. Wise of the outward, he sees the outward. Wise of the outward is also called Vaishwanara or Virat. He is a universal male, Vaishwanara, Vishwanara, universal male, and that corresponds to the gross state of existence, Jagrata. Then comes Sapna, dream, whose place is in the dream, one who dwells in the dream. Wise of the inward, subtle, Tejasa, bright, gleaming, flaming. He is the inhabitant of the luminous mind. That is the Swapna experience of Savitri. Then would come Sushupti, which is Prajna, knowledge, full of divine knowledge. He is in this state the Almighty. He is omniscient. He is sweetness. He is Sarvatnya, the word of the universe, the womb of the universe from which everything springs up. He is the Lord of wisdom, and that corresponds to the causal state. So we have basically the gross state, the subtle state, the causal state. It is through these stages that the deeper and deeper in the knowledge comes. Then finally is the Turiya, who is a matra, no syllable, a matra, in whom all phenomena dissolve and what remains is only the true. Who is calm, who is incommunicable, he is the good, he is the one, single. So we have got Jagrata, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Correspondingly, the descriptions are of Virata, Hiranyagarbha, Prajnanagana, and Om, the 4 states. The waker, the dreamer, the sleeper, the ineffable. These are the 4 poises of the transcendent, inexpressible. So Savitri has entered into the dream state. Who is this God who sees dreams? Who is this God who sees his dreams? That is what the Prashnopanishad asks. It poses this question: who is this God who sees this dream world? He is, of course, the Hiranyagarbha, the womb from which things come out, the womb where the seeds are present, and it is the seeds from which things will sprout and grow and expand, will reach finally jnana, knowledge of the truth idea, the truth force. That is what he will come to know. Beyond all this is, of course, the state of Turiya, the ineffable, the inexpressible, where you do not have Shivam, Ashivam, you do not have Shantam, Kalilam, you do not have Dvaitam, Advaitam. There is no good there is no evil, there is no calm, there is no chaos, there is no duality, there is no unity. That is the ineffable state. Now all these four states, Savitri has entered into just the first step, dreamer, below the waking consciousness, Jagrata. She is now seeing, she is in the dream state. And it is that dream which discloses to her the beginning of this creation, the past, the cosmic past, the universal beginning of things in this process of manifestation from down below going upward. A dream disclosed to her the cosmic past. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. So in quick 3 lines, we have the entire sequence of evolution described here quickly, suggestively, and of course with all the implications of the phrases present in them. Creation took its first mysterious steps. How it happened, what made it happen, how things will progress onward, that remains always a mystery. Why? Because it started with the indeterminate state, the infinite, which is not expressed at all anywhere in any form, infinite which is a point, which has not grown up, which has not blown up, which has not flowered. It is that indeterminate state. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, no form is there, no shape is there, no features are there, no qualities are there, no quantity is there, no character is there. That is how things began, from the utter void. And it is from that state what is happening. Creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape. The first thing which it has done is to create a shape of the body, a form, a contour, a container, a vessel, to hold what? To hold eventually the soul. A body is formed and a vessel is created. It will contain the divine substance, the divine quality, the divine flame, the divine possibilities. The body's shape has come already into existence. That is the first step of evolution, appearance of the body. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. What was indeterminate, what was formless, it has taken a form. It has become a material determinate to house the soul eventually. And this matter, the first step in this creation, this matter already started thinking. A material mind is present there, and it starts seeing the possibilities of its own future, of its own growth. And matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space. It is not now just empty void. It is an extension of consciousness, the material consciousness. In that material space, she saw now the seeds of life, sprouting of the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in the sequence of time. in the growth of time, in the march of time, in the progress of time. So you have basically matter as a starting point, then you have got life, then you have got mind. Already the beginning from the indeterminate state has produced in her dream state these three conditions. Out of the void, out of the indeterminate, out of the formlessness has come matter. Matter has now provided a base, an occasion for life to appear and grow in her dynamism. That is what has happened. Once life is established, then there is a possibility of the mind entering into the life in matter. So mind enters now into life which is present in matter. It is not that mind can enter directly into matter. When life is established into matter, then mind can come and work under these conditions. So these are the three basic steps by which the creation began. Formation of matter, appearance of life, growing of the mental faculty in this material creation. In the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide of being emerging out of infinite naught. A consciousness looked at the inconscient vast, and pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. So this is the early beginning of pleasure and pain. When matter is seeded with life, it is there that the sensibility of life starts appearing in matter. But it is a double sensibility. It is both pleasure and pain. That is the character of matter entering into life. Life in her own domain, in the pure domain of life, is free, joyous, happy, spiteful, playful, moving in all the worlds, everywhere, creating 1,000 joys in one stroke. She doesn't suffer pain. There is no question of anguish, no question of death also there. But when life enters into matter, then because of the nature of matter and because life has to adapt herself in matter, there is the appearance of pleasure and pain. In fact, life in matter immediately meets the response of death. Death comes from the inconscient and challenges the appearance, the entry of life in matter. Life is stunned by the presence of death in that condition. Pleasure and pain have now appeared because it has entered into matter. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide, half-neutral because of the insensibility of matter and the sensibility of life interacting with that. So there is a kind of a clash, there is a kind of a struggle between the two, and therefore there are both pleasure and pain. Of being emerging out of infinite naught, a consciousness looked at the inconscient vast. Something has happened, some awareness has come up, the mental faculty has woken up, and with that consciousness he sees what? Everywhere inconscience, inconscience, inconscience. That is the condition in which the present existence has arrived to the condition. And pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. All was a deed of a blind world energy. The Shakti, who is blind, Andha Shakti, she does not know how to move because of the inconscience. And it is she who is working out all the steps, matter, life, mind, and therefore it is a deed of blind world energy. Unconscious of her own exploits, she worked, shaping a universe out of inane, out of that emptiness, out of that nothingness, out of that void. It is that world energy, Apara Shakti, who has created this form in the material creation. She is she who has brought out matter, who has brought out life, who has brought out the mental faculty. And it is her work which has come up to this point. She does not know in what direction to move, yet there is something in her which keeps on telling her, go this way, do this, do this, do this. And gradually these three steps have appeared. Now, this must have taken ages and ages to happen. Cycles of time, of evolution, billions of years. We do not know how long this process has been going on, what amount of energy, what kind of struggle this world energy had to put to bring out first matter out of nothingness, out of this matter where there is no apparent life, to bring out life, out of this insensible life in matter to bring out the faculty of awareness. It must have taken ages and ages and ages for her to come to this point. There is no record of it, but her work is tireless, persistent also, and it looks as if she is not in a hurry. But now, after arriving at the stage of the mental being, mind in life and matter, things can move slightly different. There can be a conscious participation of this mental being in her work, and things can move swiftly. So in the indeterminate formlessness of self, creation took its first mysterious steps. It made the body shape a house of soul, and matter learned to think, and person grew. She saw space peopled with the seeds of life, and saw the human creature born in time. This is what Savitri sees in a dream, the cosmic past which has brought human creature in time. At first appeared a dim, half-neutral tide of being emerging out of infinite naught, out of infinite nothingness, out of total void, of being emerging out of infinite naught. A consciousness looked at the inconscient vast, and pleasure and pain stirred in the insensible void. All was the deed of a blind world energy. Unconscious of her own exploits, she worked, shaping the universe out of the inane. She has shaped this universe matter, life, mind. He has saved the thing out of the inane, out of the emptiness which was there to begin with. So we have been seeing the description of the vicegerent mind acting on behalf of the sovereign or the monarch. He is not in station. Actually, we could say that we are looking at what the Gita would call the Kshara Purusha. Purusha in the hands of Prakriti. He is permanently there. He is always there, but in the hands of Prakriti, the lower nature particularly. So this vicegerent mind will simply sign the papers given to him by nature. Whatever she wants him to do, that he will sign. His sanction, his approval is necessary. Without that, Prakriti cannot function. But at the same time, he is governed by the lower nature. So what we have here is a description of the lower nature. In fact, this is the little surface of man's life. Whatever is being described here of man and the mind approving the works of nature, it is only the description of the surface consciousness of man, the life on the surface, or the life gathered around the ego center, the surface soul. It is not what we are witnessing here. Rather, that is what Savitri is seeing in the dream consciousness at one particular stage here. This is the little surface of man's life. He is this, and he is all the universe. He scales the unseen. His depths they are the abyss. A whole mysterious world is locked within. He scales the unseen. His depths dare the abyss. So there is a double movement. What we have been calling the surface consciousness. Below this surface consciousness, it is subconscient. Above the surface consciousness, it is subliminal. Now it is both which are simultaneously present in us, and therefore there is the possibility of scaling the unseen. At the same time, there is the danger of dipping, slipping, falling into the abyss. He scaled the unseen. His depths dare the abyss. A whole mysterious world is locked within. This is what we have got within us. The moment you step down from the surface consciousness, these domains open to us, the subconscient and the subliminal. In fact, this is an important distinction, that below our waking consciousness, below the Jagrata condition, in the dream state, in the Swapna, we have both simultaneously present, a fact which is not recognized by the Western psychology. For the Freudian psychologists, they have only the subconscient below, and it is a repository of all our conditions, of our dreams, thoughts, emotions, feelings, ideas, hatred, jealousy, love, whatever you want to call it. They're all submerged in the subconscient. We become emotional because of that. We have anger, we have got sweetness, we get love, all those things, according to the Freudian psychology, belong to the subconscious, and it is from that reservoir, from that particular pool of our consciousness, that we get intimations and we act according to them. Freudian repository for socially unacceptable ideas, they are present in the subconscious. Wishes, desires, traditions, traumatic experience, fear, anger, they're all present here. Emotions, they're all deposited in the subconscious. Now, that is the only thing which Western psychology at the time of Freud recognized. But later, an important distinction was made by Jung. He made a distinction between the individual subconscious and the collective subconscious. According to him, there is the personal unconsciousness. There is also the collective unconsciousness, and it is these two which govern not only the movements of the individual but also of the collective group. Now, for them, the way to cure things coming from this subconscious lies in specific kind of auto-suggestions, by making certain types of affirmations. No, this is not good, I will not go by that. We mentally keep on insisting that this is not good for me, let me throw it away. By auto-suggestion, you keep on thinking for yourself, yes, whatever is going to happen to me is going to be good, there will be nothing bad. You keep on making auto-suggestion, and it is that way then all the impulses which rise, which rush up from below, they are suppressed, they are thrown back. That is the way by which they recommend us to overcome the subconscious influences. Now, all these things actually form a very elaborate realm of consciousness down below. And Sri Aurobindo has described these things in great details in his writings, in the Synthesis of Yoga, in many other places, and of course in hundreds of letters to the disciples. What is subconscious? What is their origin? What influences them? How the dreams can be changed? How this can be purified? These are the certain things which are necessary for you to get the minimum basis for making a spiritual beginning in life. Without that, Shanti, peace, quiet, which are required, they would not come. So they had to be dealt with. And he has described many of these things in his letters. In fact, all the details have been given out by him in his letters. In fact, in the vital region, he describes 4 layers of the vital subconscious, full of all these possibilities. One has the mental vital having the mind, or mind having the life force, the mental vital. Then, of course, the emotional vital, whose center is in the heart. Mental vital is in the throat and above. The emotional heart is here. Actually, the emotional feeling, emotional consciousness, emotional subconscious is at the heart. But at the heart, you have got 2 things. One is the emotional vital. The other one is deep within the heart, what is called traditionally in the cave of the heart, is the psychic being, the spark of the divine sitting within us inside the heart. So he is not talking here at this stage about the psychic being which is deep inside the heart, but the outside heart which is governed by the vital. So you have got the mental vital, you have got then the emotional vital, then of course below that is the central vital. The central vital comes between the heart center and the navel, down below, belly mostly. That is the central vital, where all kinds of things happen: emotions, anger, jealousy, Mada, Moha, Matsara, as we call them, Shada Ripus, they're all present in the lower consciousness. Lust, hatred, at the same time sweetness, joy to some extent for others, they're all present over there. Then below the navel is what is called the lower vital, and that is below the navel. Between the navel and down below is the lower vital. So there are 4 regions of the vital: the mental vital, the emotional vital, the central vital, and the lower vital. Now it is in these regions all these emotions and all these things appear here. Basically, the problem of our personality lies in purifying all that is present in these regions, in the subconscious. Because even if you make a progress, they will come and mask your progress, they will halt your progress, they will hold you back from progress. So it is also necessary to some extent to constantly keep on purifying them. In the traditional yogas, different methods have been prescribed by different paths, by bhakti, by jnana, and other things. But the most traditional path is the Raja Yoga or Patanjali's Yoga. In his Yoga Sutra, he describes 4 or 5 first preliminary basic steps: Yama, Niyama, then Asana, Pratyahara, Dhyana, Dharana, Samadhi. These are the various stages he is describing in the case of purification of the mental being. In fact, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, and then Samadhi. These are the 8 aspects of Patanjali's Yoga. So first is of course Yama, having regular habits, regular disciplined life, governing things in a certain definite manner so that the system is properly used up. Then of course you have got Niyama, you follow certain rules, certain stipulations of life, certain principles in life. And Asana, keep the body straight, erect, steady, so that it is able to receive what is being brought to it. You see, you have Pratyahara, avoid all that will come and disturb you. That is required. Stop anything coming to you like that. That is required. It's Pratyahara. Then of course Dhyana, Dharana, Pratyahara. Stop. Don't accept. For instance, now, as a simple example of Pratyahara, somebody gives you a present. Frankly, in the truest sense, if you are not very well prepared, the best thing is avoid receiving presents and gifts. Avoid. Because there is certain kind of an obligation on you then to pay it back in some manner. Simply receiving the gifts is not enough, it's not necessary. But of course later on, as you advance, you can overcome that thing. You can still be above that thing. But that obligation should not be there. Pratyahara. Somebody, okay, take this banana, but he's not giving you banana for nothing. He wants something in return from you tomorrow. So the best thing is stop that kind of a thing. Don't have that lust, that ambition, that desire, that wish that I should receive gifts and praise and that sort of a thing. That should not be there at all, you see. So these are the certain aspects of the disciplined life which are recommended in the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. And all these have something or the other to do with the subconscious which is there within us. And that is the greatest domain, which is very difficult to conquer, very difficult to overcome, and be free of it unless one is mukta free of that, one cannot really make spiritual progress. That is the whole point, the whole basis of the whole thing, you see. Now, in order that you are free, you can, of course, formulate certain rules, certain mental formulations, have discipline, stiff life, and that sort of a thing. But then it has a certain demerits also. According to Sri Aurobindo and the mother, the best thing is to keep on making your being, yourself, more and more open to the psychic. Let this psychic come forward and take possession of you. It is the psychic which will purify all the subconscious elements, you see. Or in the Vedic tradition, it is Agni who purifies the whole of your being. That tapas, Agni is Shakti, Agni is power, is fire. It is that which will burn away all these lower things which are residing within you, in the subconscious. So these are the important aspects from the point of view of a spiritual life, the beginning of spiritual life. That is important. And of course, naturally along with that comes lust, greed, covetousness, possession, mada, moha, matsara, kama, krodha. All those things, Savitri are there. They had to be conquered by the psychic influence in Sri Aurobindo's methodology, in Sri Aurobindo's yoga. See. And when that is ready, then some sort of a real progress is possible. If you don't do that thing, but if you keep on making advances in other direction, you might attain great spiritual heights. You might get spiritual experiences also, but if the lower nature is not yet ready in that way, something can upsurge, can spring up and damage, cause havoc at higher level also. This is a thing which is not uncommon. It has happened in the past. We have seen great rishis having done tapasya for years and years and years, acquired great samarthya, siddhis in their life, in their tapas. But then there is something sometimes happens, and then they fall prey to that. Parashara, Vishwamitra, these are the examples that fallen prey to the sex, and they had to pay the price for that. But that does not mean that they could not immediately withdraw. By their tapas, by their shakti, they could overcome that thing and conquer. But basically what it means is that these elements are present there, and they can spring up, rise from below any moment of time. And it is necessary that they have to be attended, particularly when you want transformation, you want a basic change in you. Unless that thing is done, you cannot make proper progress. Transformation, that is why Mother and Sri Aurobindo have been insisting all along that the first step is to have a psychic transformation. In the spiritual path, you psychicize your mind, your vital, your physical, all the elements. Let the psychic influence penetrate through all these regions. Then you can make a proper real progress. Well, now this is the description of all these things which is being given to us here in the dream experience of Savitri. He is narrating what is subconscious, what are the forces which are present in the subconscious, and how they govern man's spiritual life. This is the little surface of man's life. He is this, and he is all the universe. At the same time, the entire universe is in front of him. He escapes the unseen. His depths dare the abyss. The whole mysterious world is located within, the above, below, everything is located within. Unknown to himself, he lives a hidden king. He doesn't know that he is a king. And he lives behind rich tapestries, curtains, walls, carpets, luxuries. Behind rich tapestries in great secret rooms, he lives a king in a palace with chandeliers, tapestries, with carpets, with beautiful furniture. This man, he lives in all these things. Unknown to himself lives a hidden king behind rich tapestries in great secret room, an epicure of the spirit's unseen joys. He is an epicure. He is a connoisseur. He has very fine taste of not only food but of habits, of beauty, of the surroundings, whether this book is in proper place or not, where this furniture is in proper place or not. He has got that delicate sense of every detail, and he sees that everything is in proper place, you see. His hair, his clothes, everything. He is an epicure in a sense. An epicure of the spirit's unseen joys. This is what the king lives here. He lives in the sweet honey of solitude, in nameless God, in an unapproachable fane. He is a God in a shrine, in a temple, in a village temple, but very beautiful temple, fane or chapel. He lives there, a church in the remote place, a nameless God in an unapproachable fane, in the secret adytum of his inmost soul, deep within his, in the secret chamber, adytum, the sanctum sanctorum, the inner chamber where the real deity lives, a nameless God in an unapproachable fane, in the secret adytum of his luminous soul, inmost soul. He guards the beings, covered the mysteries, beneath the threshold, behind shadowy gates. So below the surface consciousness, underneath the subconscious, he guards all these treasures there. Beneath the threshold, behind shadowy gates, or shut in vast cellars of inconscient sleep. He is in the down below in the room, in the underground room, in the basement. He lives there all the while, in the basement, shut in cellars of inconscient sleep. This is the condition. He sees heaven above, he sees hell below. All these things are there here. He guards the beings, covered the mysteries, the twofold mysteries of the above and of the below. Beneath the threshold, behind shadowy gates, or shut in vast cellars of inconscient sleep. The immaculate, divine, all wonderful, cast into the argent purity of his soul, his splendor and his greatness and the light. When he is in that condition, the all wonderful, the divine himself, he pours light and beauty and joy into his soul. His splendor and his greatness and the light of self-creation in time's infinity, as into a sublimely mirroring glass. The way in which he'll throw light in the mirror, which will reflect everything, it is in that way the all wonderful is pouring into his depths, those wondrous things. Man in the world's life works out the dreams of God. God is dreaming something in man, and it is man who is executing, carrying forward, giving shape to those dreams. But all is there. While this is possible, he is shaping the dreams of God. Still, what happens? But all is there. Even God's opposites. There are enemies. There are hostile forces. There are elements which will not allow you to accept only the beautiful and the great and the fine things of life and of existence. But all is there, even God's opposites. He is a little front of nature's works, a thinking outline of a cryptic force. He is only a shape, a sketch of nature's force, cryptic, a mysterious shape he has made. And this is what you are. Beyond that there are worlds and worlds and worlds hidden within you, underneath you, above you, of which you are not aware. But man is influenced by them, is governed by them. And Savitri has to know all those things.
Man in the world's life works out the dreams of God. The dreams of God being worked out by man in the works he is doing in life. What are the dreams of God? The future possibilities of the spirit entering into life. That is the main dream of God. Joy, love, beauty, knowledge, power, truth. These are the things which must enter into the works of man, and then only there is a fulfillment of his existence here. Now, this is what is being worked out by man as the present instrument in the hands of the Spirit. But there are problems, there are difficulties. He has the past weighing on his shoulders. He is the product of the past. The baggage of the past he has to carry from life to life. The cosmic karma is there always with him, and unless that is removed, he cannot really make any true progress. Man in the world's life works out the dreams of God, but all is there, even God's opposites. That is the problem. It is not only the angels and the gods and the heavenly beings, the celestial beings, rishis, munis, sages. It is not only that, but there are devils, there are satans, there are hostile forces constantly working in the life of man. But all is there, even God's opposites. They have come into picture. Not that they were created, but in the very nature of things, they have arisen from the inconscient origin of things. He is a little front of nature's works. After all, nature has been striving since the beginning to work out the will of the Spirit in His creation. And she has, in the whole process, arrived at the stage of a mental being, giving to us man, who is actually the bridge between the past and the future. He is a little friend of nature's works, a thinking outline of a cryptic force. He is a mental being, thinking outline, caricature of thought. In fact, even all the worlds of thought, of mind, are not present in the present mental being, that is man. They have yet to enter and manifest. Powers of higher mind, illumined mind, intuition, the spiritual mind, they have not yet come into operation. He is still at a lower mental level. A thinking outline, therefore is just an outline of a cryptic force, cryptic, mysterious. She has kept everything back, hidden from man. He cannot understand her. But it is she who is really driving things around. Cryptic force, Shakti, the inconscient nature rising from below. It is she, nature, apara, prakriti. It is she who has produced this particular result. All she reveals in him, that is in her. Whatever is present in that prakriti, that lower nature, apara, it is that which she has revealed, given to man, shown to him, disclosed in him. Her glories walk in him. Obviously, love, beauty, joy, valor, majesty, vaibhava, all those things are her glories, and they are his gifts from her. And at the same time, her glory is walking in him, and her darknesses. Both of them are present simultaneously, light and dark, day and night, gods and hostile forces, hostile beings. Both are present and acting in the life of man. Her glories walk in him, and her darknesses. Man's house of life hosts not the gods alone. Yes, gods certainly are there, but there are also inferior beings, the hostile forces, other beings, satanic forces are there, devious people are there, full of jealousy, hatred, lust, greed, anger. All those things are present in life. There are occult shadows, there are tenebrous powers, dark powers, powers of darkness, occult shadows. That's a very beautiful phrase. Occult, Gupta, shadows, Chaya, all the Chaya beings, all the higher nature are present and they are operating in him. The occult shadows, there are tenebrous powers, inhabitants of lives, ominous, neither rules. They are occupying the lower worlds, neither rules, Atala, the entire range of the lower creation, Sapta Patala. They come from them and enter into man's life. Shadowy worlds, stupendous denizens. They are the citizens of this darkness, of this Chaya world. They are, in fact, you can say Sapta Patala if you like, or Sapta Chaya. 7 grades of Chaya are present, and from each domain of the Chaya or the shadow, beings enter into the life of man. A careless guardian of his nature's powers, man harbors dangerous forces in his house. He does not know, but they are present in him. All these dangerous forces are present in him. He is not even aware of them. When and how, for what purpose, you spring up, you jump up, you attack him, he has no knowledge of it. He cannot have knowledge of that thing because he is simply a small little thinking outline of the entire operation of nature. The lower nature has all those worlds present in her. And man harbors dangerous powers, forces in his house. The Titan and the Fury and the Jinn lie bound in the subconscious cavern pit, and the beast grovels in the anther den. Dire mutterings rise and murmur in their drowse. This is a very ghastly picture, very frightful picture of what man is facing. Well, actually, all these beings are present in us. Perhaps they are not present in us in that magnitude. Titan and Fury and Jinn, in that full power in us, we are small little creatures. But this is what Savitri is seeing in her dream consciousness. She is seeing the cosmic past. She is not seeing the past of you and me as individuals. Perhaps these frightful figures, they don't even bother us. They are not concerned in that sense. There there are smaller people, smaller deities, smaller deputies of them who will come and trouble us. But these are beings operating at a cosmic level, the Titan and the Fury and the Jinn, only for great people who bring about transformative actions in the working of nature. It is they who face these powers. Buddha faced Mara. It is at that level things happen, not for us. People do great sadhana, great tapasya and all that. They are also affected to some extent by this. But this is on a cosmic scale that Savitri is seeing things happening. Her soul, her vision, her work is on the cosmic plane. And in the underworlds of the cosmos, these are the beings who are present. And she has to deal with them. Unless she deals with them, she cannot really meet the greatest being for which she has come to conquer, whom she has come to conquer, death, Yama. She has to face finally Yama. So in comparison with Yama, these are relatively small creatures, Titans and Fury and the Jinn. Now, Titans are the primeval gigantic powers. Normally, they are famous in the Greek mythology. There were 12 Titans who ruled the ancient world. First, 12 Titans. They are powers of great strength, great might, great will, great force. And it is under the sway that the entire creation went on. Later on, these 12 Titans were defeated by the younger gods, the Olympians. And it is the reign of Olympians that had brought out in a visible manner, in a visible sense, the Greek civilization. So these Titans are the original primeval powers of the vital nature who are operating in the world. And they are presenting, they had to be defeated by these younger gods. In that sense, one can again go back to the opening line of Savitri. It was the hour before the gods awake. These Olympian gods, they were not yet awake. Who was ruling them at the time? The Titans. These Titans were ruling the entire world, the creation, and the gods were helpless. But when the younger gods awoke, then things started changing. So in that sense, the first line itself brings out all these aspects of the lower nature in a very powerful, very forceful manner. It was the hour before the gods awake. Before the gods awake, who were present? The Titans. And they had to be defeated. Kronos, Zeus' father himself, he had to defeat his father and take the kingdom into his possession, so that wisdom, light, higher quality of the spirit can come into the world's play. So this Titan, this is what Savitri is seeing at that origin. The Titan, the Fury, they become angry. They will not allow you to carry out any ill will. They will pounce upon you. They will kill you, they will murder you, they will snatch you away. Fury, anger. Same with the jinns. Jinns basically belong to the Arabic tradition, Jinnai. From the brass lamp, old brass lamp, you rub it and the Jinnai appears. And he will fulfill your 3 wishes. Whatever you had 3 wishes, he will grant you the boon of 3 wishes. You can ask for whatever you like, and he will do everything for you. Because the Jinai who was trapped in the lamp has been freed by you. And then he will grant you. Later on, of course, he will swallow you also, perhaps. See. So, these are the jinns. It was only Solomon, King Solomon, the wise one, who rubbed the lamp, and the Jinai would have come and killed. But he didn't do that. He took that lamp and threw away into the sea, so that the jinn, the Jinai, whatever, was permanently drowned into the sea. He could not become free. See. So these are the fearful powers residing in the underworld, and Savitri is seeing all those things. The Titan and the Fury and the Jinn lie bound in the lamp. They are now trapped permanently in the bottle or whatever we call it. They are permanently trapped there. The subconscient cavern pit in the lower nature, subconscious, what Savitri is saying, subconscient. And the beast grovels in the anther den. Beast, B capital. It is the full animal force, vital force which is in operation. And he is groveling. He is crouching on the floor and entering into his den, enter into his den, into his cave, into his recess, where he stays, like a lion who goes and stays in his cave. It is that beast who is now entering into his cave. And the beast grovels in his anther den. Dire mutterings rise and murmur in the drowse. So Savitri is really seeing a very fearful picture of all the Titan and the Fury and the Jinn lie bound in the subconscious cavern pit, and the beast grovels in his anther den. Dire mutterings rise and murmur in their drowse. So it's a very fearful picture actually. Well, Titan and Fury and Jinn, we also have in the Indian tradition similar beings, Asura, Rakshasa, Pishacha. They're all there, present in the subconscious. Asura, the mental power, Rakshasa, the vital power, Pishacha, the lower subconscious power. They are there, always present in the subconscious. And it is these Asuras and Rakshasas and Pishacha which the rishis had to face. The Asuras would go and destroy them, destroy the tapasya, spoil them. Of course, they are very powerful beings, and the famous example is, of course, the example of Ravana himself. His son, Indrajit, was also equally powerful. They are the Asuras, they are present. In fact, the whole of Ramayana is a story not on the human plane. Although the human element is present there, is the occult plane. The battle is constantly being waged in the occult. All these are beings who are opposing the further advance of evolution, and it is Rama who has to clear them all so that the mental being can come here and be safe. Otherwise, they will just be swallowed. See? So, in fact, that is the background, that is the way to understand Ramayana. Hanuman, they are all beings of a different order, of a different world. Although we think as if they were living amongst us, in fact, there is a very peculiar kind of a mental attitude amongst us. They say that, oh, these people, Vanaras, how can we be friendly with Vanaras, with friends like that? That is what the modern mind thinks. These fellows had lost their head and they don't know what this is. So they started rationalizing it. Perhaps in those very, very good old days, those creatures were advanced and they used to tie something like a rope on their waist, which looked like a tail, and that was used as a weapon for the battle. That is how the modern rational mind rationalizes Vanaras. But actually, Vali, Sugriva, Jambuvanta, all these names, they themselves tell you, look, they belong to a different occult world, or the vital world, and the battle is actually in the occult. Rama was fighting, in fact, the battle in the occult, and his victory is in the occult. That we generally miss. So the Titan and the Fury and the thing lie bound in the subconscious cavern or pit, and the beast grovels in his ant den. Dire mutterings rise and murmur in the drowse. Insurgent sometimes raises its huge head, a monstrous mystery lurking in life's deeps, the mystery of dark and fallen worlds, the dread visages of the adversary kings. The dreadful powers held down within his depths, within the depths of man, the dreadful powers held within his depths, become his masters or his ministers. Enormous, they invade the body house. Enormous, they invade his bodily house. Can act in his acts, infest his thought and life. This is the kind of a mischief they will constantly keep on playing. The dreadful powers can act in his acts, in man's acts. He doesn't know. He thinks that he is acting, but there is some other person who is actually acting in him, within him. Infest his thought. He is possessed. He is instigated. He is meant to think that way, and his life and every action now gets governed by them. The greatest example is, of course, the example of Hitler. As a person, he was a very small creature, but as an instrument of the hostile power, what the mother had called the Lord of Nations, he was a perfect instrument. He would obey him in every respect. Whatever he was commanded to do by him, that he would carry out. And it is because of he being the instrument, a perfect instrument of the Lord of Nations, that he could win in the early phases of the Second World War. Victory after victory came to him. But only when a divine force to counter that action came into full sway, that the tide turned. And then finally he had to disappear. So as far as Hitler is concerned as a being, he was a very small creature, but he was a good instrument for the Lord of Nations work, and he did that thing. Can act in his acts. This is what happens, this is what these people do. Can act in his acts, infest his thought and life, he carries all his life in that manner. We don't know whether we are doing things out of our free will, of our own choice, or whether somebody else is acting from behind and think that it is, oh, I am doing all those things. That is the kind of illusion we generally have. The only safety for us, the guarantee, the assurance, the protection for us is the psychic being. If our psychic being comes forward, and if we are quiet, receptive, calm, to listen to the voices of the psychic being, then we are safe. Then these hostile powers cannot do any mischief at all to us. The dreadful powers held down within his depths become his masters or his ministers. Enormous, they invade his bodily house, can act in his acts, infest his thought and life. Infernal surges into the human air and touches all with a pervading breath. So everything becomes an inferno, jwala of the lower nature, of the hell. It is that which spreads around and pervades everything. Now this is the kind of the picture Savitri is seeing when she has entered into the dream consciousness. She has to see many more things, but this is just the first entry of us into this vital nature, and all the powers of the vital nature are in full operation here. She has to know these things. Unless she knows them, unless she conquers them, wins the victory over them, she cannot proceed further. So that is what is buried in our past, in our Bhuta, in our consciousness of the lower nature in terms of our daily activities. So we are seeing how the forces of the lower nature act upon man. The nether forces, the Titan and the Fury and the Jinn, how they enter into our subconscious actions. Now, this is a picture of the mental being, of the cosmic mental being, the universal Manomaya Purusha. Man, not you and me, but man who is the prototype, if you want to say that way, of which we are made. He is inheriting the entire cosmic past, and Savitri is experiencing that particular state of the cosmic man, the universal man, or the mental being, that in him operate a Titan and a Fury and a Jinn, the nether powers, all the infernal movements, actions, all that comes from hell, they spring up into the subconscious of this universal man. And that is the picture we have presently being given in the cosmic vision. Savitri is seeing in her dream consciousness, in her Swapnavastha. That is what she is seeing here. The dreadful powers held down within his depths become his masters or his ministers. Enormous, they invade his bodily house, can act in his acts, infest his thought and life. That is what they do. they enter into the life of man to an unwanted degree, create havoc in his life. That is what they do. Infest his thought, his life. They enter unwanted into his actions, into his thought, into his emotions, feelings, passions, desires. Everything is now governed by this cosmic man springing up from below. Into the cosmic man by these powers springing from below, from the inferno. Inferno surges, the hellfires, they move forward and affect him in every respect. Inferno surges into the human air and touches all with a perverting breath. He may be having noble thoughts, very high and noble passions, love, sweetness, joy, but something comes from below and then a kind of a doubt is planted in his mind. A kind of a jealousy is introduced into his emotions by these people. You are sweet to everybody, but then suddenly you become jealous of somebody. Somebody whom you are lacking all the while, he becomes in a way your enemy. This is what these lower powers do. They infest you, all your thoughts and actions and movements and feelings, everything, with the subconscious notions of things, and they govern his life. Inferno surges into the human air and touches all with a perverting breath. Enormous they invade his bodily house. They can act in his acts. They can infest his thought and his life. That is what they constantly do. This is the grammatical structure for the sentence here. And then what happens? Grave forces, like a thin miasma creep, stealing through chinks in his closed mansion's doors, discoloring the walls of upper mind in which he lives his fair and spacious life, and leave behind a stench of sin and death, not only rise in perverse drifts of thought and formidable formless influences, but there come presences and awful shapes, tremendous forms and faces mount, dim steps, and stare at time into his living rooms, or caught up for a moment's passionate work, lay a dark custom's claim upon his heart. Aroused from sleep, they can be bound no more. They become uncontrollable. They have sprung up from the sleep, and now you have absolutely no hold on them. They will create havoc in your life. They will do every kind of harm to you in every respect. They will spoil your thought, they will spoil your emotions, your relationships with friends, family members, with your country, with whatever you love. You will spoil those things. Constantly they keep on happening. And how? We have got here a very beautiful, very vivid description in the form of a very elaborate simile of the miasma creeping on the walls. Miasma, that is the exhalation of a poisonous gas. Damp, walls become damp, and they keep on emitting noxious air. Noxious exhalation is what constantly goes on happening there. When the wall is damp, old wall is there, there are some cracks, there are some holes and all that, and from the ground a thin layer of water, so to say, dirty water, comes and spreads on the wall, and it gives you noxious smell, abominable, poisonous smell also at times. That is how the walls of your mind get affected by these feelings. It's a very, very vivid description. Grey forces like thin miasma creep, steering to chinks, to clefts, to cracks, to holes, to crevices in the wall. They somehow manage to come up and spread on the whole wall like that. If you see old dingy rooms, this is a very common sight, and you feel very suffocated at times. In fact, many times you see that you feel that some kind of a poisonous air is what you are breathing in those rooms. Steering to things in his closed mansion's doors, he has a beautiful house, a lovely place to stay and all that. But somehow they manage to steal and creep on the walls of your mind, discoloring the walls of upper mind, even your highest thoughts, noblest ideas, they get corroded, they get affected, they get poisoned by this miasma, in which he lives his fair and spacious life. Spacious, something which is fair but which is also faint, which looks beautiful but it is not really so. That is the kind of a spacious life we think that we are very honest, very upright, but actually behind that there is a kind of a crookedness in our action, and our life gets affected by this thing, in which he lives his fair and spacious life, and leave behind a stench of sin and death. This is what happens in the case of the miasma creeping, because it is a noxious exhalation, it can be poisonous, it can cause death also. So this sin which is there within us, it creeps up and it can really eat us up. We die even because of that, death, and leave behind a stench of sin and death. Not only arise in perverse drifts of thought because of this miasma, not only there is a perversion in your thinking, in your mind, but then many other things also happen. What are the other things? And formidable, formless influences, and formidable, formless influences. See the alliteration of F, formidable, formless influences. The L's and F, the alliteration is very powerful and carrying the whole line as if something is creeping from below. See, a formidable, formless influences. See, the alliteration is very powerful here, you see, and so natural also. Alliteration means repetition of the same sound. F, formless, formidable influences. L is very prominent, F is of course there, M is also there. So all these things are repeated here. And formidable, formless influences. But there come presences and awful shapes. So not only they pervert your thoughts, but awful presences come and enter into your life, into your thinking, into your way of doing things. But there come presences and awful shapes, tremendous forms and faces mount dim steps. One by one, they climb up ladder by ladder, one step above the step. They keep on coming up from our subconscious nature and corrode the whole of our being in that process. And stare at times into his living rooms. Oh, you are living in that beautiful house. Let me go and peep. What is there? Let me see in what manner I can spoil that house. I can cause damage. That is what they stare. And stare at times into his living rooms, or caught up for a moment's passionate work, lay a dark custom's claim upon his heart. Either they enter into your mind, or they seize your heart and take possession of it. Lay dark customs claim upon his heart. Aroused from sleep, all these powers have come up, they were lying asleep all the while. But then suddenly they spring up sometimes and then they will affect all your things. They can be bound no more. Once they come up, they rise up, there is absolutely no way of controlling them. It's very difficult once they start happening like that. Perhaps even if an exceptional intervention is there, it is doubtful whether man will listen to it. You might be getting a message, you might be told, please be away from that, stay away from that, but you are now tied by these forces and you may discard even the advice you get. It happens very often. You start arguing, is it true? Can it really happen? I am like this, I am powerful, I am strong, because you are already possessed now, and then you discard even if some good advice comes to you. It can be from your friend, it can be sometimes from within you also, but you reject that thing, you discard that thing totally. Now this is grey forces like a thin miasma cream, stirring to things in his closed mansion's doors, discoloring the walls of our mind, in which he lives his fair and spacious life, and leave behind a stench of sin and death. Not only rise in him perverse drifts of thought and formidable formless influences, but there come presences and awful shapes, tremendous forms and faces mount, dim step, and stare at time into his living rooms, or caught for a moment's passionate work, lay a dark customs claim upon his heart. Aroused on sleep, they can be bound no more. Now this is a description which is very gruesome, very frightening, how you really open to neither forces, to infernal influences, and you get driven by them. You are no more your master. They will command you to do this or that, and you simply do it. That is the state in which you lie always. And it is described in the most vivid manner, what one might say, in a very cruel manner, very harsh manner. The poetry here is a poetry of a different kind than what we have in Savitri and other places. You are seeing here what the modernist would call the realism of life. What is our life? Our life is full of suffering, misery, hatred, jealousy, wars, battles, possession, power, sex. All these things are there in our life, and that is the thing which is being presented to us by the modern writers. Modern writers say that this is realism, this is the reality of life, this is what we see all around here, Jagrata Avastha, that is their realism. Now, it is in that context, the modern poetry is written as if to keep open every part of our subconscious life and reveal to us how bad we are in the whole world here. That is what the modern poetry is trying to do. He is trying to depart from the earlier Victorian poetry, from the romantic poetry, from the classical poetry, and it wants to give you a realistic picture of life as you see in front of you. Man fighting with man, with all the ugliness which is there in his body and in his soul, in his mind, in his thoughts, everywhere. It is that which they would like to depict, not only in poetry, that also happens in paintings. You are becoming a realistic in the whole picture. So here we have a true realistic picture in Savitri, but at the same time the language is such that it does not make you feel that there is something ugly in it. It takes away all the mad qualities which are there in modern life. He is presenting it at the same time. There is a power in the language by which all that ugliness is displaced, is removed from your thinking. So when he is giving a realistic picture, at the same time, by that effort, by that presentation itself, he is removing also the ugliness which is there behind things. That is the quality of a yogic poetry. He will depict realism, but in that depiction, he also puts his light to remove all the darkness which is present within our soul. That is what a yogic poetry does, and is exactly one of the most beautiful examples of how a true realistic poetry should be written. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lines. This passage here. It has in one single passage depicted the entire realism of modern life. Now, we might see some examples of the modern poets, how they depict the modern life. And we can see the differences between what they depict and what we are here in Savitri of the modern life. The realism of Savitri is of a different degree, of a different higher order, which has also the power to relieve all that is ugly and bad from your soul. Let me give some examples here. Let me read a couple of passages from the modern poetry. This is from Laura writing. The wind suffers of blowing. What does the wind suffer with? It is suffering of blowing. The wind suffers of blowing. The sea suffers of water. The fire suffers of burning. And I of a living name. I am called this, that is, I am suffering because of that name. So that is the modern life. The wind suffers of blowing, the sea suffers of water, the fire suffers of burning, and I of a living name. That is the realism which is being presented in the modern poetry as an example here. Then there is another one, Philip Sidney's every snaky eye finds harbor here. In the poetry. Nor every snaky eye finds harbor here, nor flatterers' venomous insinuations, nor cunning humorists' peddled opinions, nor causeless duty, nor comber of arrogance, nor trifling title of vanity desolate us, nor golden manacles stand for a paradise. This is our life, according to Sir Philip Sidney. Nor golden manacles stand for paradise. Yes, you are chained in golden chain. You are a beautiful bird, but caught in a golden cage. That is the life we have got, and that is not a paradise. Although it is golden, that is not a paradise at all. Nor golden manacles stand for a paradise. Let us read a couple of more examples. Isaac Rosenberg's this one. Somber the night is, and though we have our lives, we know what sinister threats lurk there. Our life is We know what sinister threats lurk there. Death could drop from the dark. Death could drop from the dark. See, very beautiful line, very beautiful image. Death could drop from the dark. And as easily as song. Death is dropping into the dark in the same easiness with which a song will drop from your lips. That is the condition in which we live. Death could drop from the dark as easily as song, but song only dropped like a blind man's dreams on the stand. Blind man is hanging his dreams on the stand, and the way in which those dreams drop from the stand, in the same manner the song also drops, in the same manner death also drops into the dark. Like a blind man's dreams on the sand by dangerous tides. That is the culmination. How the song is dropping. Like a blind man's dream from the stand, it is dropping by a dangerous tide. Something happened from somewhere, I don't know where from it comes, and the dream drops. In the same manner, the song drops. In the same manner, death drops into the darkness. Now, this is a very beautiful image, but it is a very frightful image also. It doesn't have inbuilt into it the capacity to give relief, to give promise, to give assurance. No, this is not all your life, all that you are. That is what Savitri's passage tells you. Yes, miasma is creeping, but at the same time, it has also the power to tell you, look, this is a small thing, it will go away. It has the power of assuaging the feeling. Then let us read Eliot's from East Coker. I should be glad of another death. It starts that I should be glad with another death. The wounded surgeon lies with his pliers. The wounded surgeon lies the steel that question the distempered past. The steel is questioning the distempered past. Beneath the bleeding hands we feel, beneath the bleeding hands of the surgeon's patient, we feel the sharp compassion of the healer's art. He is cutting, he is doing surgery on you, but behind that surgery, that action, is a compassion's art. It is a compassion. He is doing it for your good. The sharp compassion of the healer's art, resolving the enigma of the fever's chart. Chart is showing your temperature rise up and down, the chart is there. And the surgeon is doing operation on you. And in that operation he is resolving the enigma. Where from this misery, this suffering, this up and rise and down me? Where from this another death? Now this is the kind of a picture a modernist would present to you. Compare that with what we have here in Savitri. Grey forces like a thin miasma cream, stealing to things in his closed mansion doors, discoloring the walls of upper mind, in which he lives his fair and spacious life, and leave behind a stench of sin and death. Sin and death not only rise in him perverse drifts of thought and formidable formless influences, but there come presences and awful shame, tremendous forms and faces mount dim steps and stare at time into his living rooms. Or, caught of a moment's passionate work, lay a dark essence claim upon his heart. Aroused from sleep, they can be found no more. Now this is a very frightening picture, but the poetry also takes away the fright from it. That's the beauty of it, which is there to some extent in what we have read in the few samples we have here. The wind, suppose, of blowing, and I of a living name. I should be glad of another death. Well, there is something in that, but the power which is there in this miasma picture is not there at all in his compositions. That is the difference, that is the true modernism, what we have got here in Savitri. So, last time we were seeing the miasma simile of how the nether forces arise from below and creep on the wall and give out noxious smell, how they can be dangerous, how they can even cause death. That is the miasma simile we have seen last time. Now, as I was also telling, this is something very modern. It shows how Savitri can be modern without becoming facile, without becoming abstract, without becoming artificial. It has the essential rasa of even what one would call the ugly, the uncouth, the bibhatsa. What is bibhatsa? That also can become extremely beautiful in a poetic language, and that is what we have in this miasma simile. So apart from the modernism of Savitri, we have at the same time in it the epic greatness, the grandeur, the loftiness, the elevating spirit which lifts up even the uncouth and the ugly and the bibhatsa to the lovely and the pleasant and the happy. That is what we have in Savitri actually. Not only that, this is perhaps one of the longest epic similes, running into 13 lines of a pentametric verse, which even a modernist like Eliot may not be able to accomplish in his creations. So Savitri is at the same time epic, modern, and can, without any hesitation, but with a true sense, tell you something of what is not very pleasing to our immediate senses and perceptions. When you read that passage, you don't get kind of thrown back. You have a sort of a relationship with it that, look, this is there sitting in me. All that dirt, that ugliness, that evil, that sin is sitting in my subconscious. And my business is not to dwell in that, to live in that mud, but to come out of it, purify it, offer it to Agni, to fire, Agni Pavaka, who is the purifier of all that is retrograde, repulsive, not acceptable to human progress, which comes in the way of spiritual accomplishment. It is that which you offer. So it is from that point of view you can see that this is also an offering to Agni of what is residing in the past. Savitri is seeing the whole thing in a dream consciousness, a cosmic dream seen in the cosmic past, showing the cosmic past. And it is that cosmic past which has to be brought out fully in all its contents, in all its possibilities and depths, and even horror, and offered to Agni to purify it. In the Yoga Agni, Savitri has to purify that thing in the fire of her yogic pursuit of her accomplishment. So it is an epic simile, very rare epic simile on a long scale like that, running into 13 lines, pentametric verse, which is very unusual for any kind of a poetry coming from this side. Now, let us continue with that further. Afflicting the daylight and alarming night, invading at will his outer tenement, our outer faculties, surface faculties, mental, vital, even physical, gross physical, all these faculties. These are the faculties in which we live. Afflicting the daylight and alarming night, invading at will his outer tenement. His, that is man. Man's, all these outer faculties are there. They are invading, these dark forces surging up from below, they are invading him constantly. The stark globes, grisly, dire inhabitants, these inhabitants of the world down below, the nether world, grisly, causing fear, causing horror in us, a feeling of repulsion, we are kind of thrown back. These are the inhabitants who rise from below and invade all our outer houses, outer buildings, mansions, everything they invade like that. The star glooms, grisly, dire inhabitants, mounting into God's light. What of man? Even they can go and strike God's light. They are such powerful forces, beings, they can even go up, mounting into God's light. All light perturb, whether it is the light of the stars or the sun, the spiritual light, or whatever light it may be of the gods, even that light they are capable of perturbing. They can cause disturbance in that light, they can affect it, they can overshadow even that light. Such is the power of the forces which rise from down below in man. So man becomes an instrument for these forces to come up and play havoc in the life of this world here. The star globes, grisly, dire inhabitants, mounting into God's light, all light perturb. Sages, rishis, munis, even their light, they can cause disturbance. The only surety for us is to have the psychic flame constantly burning in us, and it is that psychic flame which will give us protection, which will put us directly in contact with the divine. It will not get misled. It will not mislead us at all. Mounting into God's light, all light they perturb, the inhabitants rising from below. All they had touched or seen, they make their own. They swallow. The moment they see somebody around, lovely, beautiful, precious, having wealth, or whatever you want to call that, they would like to possess and grab it and own it for their own use. You see. All they had touched or seen, they make their own. In nature's basement lodge, mind's passages fill, disrupt thoughts' links and musing sequences, break to the soul's stillness with a noise and cry. Or they call the inhabitants of the abyss. They themselves call people who are living in Patala, in the lower world, in the nether world, in the abyss. They will call, invite, come here is a chance for you, and you will take their help also to do all that havoc. Or they call the inhabitants of the abyss, invite the instincts to forbidden joys, a laughter wake of dread demoniac mirth, Rakshasi Ananda. That is what we will do. Their hasya will be demoniac hasya. That is what they will do. A laughter wake of dread demoniac mirth, and with neither rat and revel, shake lives to floor. This is the grisly picture, this is the horrifying picture, this is a terrible picture which is presented here to us because of the neither forces rising up. Impotent to quell his terrible prisoners, appalled the householder, helpless, sits above. Taken from him, his house is no more with him. See, they have come and occupied your house. They have become masters. They have driven you out completely. And the householder, the owner of the house, is helpless. They have taken possession of it. You can go to hell, do whatever you like. Now this is my house. They have commanded him. Impotent to quell his terrible prisoner. Man is impotent. He cannot stop these people at all, see. Appalled, the householder, helpless, sits above, taken from him. His house is no more. He is bound and forced, a victim of the play. So he has become the captive. He has become their prisoner now. He is trapped by them. Or allured, joy is in a mad and mighty din. Or they'll put a kind of bait, allure him, attract him, and ask him to do all kind of those ugly things which they would like him to do, so that he becomes their property fully. His nature's dangerous forces have arisen. All that was lying dormant until now, they have now sprung up. His nature's dangerous forces have arisen and hold at will a revel's holiday. So they are merrily enjoying everything. It's a holiday for them. This is a man now available to me, and they are feasting on him. They are enjoying that kind of a feast because he is now fully trapped. His nature's dangerous forces have arisen and hold at will a rebel's holiday. Aroused from the darkness where they crouch in the depths until now they are lying down below in the nether, in the pit, in Patala, in the subterranean regions. Prisoned from the sight, they can be held no more. Impossible now to hold them back, rein them back. His nature's impulses are now his lords. So whatever man sees, he is driven by his senses, his passion, his love, lust, anger, growth, all those things start coming up. He sees only ugly thing, he hears only ugly thing, he tastes only ugly thing. This is what happens now in the case of a man who is a captive of these inhabitants. Aroused from the darkness where they crouch in the dell, prisoned from the sight, they can be held no more. His nature's impulses are now his lords, once quelled, or wearing spacious names and vests. So they will put on false clothes. They will assume false names. They will be always deceptive, spacious, wearing spacious clothes, vests. That's what they will do. Infernal, eternal elements, demon powers are there. These are the powers. Man's lower nature hides these awful guests. So they have become our guests. They have become our Mehman. We have become now the host of these powers, you see. Man's lower nature hides these awful guests. Their vast contagion grips sometimes man's world. Everything he is busy with comes under their hold now. And awful insurgence overpowers man's soul. Sometimes man's soul might arise, but his violent forces they come and oppose him, they stop him, they suppress him totally, so that he cannot even talk of anything at all. That is what happens when these forces arise. In house and house, the huge uprising grows. So here is one man, or in one part of man's house, this happens. It happens first in one part, then it starts happening in the other part, in the third part. That way the whole house of man is now under control. It is not only now in one man, from house to house, from man to man, it keeps on spreading. In house and house, the huge uprising grows. Hell's companies are loosed to do their work. Hell's companies, the cavalry riders on cavalry, the forces as if marching in a company of a cavalry. They invade this house, they capture the entire street like that. Hell's companies are loose to do the work. And to the earthways, they break out from all doors, wherever there is a weakness, where there is something which is not really open to the higher forces in us. Suddenly they capture and they make entries that invade with bloodlust and a will to slay, and filled with horror and carnage, God's fair world. So this beautiful world which is made by God, this merit, they fill it with horror. There is a big fire burning as though throughout hell's companies. Now there are different kinds of companies. A group of cows you call a herd. A group of chickens you call a flock. A group of fish you call a school of fish. Geese, group of geese, call it a gaggle of geese. Lions, number of lions in the forest, pride of lions. Now here we got a pack of wolves. They come and pounce and eat you upon everything. Not only that, vicious, lusty, cruel, harsh, they're baboons. They form a congress of baboons. That is what they do. Now it is that kind of a company which invades man's life and captures whatever precious is there in him. So this is a very cruel kind of a picture, a very ghastly picture which we see. But it is there in the cosmic past. And Savitri, as I said, has to see that thing and offer it to the divine Agni. Divya Jyota, she has to light there and bring light to the whole thing. Death and his hunters. You see, we had got the group of people, companies, flocks, packs. We have got now hunters. Death and his hunters, they keep on hunting around. Stop the victim earth. The terrible angel smites at every door. The angel of death, the ill angel, he comes and knocks at every door and demands his share. And awful laughter mocks at the world's pain. Oh, you are suffering, but he laughs. A sardonic laughter. And massacre and torture grin at heaven. All is a prey of the destroying force. So this is a force which will come and destroy, and you have become a prey to that, a victim to that. He will come and pounce upon you and just swallow you up without any mercy. Creation rocks and tremble, top and base, even the higher worlds. The lower, of course, they do. Even the higher worlds, the worlds of gods are also shaken when these forces arise. That is what Ravana did. He shook the heaven. Even Kailash could tremble with that thing, you see. Creation rocks and tremble, top and base. Even the gods were imprisoned by Ravana, you see. You know that. You see. So what of man? This evil nature housed in human hearts. We don't know that such an evil exists in our heart. A foreign inhabitant, a dangerous guest, the soul that harbors it, it can dislodge. Who is harboring these guests, these evil forces? My soul only. And it is that soul these forces can dislodge. Throw him away. Remove him. Knock him off. The soul itself can be knocked off from our existence. And then you are totally in his possession. Well, this is what happened in the case of Faustus. Mephistopheles captured him slowly and literally swallowed him up. You see. It is only the divine grace, Margaret, who could perhaps save him. Expel the house odor, possess the house, an opposite potency contradicting God, the enemy of God, the opposite. See, as God has certain capabilities, powers and all that thing, even these forces also have certain powers and capabilities. These are the opposite potencies of these evil forces. And they have tremendous power to cause havoc in this entire creation. An opposite potency contradicting God, they can challenge God. That is what Satan did, Lucifer, who had fallen. That is what he did. A momentary evil's almightiness has straddled the straight path of nature's acts. Poor nature was walking on a simple, straightforward manner, but these people have come and straddled on the road and stopped her. It initiates the Godhead, it denies whatever of there, it denies the Godhead, it imitates the Godhead, it denies, it follows. He is my God, he will follow exactly what the God would do, imitate him all the while. All this at the same time denying him. God's greatness. It imitates the Godhead, it denies, puts on his figure, assume his face, and yet do what is native to them, according to their swabhava, according to their character. They will keep on doing that thing. Although they will wear a very holy face, very noble face, very peaceful, quiet kind of a face, bright face also, but they will do what they are intended to do. It imitates the Godhead, it denies, puts on his figure, and assumes his face. A Manichaean creator and destroyer. This can abolish man, annul the human, annul his world. This is what they can do. Manichaean of two opposite kinds, darkness and light, evil and good, fair and ugly. This is the kind of a thing. Creation and destruction. When these two combine together, then you have a Manichaean creator, a religion which believes in the coexistence, in the presence of both the opposites, the fair and the ugly, the evil and the good, destruction and creation. A religion which believes in these two, that is the Manichaean religion, creation. So a Manichaean creator and destroyer, this can abolish man because it believes in both. It imitates Godhead and it will do whatever it wants to do. This can abolish man, annul his world, but there is a guardian power. There are hands that save. Calm eyes divine regard the human scene. Now this is the yogic touch. Shrevendu, as a yogi, will tell you all that is ugly, very bad, very destructive, horrible, grisly, whatever. He has described the entire cosmic path. Yes, this cosmic path does exist. There are terrible agencies sitting in our soul. Yes, they are there. But there is the yogic assurance. The yogi tells us there is a guardian power. Above all this, there is a power which will save this creation. It will not allow all to be run by these hostile forces, by these antagonist powers. It will not allow. There is a guardian power. There are hands that save. Calm eyes. There are eyes calm without getting disturbed by this picture. Calm eyes see the human scene. It sees, yes, it is like that, but it is not going to be always like that, need not be like that. It can change, it can become bright. There is a possibility of that is already indicated here. So you have immediately the touch of gold when you are seeing everything ugly. Yes, don't worry. The existence is like this. The existential reality is of darkness, but that is not all the reality. There are possibilities of man. There are greater powers. There is a greater supervisor seeing everything from above. He can come and intervene and change everything. So there is an assurance also here. But there is a guardian power. There are hands that save. Calm eyes, divine regard the human scene. God is there above and He is seeing everything around, and He knows how to act, when to act, in what manner to act. He comes here from time to time when these agents become extremely strong for man to handle them at all. He comes here age after age, yuge. He comes as an avatar and destroys the evil so that the future path is opened out for him. He comes here. There are hands. This is what happens. The avatar comes here and he will accomplish things. He will remove all these obstacles. In fact, that is what happens in all the cases. And it is only because of that that there is a hope for us. All right, there are hands which will come and save you. Does it mean that we don't have any role to play? Is it that we remain all the while stupid, foolish, with all the absurdity which is present in us? Is there something for us to do? Is there an element of responsibility on us that we have to attend to some work of ours? Yes, it is there. Of course he will come and he will remove everything. But you have to also do your bit. That is in the nature of things. That is required also. Yes, I will kill all the enemies on the battlefield. But Arjuna, come, rise and lift up your bow and arrow and shoot at the enemy. Enemy who has already been killed by me, but you are required to string your bow and shoot the arrow at the enemy. That is the part which we have to do. Our Kshatriya Dharma on the battlefield is required. Our Brahma Teja is required in our learning and knowledge. Our harmonious element of bhakti and sweetness and joy, that has to come out and offer itself to Mahalakshmi. Our skill in work, attention to details, every little bit, that there is nothing ugly, there is nothing disharmonious, is to be done. We had to be the instruments of Mahasaraswati also. That is our part. We had to be simultaneously in different degrees, depending upon our soul's nature, be the worshippers of Maheshwari or Mahakali or Mahalakshmi or Mahasaraswati. If you can become the worshipper of all of them at once, well, nothing like that. Most wonderful. That is the part which we have to do. When that is done, the hand comes and saves you. Otherwise, what can it do also, you see? That is our part which we have to fulfill. In fact, that is the important thing. The very foundation of Sri Aurobindo Yoga is in 3 words: aspiration, rejection, surrender. When you aspire, when you reject everything which is ugly, which is non-progressive, by which you are held back, that you have to reject. That is an effort which you have to do. She is not going to do for you. Then offer all your things to the Divine Mother, to the Supreme Power, and she will do then whatever is to be done for you. That is the part which we have to play. That is necessary. So although there is a Savior hand, yet many hands of ours are also needed for that Savior hand to do its work.
We are starting with a new paragraph in the same section. All the world's possibilities in man are waiting as the tree waits in its seed. These are the opening lines of the new paragraph. But let us see the link between these lines and the last 4 lines of the previous one. We have here a Manichaean creator and destroyer. This can abolish man, annul his world. But there is a guardian power. There are hands that say, Karma is divine, regard the human scene. These 2 lines. But there is a guardian power. There are hands that say, Karma is divine, regard the human scene. From not only a turning point in the previous paragraph, de volta, as one would call in a sonnet, but these are also a preface to what is going to follow in the next paragraph. That is what we got here. Calm eyes divine regard the human scene. All the worlds. What do these common eyes see? These common eyes see that all the world's possibilities in man are waiting in him, as does a tree in the seed. When the proper conditions for the sowing of the seed are present, it will strike roots, it will shoot out branches, it will spread out into luxurious shape like a banyan tree. That is what waits in the seed. Similar are the prospects of man also waiting in him in the seed state, in the bija rupa, in man's consciousness, in man's soul, in man's build-up, in the mental being. These are the possibilities which are already present here. So this is the beginning of the new paragraph, which is already indicated by the previous two lines. Calm eyes divine regard the human scene. The human scene is going to see these possibilities here. But before that we have the contrast picture, where the turning point, where the volta is kind of clinched. A Manichaean creator and destroyer. This can abolish man, annul his world. The demoniac forces which lie embedded in the subconscious, which are dwelling, occupying his subconscious world, they can spring up, they can arise, they can surge up and destroy not only man but also destroy the world in which he is living. Such dangerous possibilities are present already there. Now this phrase, a Manichaean creator, is an interesting phrase. It brings out distinctly the duality in man's nature. He is good and he is evil. His dark side, his bright side. The prospects of happiness in contrast to the suffering and the pain in which he lives. So it is in that contrast you have got a very apt phrase, Manichaean, which speaks of basically of the duality which is present in the existence now. The existential reality is a dual reality of good and evil, of bright and dark. And it is that phrase which is now introduced here, a Manichaean creator, that is what he says. And also he is a destroyer, because he is Manichaean. He has both these sides of creation, of giving rise to something new, and of destroying not only bad but also possibly the good. That is what he can do, that creator, Manichaean. Now, in that sense, the essay is very systematically developed. The essay in poetry is very systematically developed. The Manichaean, what was described earlier so far in the essay, was the dark side of the subconscious, of the titan and the fury and the jinn. Now what is going to be described are the goddess of the possible light which can enter into the life of man. So in that sense, the essay is very well knit, very well organized in its logical and thought structure. A Manichaean creator and destroyer. Now this phrase Manichaean appears in one of Sri Aurobindo's very early writings during the Arya period, if not earlier than the Arya period. In the early 1910s, that phrase appears in one of his essays, and he speaks there of what a Manichaean struggle is there on earth. The struggle on earth, the Manichaean struggle, the description is something like this. Manichaean struggle is the mysterious conflict, the Manichaean struggle, the inextricable tangle here of good and evil are justly dealt with according to their kind. Good according to good's kind, bad according to bad's kind. This duly rewarded and that duly punished. What is good is rewarded, what is bad is punished. This duly rewarded and that duly punished. In other words and other births. You go to other worlds after death. You are either rewarded or you are punished. But that doesn't stop with that alone. It continues when you are reborn. When you take the next birth, again the good and the evil follow you. Both of them follow you. That is the Manichaean struggle which is present inevitably on the earth. And the real problem which Savitri is seeing is the struggle in human nature. She has to be fully aware of it and then find out the solution that it is resolved. The Manichaean struggle, the mysterious conflict, the Manichaean struggle, the inextricable tangle here of good and evil are justly dealt with according to their kind. This duly rewarded and that duly punished. In other worlds and other births. Here is therefore a dominant, one might say, moral law which is prevalent in the human consciousness. But it is much deeper than the moral law. It is present in the occult depth of man, in his subconscious, and it is there that one has to strike the difficulty which is present in the struggle of this Manichaean law. So in that sense, we are already told something in this particular passage what Savitri is going to see, and in contrast to that, what are the prospects waiting for man. Let us read again those lines. A Manichaean creator and destroyer, this can abolish man, annul his world, but there is a guardian power. There are hands that save. Calm eyes divine regard the human scene. All the worst possibilities in man are waiting as the tree waits in its seed. The tree is waiting there in the seed state itself and flower up soon. So in the same manner, there are possibilities in man. His deep soul is there, although it is governed or it is in the environment of these evil forces as well as perhaps benevolent forces. And those possibilities will open out in man under certain conditions. What conditions? That is what will be described shortly. His past lives in him. The past of man lives in man. It drives his future's pace. Because these possibilities are present there, he can shape to some extent his future. His present acts. How does he shape the future? By his present acts. His present acts fashion his coming fate. So these are the possibilities which are waiting in man, and
what happens in the three divisions of time in the past. The entire subconscious is there. It is going to throw its influences on man's action. At the same time, his present is there in his hand, and to some extent he can mold his future, his fate. But also there is a driving force, not only from below, not only from the present, not in the sequence of time from past, present to future, but the future itself exercising its force on man. There is as if a kind of a teleological imperative that certain things must happen in man. He is in a way bound, governed, guided by the future also. Future as a force by itself, independent of the present and the past, can affect man's actions. If he is willing to accept what is being given to him by the future, then his path becomes simpler, swifter, loftier, progressive. If he is governed only by the past, the subconscious, then it can retard, it can pull him back also, it can destroy not only him but also the world. His past lives in man, it drives his future's face, his present acts fashion his coming fate. The unborn gods hide in his house of life. There are gods waiting to take birth in life of man, in the house of life in which man is living. There can come and take birth the gods. These are the prospects waiting for man. His past lives in him, it drives his future space, his present acts fashion his coming fate. The unborn gods hide in his house of life. These are the possibilities, and at the same time certain kind of responsibilities are there on man, that he lends himself to what is being proposed for him. What the gods would like to do in him, he should prepare himself and work in their will, in their action, in the possibility, the spirit waiting in him, as does a tree in the seed. Now, the simile of the seed is extremely significant, is extremely important also, is metaphysically loaded. Bija, as would the Vedantic philosophy say, that all these things are present in the seed state, in the form of a bija, bead. Now, well, the simile is obvious, that you have a fig tree, and if it is sown properly, under proper conditions, it will spring up into a tree and grow into a huge, sprawling banyan tree. So that whole banyan tree is already present in the small little seed. Now the seed is biologically, one might say, something which carries the very gene or DNA or whatever you want to call it, of the tree itself. And if the conditions are proper, they are bound to grow in the form of a tree. You are kind of helpless, you cannot stop it. Once the action has been initiated, the tree has to grow. It will grow into hundreds of branches with thick green olive leaves of a banyan tree, oval shape, and it will again give rise to new roots, new figs, new seeds, and it will keep on sprouting, spreading, expanding. The creation will grow on endlessly. That is the seed state, the bija state. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna says that among the trees, I am the fig tree, Ashwatha. I am Ashwatha among the fig trees. The tree of this world, of this creation, it is that in which I am present. It is that particular seed of the presence of Krishna which gives rise to this vast tree, the fig tree, the banyan tree. It is that seed. Now, in the Chandogya Upanishad, there is a very instructive description. Shvetaketu was given the knowledge of the seed state by his father himself. The father asked the son to bring a fruit from the fig tree. He brought it and he says, look, the whole tree is present in that fruit. Shvetaketu asked, how? The father asked him, open it, break it. And in that small little round fig tree, there are hundreds of small tiny seeds. Yes, these are the seeds from which the tree will grow. How? He said, pick up one particular seed. It is from that seed the whole banyan tree will grow. Again, how? The father told him, try to break open that seed and see what is there inside that little seed. Of course, the biology will talk of genes and DNAs. Shvetaketu opens that seed, breaks open somehow, and sees something wonderful. He says, I cannot imagine how these are present here. And the father says that it is that subtle presence of this tree itself that you are seeing in this seed. The seed is there, but there is a subtle presence of that tree itself which is there. And it is that tree which is compelling the seed to come and grow up. It is the future which is molding the past, the present. It is a subtle seed which you have to see and understand, and from that things will happen. The future space is present as fashion is coming fate. The future, the fate, everything is already present in the subtle state of the seed, and it is that which will flower and grow. In the same manner, such are the subtle possibilities, very small, minute, minuscule, or what you want to call it, very subtle, which are not visible to the ordinary human eye, but they are present there, and it is these which govern the whole process of growth of the tree. That is the spiritual knowledge, the occult knowledge behind the growth of a tree, which is given to Shvetaketu. In other words, in a metaphysical language, we can say that it is a kind of a condensation of a particular type of the life force which gives rise
to that particular tree. This seed, this tree, this seed, this tree, this seed, this tree. A particular life force getting condensed in a specific manner. It is that which springs up and gives rise to different trees. Now, how these life forces arise, that is an act of creation. That is another aspect altogether. But the seed itself contains that life force, and it will drive it to grow in no other way but that. It must grow, a fig tree must grow in a fig tree, in that manner. To give another example, one could say that whenever Michelangelo saw a block of Carrara marble, huge, beautiful, massive marble stone or rock, what did he see in that? He didn't see that thing as a stone, as a piece of marble, as a rock. He says, I am already seeing in that a statue, in that marble rock. The idea of force of Michelangelo has already carved a statue in that block of stone, and then when he chisels it, use shapes, works for months, you have the final creation, the statue. But the idea of force of this statue is already present in his mind, and it is that which takes shape. In the same manner, the life force condensed in a particular manner with the material basis gives rise to the possibility of a particular tree. And that is exactly what he says. I am Ashwatha. I am present there, and it is that which has to grow from that tree. Among the trees, I am Ashwatha, the banyan tree. Krishna says that. And the beauty of this tree is, he says again later on in the Gita, is that its roots are up in the sky. The banyan tree which he is talking of, its roots are present in the sky and its branches spread down below. That is the beauty of the seed. The idea of force, the life force, the root of the seed is already present somewhere else, high up, and from that down below come out the branches and the fruits and the manifestation, or whatever one would like to call it. You see, that is what happens in the case of a seed. All the possibilities in man are waiting as a tree waits in its seed. That's the whole thing. The seed already kind of programmed with the tree to come out from it. It is already present there. You can't help it, you see. It has to come out, you see. Now, there is a little story of a cobbler, Puranic story of a cobbler. He was a simple, ordinary kind of a man, so to say, but he had very deep inner spiritual realizations. He already, due to his work, his engagement with his daily activities, he had kind of identified himself with Vishnu, that cobbler. And Vishnu was, of course, pleased with it. And one day, Vishnu tells Narad, go and meet that cobbler sitting under the banyan tree. Huge big banyan tree is there. It is there. He was carrying on his business, mending shoes, preparing shoes, or whatever it be. So Narad comes down here, and cobbler is surprised to see Narad himself and asks him,
You are most welcome, of course. But please tell me the purpose of your coming. Why you have come at all, you see. Narad says that I have been told by Vishnu to come and visit you. Oh, is that so? You were very happy all that. But then the scholar asked Narad, you have seen Vishnu last. Please tell me what he was doing. You must be knowing what he was doing in his Vaikuntha, Vaishnava, whatever it is there, what he was doing. And Narad tells him that Vishnu was busy to thread an elephant through the eyes of a needle. Eye of a needle, he is trying to push the elephant through that needle's eye. Vishnu was doing that kind of a thing, and of course something which is not very easily understandable. Still the cobbler says, oh, is that so? Yes, I know. It is only Vishnu who can do that. Such a marvelous act, nobody else can do that. It's only Vishnu who can really do that kind of a thing. Push the elephant or camel or whatever you want to call it through a small little hole of hardly 2 millimeter width. The entire elephant goes through, you see. It's only Vishnu who can do that. And then Narad was surprised at the wisdom of this man. He said, you are saying that Vishnu alone can do that sort of a thing, such a marvelous thing. Please explain to me how it is possible. I have been living in Vishnu's house all the while. I don't understand that. But you seem to know it already, you see. Then this cobbler, he tells, look, I am sitting here under the fig tree, under the Ashwatha tree. So he picks up a small little fruit of that thing. And he says, look, this is a small little fruit of the tree. And see this huge big tree. This whole tree is already present in this small little fruit. Isn't that marvelous? Could it not be only the creation of Vishnu who can do that kind of a thing? Yes, I see your point. But then the cobbler says, look, you are already astonished by this marvel, the small little seed that the whole tree can come, and it's only Vishnu who can do that sort of a thing. But let me tell you that let us break open this fruit. And what do you see here? Small little seeds there. Look, it is from this small little seed that the whole tree has come here. It is not the big fruit, but this small little seed, hardly maybe half a millimeter or maybe a millimeter in diameter, the small seed has every potential in it to become a huge tree with spreading branches and shooting down the roots also. So if I sow this seed here, the tree will grow. Now it is only Vishnu who can do that. Vishnu, the creator, it is for him it is possible. So what are you talking of? An elephant being threaded to the eye of a needle is it's not very difficult. It's just possible for him. So in the same manner he says that because there is some kind of a presence inside that seed, that the whole tree becomes possible. It is the life force in this particular case, which is present, condensed, with all its life instinct and power and strength in it, that it can become a tree. Now such is also the possibility in man. In man there is a small seed state, and if that seed state can flower up, he can become tomorrow somebody else altogether, if only he consents to be so. If only he consents to be so. That is possible if there is a proper soil, proper watering, proper light and air conditions and things like that. Then the tree can really flower from a small little seed itself. Such are also the possibilities present in man, and that is what we have got here in this line, no? All the world's possibilities in man. That state, that idea of force, the true idea of force, the truth idea, the superconscient or the experimental idea of force is already present in the soul of man. And if it can flower, then the entire future is his. All the world's possibilities in man are waiting as the tree waits in its seed. His past lives in him. He drives his future space. His present acts fashion his coming fate. The unborn gods hide in his house of life. That is what it is. That life force is there. They are sitting in his house, and if he is attentive enough, if he is conscientious enough, these gods who have not taken the birth yet, they can spring up, take birth also. Now we have got in Sanskrit a very pertinent description of the whole process. Ekam bijam bahuda shakti yogat. The beach, ekam bijam, one seed becomes many due to Shakti Yoga. If that Shakti Yoga is there, if that divine force is present in that bija, that one little seed, ekam bijam, one seed, bahuda, can become many. One seed. One seed with the universal existence by the process of force has disposed in many ways. That is what can happen from one seed. Ekam bijam bahuda Shakti Yoga. That is the crucial phrase. What is the process? By Shakti Yoga, it can become many. A tree, in that sense, already exists in the seed because of that possibility, that life force being present in the seed, and because of the proper conditions of the Shakti Yoga being performed, that it can become many, that it can become a tree also by Shakti Yoga. In fact, that is also suggestive what Savitri has to do shortly. That seed is already present in her. That seed has to become many by Shakti Yoga. All those possibilities are there in man in the form of a seed, and that seed has to flower by the efficacy, by the power, by the thrust, with the push of Shakti Yoga. That is what Savitri has to do shortly. Shakti Yoga is the crucial thing in the whole process. We are told that all the possibilities lie embedded in man, in his soul. All the possibilities lie in him. That is a promise also that he is not just the past, he has a future in him, and it is towards the future that things can move in different ways. His past lives in him, in man. It drives his future's pace. His present acts fashion his coming fate. Actually, this tells you about the three divisions of time: the past, the present, the future. Trikala, as we would call, Bhuta, Vartamana, Bhavishya. Now, past is a force, the present is also a force, future is also an independent force. It is not a serial occurrence of things from past to present to future. While the past can influence our present, while the present can shape the future can also have an impact, influence on the present. It is a force independent of the past and the present. It is as if something coming from beyond to you which is influencing all your actions, all your activities. So, his presence acts fashion his coming fate. Fate is coming with its own force. Now, it depends upon how you are prepared to receive the fate. That is your responsibility, that is man's responsibility, to receive the force of the future which is trying to enter in you. And his coming fate. Now, fate has different shades, different meanings, different connotations. In one place, we can see fate in its Latin sense, fatum, which is the form of act and creation declared beforehand by a will within. A will within us. It is that declares the form of act and creation of the present. It is fated in that sense. It is a will of the future which is now acting and doing something in you. It is also an unseen force which is not visible to us. Only a person who has trikala drishti, he can see all the three divisions of time, the past, the present, the future. We don't have trikala drishti. So in that sense, fate for us remains adrashta, unseen. We don't know. But yet, it is a will which can determine the present acts and creations of ours. Fate, in the third sense, is niyati, something which is governed by nature, by the cosmic forces. Niyati, things willed and executed by nature. That is niyati, that is fate. Now, here his presence acts fashion his coming fate. It seems to be with all these three connotations. Fate here, which is the Latin sense of the will of the future determining the present, the adrashta, the unseen force, the action of nature governing all of the activities. So it is in the combination of all these forces that man can move on. All the past is not only buried with him, The possibilities of man therefore lie in all the three modes of fate itself. And therefore when it happens, when that unseen force, that higher will enters into you, when the will of nature in its glorious forms starts acting in you, then what happens? The unborn gods who are living in your house can take birth. All the powers of light, of love, beauty, joy, knowledge, strength, all those gods who are within us, they can emerge and take birth at that point here, you see. So that is the possibility which is now open to man, and that is what Savitri is seeing in her swapna, in a dream consciousness, in her swapna avastha. The unborn gods hide in his house of life. The demons, the unknown, overshadow his mind, casting the dreams into live molds of thought, the molds in which his mind builds out its world. The demons, the unknown. Now, there is a deep sense here of the demons. D-A-E-M-O-N-S. These are the beings who stand between man and God. They bring things of God to man. They take things of man to God. They form a link. And therefore, when the unborn gods are to be born in man, these demons come into action, into activity. They participate in this participation between man and God. The demons, they are known, overshadow his mind. So it is not anymore man's mind, but some other force, some other being who is really now influencing his thought, his feeling, his action, everything. You see. Casting the dreams into live molds of thought, the molds in which his mind builds up new worlds. So these are the possibilities now which are opening out because of these beings, helpful beings who come into play to help him, who bring things of God to man, who take things of man, his prayers, his aspirations, his hopes, his longings, his yearnings to God, and there is a fulfillment in that. Now, this concept of demons, or you can say even not just a concept, a mental thought, but a reality of these demons is what one might say was seen by the Greek rishis. Plato speaks of demons, these demons, in a symposium. And in the symposium, the most famous dialogue of Plato, one of the most famous dialogues of Plato, he speaks of demon. Plato had the vision of the world of ideas, prototypes, archetypal ideas. This is a lamp physically here, but the idea of the lamp, this is a camera, the idea of the camera, the idea of the table is present somewhere else. Now that idea becomes material here on the physical plane through stages of transition. So, but how does it happen? Now there is a demiurge in action. There is a demon who promotes, who gives the life force to make that idea real upon the world. So when that happens, then we have got all these material creations here. This is the chair here. The ideal chair is already there up. Now that chair may not be exactly what we have here, but the transcription of the chair into a physical object here is a part of that demiurge, of that demon incorporated into the system. So the living force, the dynamism, the push is given by the demon in the Socratic philosophy, in Plato's formulation, you see. So it is that demon who makes the possibilities in man real. It's not just an idea, it's not just a concept. Well, the possibilities are existing up there. No, they have to also become actual. Who is going to make them actual? This demon, this demiurge, this semi-urge. It is that which is giving the life force to make it real, you see. The demons of the unknown overshadow his mind. Let us read something about this demon. Which is a very interesting concept, very useful also. But as I said, this is actually something which is realized by a rishi in his formulation. We may not call Plato a rishi, but it is nothing but rishihood, you see. Demon, a god. Subordinate deity. He is subordinate deity. As the genius of a place or a personal attendant spirit. Each place, each house has a demon presiding over the activity, the place, wherever it be. Each place has that, what we would call as the guardian spirit or the driving force also. A physical manifestation of the soul or the inner self. That is what the demon would mean. See. Now, in Homer, I got two things. Homer says Theoi, that is God, and Daemonus. They are of a similar kind. God and demons, they are of a similar kind, almost same. Yet, demons are not gods. Gods are, in that sense, superior to demons. Now, in Plato's dialogue symposium, there is one very wise lady, Diotima. She teaches a few things to Socrates, and she tells Socrates, love is a great demon. It is the power of love which mediates between beings and beings, the higher beings and the lower beings, between man and God. It is the power of love which mediates actually. Love is a great demon. He transports, this demon, he transports human things to gods and things of gods to human beings. So it is the power of exchange, of mutuality, of love in a much deeper sense. Who is really transacting all these things? Therefore, when he says that unborn gods in man's house live, who is going to make them come together? Gods and man, these demons, this power of love, this power of exchange, of mutuality, which is what is going to achieve the future. The demons of the unknown overshadow his mind, casting the dreams into live molds of thought, the molds in which his mind builds out its worlds. His mind creates around him his universe. It is the mind who builds up the entire universe. There is a possibility like that, universe, the cosmos. But there is a beauty in the word universe. If you go to the etymological sense of the word universe, uni means one, verse, which is a derivative of the root versus, return, to turn, turning back to oneness, that is universe, to going back to oneness, that is the universe. So, this is what happens here. His mind creates around him his universe. It is that oneness which should come back to man when the demons start working in him. His mind creates around him his universe. All that has been renews in him in his birth. All that can be is figured in his soul, issuing in deeds its course of the roads of the world, obscure to the interpreting reasons to guess, lines of the secret purpose of the gods. The purpose behind all these actions he starts interpreting, because now he is in operation. In strange directions runs the intricate plan. What is going to happen because of these cosmic forces, or the working of the three divisions of time, of the present, the past, the future, in what manner they are going to work, is an intricate plan. It is not just a chance also, it is a plan also behind that thing. How it is going to happen? Well, that is what will happen here. Issuing in days his course on the roads of the world, obscure to the interpreting reasons, it is beyond the capacity of reason, of the rational mind. Lines of the secret purpose of the God. In strange directions run the intricate plan, held back from human foresight in their end. How it is going to run? It is that which gets back from him, but it is bound to happen, it is going to take place. And a far intention of some ordering will, or the order of life's arbitrary chance, finds out its settled poise and fated hour. It is bound to happen. It is going to happen. Now here again, I got another deep thought. And if our intention of some ordering will, or life's arbitrary chance. Again, these concepts belong to the Greek philosophy. Will and chance, order. Now, it is something which is determined and that is being executed. That is bound to happen. Chance is something unpredictable, which has no cause. How it is going to happen, we cannot know. It can be fortuitous. It can be random. It may not have any reason at all to spring up. Yet it can happen. Now, from chaos, from chance, from confusion, things can come up and bring out something of it, or there can be a will from above which will execute those things. Of course, the theological concept of something being worked out by will is always powerful. The biblical description is that in Luke, St. Luke, we have a description that there is an wounded man on the roads in the jungle. But then soon arrived a priest. He is guided by some force, by some will, something. He is guided by somebody. He arrives there and he attends to him and puts him on the road. Now, the theological interpretation or thought or thinking is that it is willed. The man is a holy person. He is bound to get help. The priest is bound to arrive there. And he is going to be all right, this man. So that is the will. according to them. It has been willed by God and it must happen. We have, in a way, a very similar situation in Savitri itself. Savitri is in search of her life's partner. She is going from place to place in a golden chariot. Haimam Ratham. She is moving from place to place. She is traveling through countries, through kingdoms, through forests. She has not found anyone yet. But one day, early morning sometime, while her chariot is going through some parts of a forest, suddenly she sees from the other side arriving Satyavan. The eyes meet eyes and all is settled. Settled. A God touched in time that the two souls met and they recognized each other's identity and all was done. God touched in time. In that sense, as if in the case of Savitri, this was willed, this had to happen. There is absolutely no chance of the two strangers coming together like that and meeting in a lonely forest. But it did happen because it got touched in time and all was changed at once. So that's a will, the higher will. Now this higher will, of course, was only in the case of advanced souls, spatial souls. Most of the times, we common people, we had to go through all the travesties of life and yet find our own way, and there is a possibility of a chance, there is a possibility of something happening suddenly without our knowing it, without our recognizing it, without any preparation from our side. Now there is there is always in us a deep hidden force. Unfortunately, we are not aware of it. We are not conscious of the inner voice of the true soul who is going to guide us. We miss it most of the time because we are all the while crowded by the forces of nature. We are living on the surface consciousness. We don't attain to the deeper sense which is present in us. We don't have that calm which is required to listen to that small, little, luminous voice which is there within us. That is the unfortunate part of it. As I said, so only advanced souls would listen to that. That is what happens, has happened, will happen also. Sri Aurobindo, here the Adesh, go to Chandranagar, go to Pondicherry, and as if everything then gets organized, arranged. There is a will from above and there is the ready soul here which can accept the command and follow it. That is important. When it is followed, then the path becomes a real sunlit path. Until then, we are only struggling, moving in a very haphazard manner, fighting with ourselves all the while, without any fruits of effort, you see. Issuing in deeds its course on the roads of the world, obscure to the interpreting reasons to guess, lines to the secret purpose of the gods. In strange directions run the intricate plan, held back from human foresight is their end. And the far intention of some ordering will, or the order of life's arbitrary charm, finds out its settled poise and fated hour. Our surface, washed in vain by reason's gaze, invaded by the impromptus of the unseen, helpless record the accidents of time, the involuntary turns and leaps of life, something which is spontaneous, which something happens without any reason, impromptu, spontaneously, straightaway, like that. Helpless record the accidents of time, the involuntary turns and leaps of life. Only a little of us forces its steps. Only a little has will and purposed pace. Very rarely we do some conscientious manner, in a conscientious manner. A vast subliminal is man's measureless part. The dim subconscious is his cavern base. Something which is above, something which is below. It is in between that man lives, and this keeps on happening in him all the while. So there are unborn gods in our life. We are living the hour before these gods awake in us. It is the darkness of the night in which we are living. There are no stars in the night, and all that is governed in us is by the elements of the subconscious. The lower nature is a reservoir from which all things spring up and govern our present acts. But between these gods and we human, there are the demons. They bring things of gods to us. They take our things to the gods. And therefore, there is a hope. There is a future for us. And it is that future which has to open out in our life. But of that future, only a very little of it we can see, we can glimpse, we can have some idea. There is a vast subconscious below. There is a greater subconscious, the subliminal above, and we are not aware of these regions which constantly influence our life, our activities, our thoughts, our feelings, our perceptions, our emotions, all our movements. That constantly goes on in us. Yet there is a hope, there is a possibility, there is something in the very mechanism of things that things had to move forward. They had to go forward. Only a little of us foresees its steps. Only a little has will and purposed peace. A vast subliminal is man's measureless part. The dim subconscious is his cavern base. So these are the two extremes in which we are living. A vast subliminal stretching into the measureless future. The dim subconscious deepening into the past and influencing our activities today. So in the whole process, what happens? Our present activities, our actions get affected by both, by the subliminal and by the subconscious. Abolished mainly in the walks of time, our past lives still in our subconscious selves, and by the weight of its hidden influences, it shaped our future's self-discovery. So, the past Bhuta is constantly influencing our Bhavishya, our future. Our past lives still in our subconscious selves. We take a new birth, but that does not mean that the past has totally disappeared. The karma of the past is there. We had to evolve from stage to stage constantly. By the weight of its hidden influences, it shaped our future's self-discovery. Thus, all is an inevitable chain, and yet a series seems of accidents. We think that this has happened accidentally, but there is the constant cause and effect relationship in our activities, in our life. There is a chain of cause and effect. Karma and phala, they get constantly tied together, and that chain, the shrankala, is always there, which is linking up all our activities. Thus all is an inevitable chain, and yet seems a series of accidents. They are not really accidents. We have made our present because of the past. We have to make our future again by the actions we shall do at present here. Now this inevitable chain is something which we cannot help. It is there. The cause and effect, that chain is there. There cannot be effect without cause. And that effect itself becomes now the cause for the next moment. And therefore the chain, the links keep on building up. Cause produces effects. Effects produce causes. And that way constantly the chain keeps on lengthening, as if things are entirely beyond our control and we are helpless. Now, this principle of causality, or something which we are doing is going to produce effects, is a fundamental principle in all actions of nature. It is prevalent everywhere. You can't help it. Karma is already there, and the whole effort lies how to overcome this karma, how to remove the bad fruits of this karma is our present endeavor. Now this theory of karma is essentially the one which has come from Buddhism. It is the Buddhism's idea of actions being governed by karma. It is not so much there in the ancient traditions of the Vedas or the Upanishads. Even our Itihasas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, they do not speak in that sense, karma. It is basically something which has come from Buddhism. The Gita does speak of karma, but then it also tells you do your job and leave the fruit of the job to me. I will take care of everything. It does not add up to your karmas when you do that. See? So that is the redemption already offered by the Gita. You have to do your activities. You cannot escape your actions. But leave the fruits of your actions to me. I will take care of everything. Now, behind this cause and effect, there has to be some first cause to initiate the whole process of activity in us. What we are doing today is a result of something which has been done already by us. But behind all these, there has to be the first cause. Now, there have been debates about the nature of first cause in philosophies. Particularly, the Western mind is puzzled about the first cause of things. They think of, according to the theologians, God as the uncaused cause of things. He doesn't need any cause. He exists. He is there, and everything comes out because of God. Well, that is a great consolation. But then there is a question which is very aptly put by Savitri's mother. She is asking to Narad, "Look, my young daughter, full of virtue, beauty, joy, happiness, everything is there, wisdom is there, radiant and all that thing. And you are telling me that her lover she has chosen is going to die 1 year after the marriage." She is challenging Narad, "Is this your God who has created this law?" So is that thing, when you say God is the uncaused cause, is this your God who has created sin, who has created falsehood, who has created evil, who has created suffering, pain, misery, death? Is this your God? Is He the uncaused cause of all these things? Now, many things are missed in that formulation. It is good consolation. Yes, God is there. Even, in fact, most of the Western religions think that way. Even Mohammedanism, Islam, speaks of that Allah. He is everything. He has created all these things, you see. He is this creation, this havoc which is being created around. Is He the cause of that? Now, the role of, without going into more details, the role of what the Indian metaphysics says of Prakriti is missed. That He has created, so to say, nature and left everything to her to work out things. So He stands away from all these things, and it is Prakriti who has to work out certain things in this creation. It is that chain, that link, that idea, that concept, in fact, rather, that reality of the creation is not present in those traditions, you see. Basically, it is nature who has been produced by God, who is working out all this creation. We are nature begotten. We are nature begotten. Nature herself is begotten of God, and we are begotten of nature. And therefore, we are tied with nature. And all our karmas, all our past, present, future, they are linked up with the working of Prakriti, nature, in us. That is the important thing. And therefore, in that sense, the moment you propose the concept, the idea of working nature, God stands away, aloof, witness, sakshi, or whatever you want to call it, as the first cause, and he has then nothing to do with it. It is nature. So the whole problem now, which Savitri is saying, of the past, present, future, etc., is a working of things in nature, and it is that which she has to understand and see how it can be remedied, how things can be worked out. That is the whole issue there, you see. Now, for the religious people, it is God who is doer of everything. My Vishnu, my Bhagwan, he is doing all these things, all these evil or whatever you want to call it. It is not really so. But what does an agnostic say, a scientist say, a materialist say? He says, no, there is nothing like God. The first cause of this creation is what he calls singularity. It is from the singularity that everything bursts out. It is a kind of a spouter from that singularity that what we are here around we see. So for him, singularity. In other words, what one person would call God, the other person is simply calling singularity, because none of them can be understood by mind. What is a singularity? He is unable to define. What is God? Again, he is unable to define. He is putting a kind of a tag, yes, this is God, this is singularity, and the matter is over for him. From that point onward, things move on, you see. Now, against this aspect, the agnostic who does not believe in God, nor does he believe in the singularity concept, the atheist, he talks of singularity. Agnostic says, look, this is totally beyond us. There is no point in thinking of it. Do what you can do and proceed. What is given to your faculties, you develop them and proceed what you can do, that you see. So that way he takes a sort of an escapist view of things. In a way, he is also pragmatic. Well, this is the situation. Let us see what one can do, one can achieve in this situation, and proceed with that, you see. So that is what the agnostic would do. He says there is no point in talking of God, singularity and all that thing. They are totally beyond mind's concept. And then why bother about that thing? But that does not resolve the problem at all, you see. The daily life is there and activities are there, the subconscious is there. So here in Savitri, all these issues are directly or indirectly raised and answered in a very systematic manner in the entire essay, which Savitri, Sri Aurobindo epic Savitri, is developing in this context by presenting the whole experience as a dream experience in the cosmic formulation. The Swapna Avastha of the universe is what is now being shown here, and in that context we see the entire development here. See, about this thing, inevitable change is a very important phrase, and it is a very loaded phrase in the sense that metaphysically a lot of things are already put in one single phrase without expanding in the form of an essay, which would take inevitable change. One can write perhaps a couple of books on that. It is so strong a phrase, you see here. The general starting point for the inevitable chain, the cause and effect, is the Aristotelian formulation. He speaks of 4 causes, and these 4 causes are the things which lie behind this inevitable chain, so to say. The first is, of course, what he calls the material cause. The second is the formal cause. The third is the efficient cause. And the fourth is the primal cause. These are the 4 causes Aristotle speaks of. In the material cause, you have objects. There is a table here, there is a camera here, there are equipments lying here, piece of rod is here, and rod is there. Now, why the table is here? Because behind the table there is a cause of wood. The presence of wood is the cause of this table. You have a statue made in bronze. Now, what is the cause of the statue? The cause of the statue is bronze. Bronze is the cause, you have metal is the cause, wood is the cause, and therefore it has given rise to this one. But that does not complete the story. Alright, wood is there. By itself it does not become a table. By itself a piece of bronze does not become a statue. There has to be some other effect, some other entry, the form. Somebody conceives of a table, an idea of a statue. You have a piece of marble and you need the imagination of Michelangelo to see already present in that marble a statue. He sees, look in that marble, I already see a statue. Without sculpting, without carving, he already sees a statue in that. You got a piece of granite, the sculptor already sees in that Ganesha sitting. So that is the second cause, his thought, his idea, and it is that. Then the action follows on that, you see. Now, after producing this effect, what happens is, you have seen the marble, in a marble a statue, you have seen in a piece of wood a table, you have seen in a lump of bronze a statue again. Somebody has to prepare it and do it, give a concrete shape, so to sculpt it, so to say, and that is what is called the efficient cause. You have to have the efficient cause. So the efficiency of producing that result is what enters into the picture. And behind all these things, behind the stone, the wood, the form, the efficient cause is the primal cause. Yes, there has to be a creation, and that is the cause from which then the creation comes out. That is the primal cause. And behind that primal cause is the unmoving mover of things. Somebody who stands behind, and from that unmoving state of his, things start moving. The unmoving mover conceives of a cosmos, of a universe, and all the galaxies and the stars, and everything starts rolling out in the sky. So that is the inevitable chain of cause and effect in the formulation of this creation. So here, that all is an inevitable chain, but here it is not metaphysical chain which is being talked of. Here the chain is of the psychological relationship in the life of man, in our day-to-day activities, how things are getting influenced. It is that chain which is being presented here. That all is an inevitable chain, and yet a series seems of accidents, and the unremembering hours repeat old acts. Our dead past round our future's ankles clings and drags back the new nature's glorious stride, or from its buried corpse old ghosts arise, old thoughts, old longings, dead passions live again, recur in sleep, or move in waking man, to words that foe the barrier of the lips, to deeds that suddenly start and overleap his head of reason and his guardian will. So that is how man is moved by the past thing. Old thoughts, old longings, they spring up and then they put him into action. His old self, man's old self, the past, lurks in the new self we are. We are not just what we are now. Actually, it is that past which is also present. An old self lurks in the new self we are. Hardly we escape from what we once had been. There is no escape. The past is still governing us in the dim gleam of habits' passages, in the subconscious darkling corridors, frightening corridors of darkness of subconscious. All things are carried by the porter nerves. So they are carrying all the baggage which is there buried in our past. They bring that thing and they bring forward to us. All things are carried by the porter nerves, and nothing checked by the subterranean mind, unstudied by the guardians at the doors. So the guardians are there, but they don't care. They let it go straight away, you see. All the past is very vivid description of this thing. All things are carried by the porter nerves, and nothing checked by the subterranean mind, unstudied by the guardians at the doors, and passed by a blind instinctive memory, the old gang dismissed. Old cancelled passports serve. The passport is cancelled, but it is being utilized, but nobody studies it. Nobody checks it properly at all. That is how all these past things come up and influence us, you see. The old gang dismissed, all the criminal records are there. Well, forget about them. Let them come up, you see. The old gang dismissed, old cancelled passports serve. Nothing is wholly dead that once had lived. So that persists. Now what is the way out for that? Well, it is happening. We can't help it. Let us read on further. We'll see. In dim tunnels of the world's being and in ours, the old rejected nature still survives. The corpses of its slain thoughts raise their heads. We are slain, there are dead bodies lying there, but they suddenly raise their heads. The past has sprung up again, alive, and visit mind's nocturnal walks in sleep. They come and invade our dreams, our night walks and all that. Its stifled impulses breathe and move and rise. All keeps a phantom immortality. So they keep on coming, they are permanently there as if they are immortal. Irresistible nature's sequences. That chain is there, you can't stop it, it is there all along. The seeds of sins announced. We have thrown away the seeds of sin. Lust, greed, whatever is there, jealousy, we have thrown away. But again, they spring up and strike roots. The seeds of sins announced sprout from hid soil. The evil cast from our hearts once more we face. Our dead selves come to slay our living soul. See, that is the pity. We think that we have slain them. They are no more there, they don't exist. But they come to slay our living soul now, they passed. Our dead selves come to slay our living soul. A portion of us lives in present time. Only a small bit lives in our present time. The rest is governed by the past. A secret mass in dim inconscience groups out of the inconscient and subliminal arisen. We live in mind's uncertain light. We are mental beings. There is subconscious, there is subliminal, and in the midst of this, we live only with a dim light of mind. We live in mind's uncertain light and strive to know and master a dubious world. We think that we are masters of this creation, this nature, but we are still striving. We strive to know and master a dubious world whose purpose and meaning are hidden from our sight. Above us dwells the superconscient God, hidden in the mystery of His own light. Above is the superconscient God, hidden in the mystery of His own light. Around us is a vast of ignorance, lit by the uncertain ray of human mind. Below us sleeps the inconscient, dark and mute. So above is the superconscient God. Within us the mystery of and around us is a vast ignorance. This is what we learn. Below us sleeps the inconscient. So this is what we are at the moment. This is the picture Savitri is seeing in her dream state. Above us dwells a superconscient God, hidden in the mystery of His own light. Around us is a vast of ignorance, lit by the uncertain ray of human mind. Below us sleeps the inconscient, dark and mute. This is a very frightening kind of a picture, as if there is no hope at all for us. But the yogi who has seen everything, he tells us, but this is only matter's first self-view. This is not all. Don't get frightened. Don't halt there. This is only the first view. There are prospects ahead of you, and you have to prepare yourself to receive those prospects, to work upon those possibilities which are existing in you. So we are starting with a new paragraph. We have been given the description of the entire past. We have also been given of the prospects lying ahead of us, and that is what Savitri is seeing in her dream state, in her sapna condition, sapna avastha. Now, the yogi tells us that what is being seen is only the first view of matter. But this is only matter's first self-view. What has sprung up from matter, its own view, is what is being witnessed by us in the dream state. A scale and a series in the ignorance. All these things are happening in the world of ignorance, subconscious, the lower nature, upper prakriti is working, and these are the things which are dominating all our actions presently. But this is only matter's first self-view, a scale and series in the ignorance, from more ignorance to less ignorance, still less ignorance. Still we are far away from the world of knowledge, from knowledge to greater knowledge to yet greater knowledge. Those are the domains lying ahead of us. So what is being described is only the first view of the material creation in the domain of ignorance. This is not all we are or all our world. So that is the consoling statement also for we poor souls, that we are living in this miserable condition of anguish, of sorrow, of mortality. But that is not all that we are. This is not all we are or all our world. Our greater self of knowledge waits for us. Our greater self of knowledge. That is the important phrase, self of knowledge. At the moment, we are self of ignorance. Our greater self is the self of knowledge. We are self of matter. We are self of life. We are self of thought. We are self of knowledge. And we should also be the self of light, which does not cast any shadow, any darkness. So these are the prospects of the self which are lying ahead of us. Our greater self of knowledge waits for us, a supreme light in the truth conscious vast. Supreme light in the truth conscious vast. Satyam, vast Satyam, Satyam Brahat. In that state, we have greater prospects. A supreme light in the truth conscious vast. It sees from summits beyond thinking mind, from the world of Satyam Brahat, Rutam Brahat. It sees the entire play of this creation here. That who? That greater self. Self of knowledge is what sees it. It sees from summits beyond thinking mind. It moves in a splendid air of transcending life. It shall descend and make us a life divine. That is the promise. In fact, these are the prospects here for us. It shall descend and make earth's life divine. And that was exactly the boon Savitri had won from the Supreme Himself. This possibility of earth's life becoming divine is the objective of this creation. But that objective cannot be fulfilled unless the obstacle which is standing in the way is removed. And that obstacle is the presence of death, the huge foreboding mind of night, who has projected himself as death. So unless that death is conquered, is removed, Earth's life cannot become divine. In any case, if this life has to become divine, it means that the obstacle must be removed. In other words, we are told here indirectly, suggestively, very affirmatively also, yes, this is exactly what Savitri is going to do. She will remove the obstacle and this earth's life shall become life divine. It shall descend and make earth's life divine. Well, this is a statement which was written maybe around 1946. Sri Aurobindo wrote that thing. It shall descend and make earth's life divine. Around 46, the prospects were very clear. Now, we can say, because of their work, Sri Aurobindo's and the mother's work, that its shall descend has become, it has descended. That self of knowledge has descended upon earth. So what is going to happen now with the descent is, it shall make us life divine. That is a process which has been set into motion with the descent of this self of knowledge. It shall descend, it has descended on 29th February 1956. It has happened already. And its work is now towards making the life divine a reality upon earth. Truth made the world. Yes, the yogi says it. This is a creation of truth. It is not a creation of falsehood. It is not a creation of ignorance. It is not a creation of evil. It is something which has been willed in the process of evolving time by the Supreme Himself. Truth made the world. Yes, it is truth. Not a blind nature force. Andhar Prakriti. It is not she who has made this world. Although today she is Andhar Prakriti, blind nature force, yet there is a truth behind her working, and it is that truth which is pushing this Prakriti, this blind nature force into action, and things are bound to happen. So what Savitri is seeing in her dream consciousness is only the first view of things. What is going to happen is now going to be decided by this working of the truth, and what is going to be decided is already decided, in the sense that this life shall become the life divine upon earth. For here are not our larger, diviner heights. We live in smallness here. We have in us actually the divine elements present. They have not come out into action. They are not working in us at the moment, but that does not mean that they are not present in us. They are definitely there. Here are not our large, diviner heights. Our summits in the superconscious blaze, our heights, our great possibilities, our loftiness, our glories, they blaze, they shine like the sun in the transcendental world. They are there already. We are not aware of it. That does not mean that they are not there. Our summits in the superconscious blaze are glorious with the very face of God. There is our aspect of eternity. There is the figure of the God we are. His young, unaging look on deathless things, His joy in our escape from death and time. That will be His joy, that we shall no more be bound by death and by the cruel moments of time. We shall be no more bound by that. These are the prospects already with us. His immortality and light and bliss. Amrutatva, Prakasha, Ananda, immortality, light and bliss, they are there waiting for us. We are not aware of them, but these are the things which should mean the beginning of the divine life upon earth. He has already said that, yes, it is bound to happen. It shall descend and life shall become divine. And what are the aspects of divinity? Immortality, light, bliss, they are bound to be here. His joy, all those things are present here. Our larger being sits behind cryptic walls by some kind of a mysterious wall. we are shut off from our larger being. What are these cryptic walls? The walls of ignorance, which we have built in the process of the working in us. The greatest wall, the mysterious wall, the semi-transparent wall, the half-lucent wall is the world of our mind, which shuts us totally from the supermind, from the transcendental worlds. It is what the Isha Upanishad calls Hiranmayena Patrena. Our consciousness is covered by a golden lid. Here is a wall, cryptic wall, mysterious wall, which is shutting us off from the higher light. Our larger being sits behind cryptic walls. There are greatnesses hidden in our unseen parts. Greatnesses that wait there are to step into life's front. All those greatnesses are waiting for us. They will step into the emerald moment of glorious time. They are bound to step into it. That wait there are to step into life's front. How long they are going to wait? They are going to wait for an hour, all right. But when is that hour going to be finished? It's going to be over. That will be over when we have also lent ourselves to those possibilities. There is an element of preparation, readiness from our side to receive what is coming down here. Yes, there shall be life divine, but that does not mean that it is automatic. It does not mean that it is going to impose itself upon you. You have to be ready to receive it. There is a part of preparation, and we had to do that bit of our job. We can't escape it. We feel an aid from deep indwelling gods. Yes, they are waiting, the hour will come. When will the hour come? When the indwelling gods emerge, when we worship them, we bring them out, then the hour has come, and those glories which are waiting, they would arrive and descend in us. In other words, there has to be the indwelling preparation for those higher things to come down and live in us. We feel an aid from deep indwelling gods. One speaks within. Light comes to us from above. Unless this within and the above come together, the life divine cannot occur. One shall descend, the supermind has descended, yet something has to speak from within. Then only the light from above can come and enter in us. We feel an aid from deep indwelling gods. One speaks within. Light comes to us from above. Our soul from its mysterious chamber acts unknown to us, quietly, without making a kind of a noise. The soul is constantly pushing us forward. We are not aware of it. If only we become aware of it, its work can become swift, purposeful, and also meaningful. Our soul from its mysterious chamber acts, its influence pressing on our heart and mind. Constantly it is sending its messages to our heart and to our mind. But often we do not accept those messages. A small little voice keeps on prompting us at every crucial moment, but we heed it not, and we miss the chance. Its influence pressing on our heart and mind pushes them to exceed their mortal self, because something is acting from within. These are the things which are acting from within, and they are pushing things so that we exceed what we are, what is our mortality, in the state of mortality in which we live. Pushes them to exceed their mortality, their of heart and mind. The mortality of heart, the mortality of mind is pushed aside when that voice from within comes and asserts itself. That is to happen. That is the within. Then the light from above that can come. It seeks for good and beauty and for God. That is what our soul is constantly questing for, looking for everywhere. Is this world beautiful? Is this world noble? Is there loftiness around here? It keeps on constantly looking for that in every action, in every movement, in every aspect of existence. It seeks for good and beauty and for God. These are the divine qualities which it is looking for in this creation, in the world which is presently governed by blind nature force. It seeks for good and beauty and for God. We see beyond self's walls our limitless self. Yes, there is a vast self of us, Ananta, which has no limit, which has no boundaries. It is that self we can see when we dismiss our small little self, our surface self, our surface consciousness. When we dismiss that, then we can get an idea, we can get some kind of a guidance from the limitless self. We gaze through our world's glass at half-seen vast. Yes, the whole world is very vast. We have got huge telescopes to look into the universe. We have got in the space powerful instruments, Hubble telescope, taking pictures after pictures of the endless universe. They are there, but what happens to that? What are they? They only give us a glimpse of the half-seen vast. Beyond their gaze, there are domains and domains which they cannot grasp, they cannot understand, they cannot know, they cannot see. Their sight does not reach them. Even the most powerful instruments which we build, they cannot see that. You see, after all, Hubble telescope is a metaphor belonging to sight, drishti. We have to have some other kind of a drishti to see things of vastness. That drishti can come only is some inner sense develops in us. Our drishti is the manasa drishti at the moment. Behind our eyes is manasa. Behind manasa itself, there is the faculty of cognition which grasps immediately what the object is telling you. The object tells you, yes, this is what I am, this is what I am, this is what I am. It is that thing which is grasped by a faculty which is behind mind. And when that faculty of apprehension opens out in you, then opens out also the vastness of this creation, the vastness of the universe. Our half-seen sight, our mental sight, manasa, drishti, manasa, senses, all faculties whether it is sight or hearing or all those five elements which I got, they belong to Manasa. Behind Manasa is Sadhyana, and beyond Sadhyana is the true knowledge. And it is that true knowledge which has to come to us. He sees for good and beauty and for God. We see beyond self's walls our limitless self. We gaze through our world's glass at half-seen worlds. What is our world's glass? The example is, of course, the Hubble telescope, for instance. At the time of Sri Aurobindo, when he was writing this, of course the Hubble telescope was not present, but there were powerful telescopes. Mount Palomar, where we have got the astronomical laboratory, was the most famous center of study of the cosmos at that time. Even that telescope cannot, 200-inch telescope, even that telescope cannot really have an idea about the vastness of this cosmos. We gaze through our world's glass at half-seen vast. We hunt for the truth behind apparent things. What is this universe for? What is the meaning behind it? What is the purpose of it? What is it striving to do? What is it trying to give to you or trying to bring it for you? We have no idea of that. We can never have that idea at all. We hunt for the truth because of our faculties limited by the mind sense. We are simply the hunters of the verities of the spirit. We cannot seize them. Hunt for the truth. Beyond this faculty, there is the faculty of intuition. Beyond that is the faculty of intuition. If that intuition can awaken, then it can hunt for the truth in the dark recesses of existence, in the dark caves. Sarama, as the Vedic rishis say, the dog Sarama, intuition, it smells, senses where the truth is, lying hidden in the caves, in the guha. From our sight it is hidden, but Sarma has that faculty of sensing the truth itself. That faculty we don't have. Our faculty is only the instrumental faculty. We gaze through our world's glass at half-seen vast. We hunt for the truth behind apparent things. It is Sarma who discovers the truth. It is she who tells you, yes, here is the enemy who is dwelling there. You go and attack him there. It is that. So our faculties don't have that sense of guidance also, you see. Our inner mind dwells in a larger light. Yes, beyond this sense faculty, there is the inner mind's faculty. We have got inner mind, we have got inner life, we have got even inner subtle physical in us, and it is that which can give us the elements of truth which are not recognizable by our outward faculties. Our inner mind dwells in a larger light. Its brightness looks at us through hidden doors. That inner mind, if it opens out, then new doors open out, new windows open out for work. Our members luminous grow, and wisdom's face appears in the doorway of the mystic ward. What do you see then? When the inner mind opens out, then what do you see? You see, here is wisdom herself standing in front of you at the doorstep. She is trying to enter into your house. Yes, she is there. She is coming. She is going to enter into your house shortly. Our inner mind dwells in a larger light. Its brightness looks at us through hidden doors. Our members luminous grow, and wisdom's face appears in the doorway of the mystic ward. When she enters into our house, wisdom, Pradnya, when she enters into our house, our outward sense, Manasa, outward sense, then we look at her and see above her son. When that wisdom, when that Pradnya comes into her house, the inner mind has a faculty to invite that wisdom, Pradnya, and when we see with her eyes, what do we see? We see above her son, which does not cast any shadow, a shadowless light. It is that we see. Appears in the doorway of the mystic world. When she enters into her house of outward sense, then we look up and see above her son a mighty life self within its inner powers, support a dwarfish modicum we call life. So what has the inner mind done? It has invited wisdom, and wisdom has opened out the doors for us to see beyond, to see above her son. And what is now the inner life going to do? This is what we are told now. A mighty self, inner life self, with its inner powers, support a dwarfish modicum we call life. It can graft upon our crawl two puissant wings. That is the mightiness of the inner life, the life self, when it opens out. It can graft upon our crawl. We are walking slowly, crawling on the ground like a child, like an infant. We are babes actually in its creation. We are crawling. But this life self has a power to graft wings on us. This is a very beautiful phrase, grafting wings on a crawl. Crawl is something which is sort of abstract here, whereas wing is something which is biologically, physically concrete. So on this crawl you are grafting wings. That is the metaphor here, and that is what life's force can do. When the inner life opens out, well, it can give us wings. We need not then walk slowly or crawl on the ground. We can start straight away flying like an eagle into the higher skies. Grafting, it is like a living tissue being grafted on a living body so that it can grow. That is what the grafting does. You see, you graft the trees and plants also so that new branches shoot out. Now here also, in a living, breathing sense, what is the life force doing? On our human frailty, it is providing us strength. It is grafting strength on human frailty. To our slow walk, it is giving us wings so that it can sweep into the skies above very high and reach the greater domains. Puissant wings, they can go very high up. So we have got the inner mind, we have got the inner life. Now we also have the inner body, the subtle body. Our body's subtle self. See how systematically the whole essay develops. He is describing the possibilities. First the inner mind, then the inner life, then the inner physical, the subtle physical which is there inside. Our body's subtle self is throned within in this viewless palace of veridical dreams that are bright shadows of the thoughts of God. After all, that subtle body is itself is a shadow, bright shadow, not a dark shadow, bright shadow because it is inside. Our gross physical is a dark shadow. It is a very dark shadow. But the subtle body inside, the subtle physical inside, is a bright shadow of the thoughts of God. Thoughts want this body to be this, that, etc., etc. And it is that thing which is now giving rise to this body. Our body's subtle self is thrown within in his viewless palace of veridical dreams that are bright shadows of the thoughts of God. This is the description of the inner being that we are. The inner mental, the inner vital, the inner physical. And these are the possibilities open to this inner being that we are. Our body's subtle self is thrown within in its viewless palace of veridical dreams that are bright shadows of the thoughts of God. In the prone, obscure beginning of the race, the human grew in the bowed ape-like man. Man's ancestry tells the quick biology belongs to ape, monkey. We are descendants of apes. But Savitri's vision is not that. We are not a prolongation of the biological species called an ape, a monkey. We are something different than that. We are maybe ape-like, but we are not apes. That is what I think we'll stop with that today, because this is a beautiful thing. It has tremendous implications to see the theory of biological evolution itself. It is the subtle body in us which is preparing man. It is not the physical body. The subtle body has its own method of preparing the body of man. Manasa Sharira is a different thing than Prana Sharira. And it is that which is coming out because there is something within us, the subtle physical body. It is that which is pushing things and producing a man. Although it may look as if he has come out from an ape-like structure, it is not so. We have the picture of all the three divisions of time: the past, the present, and the future. The subconscious past, the present which shapes our future, and the future itself as a force influencing our present. It is not only true for the case of an individual, it is also true for the cosmic working. In fact, it is a cosmic past which is being described here, and it is the cosmic future which has to come. Now, the cosmic future can come largely because of the action of the individual. By itself, it does not happen. By the collective, by the action of the individual, the cosmic future also gets shaped. So, it is this double aspect which Savitri has to take care of in her yogic pursuit. Both her own past as well as the past of the creation. Therefore, we are told that our larger being sits behind cryptic walls. That larger being is again of two aspects. One speaks within. Light comes to us from above. When these two join together, then the cosmic future can get shaped by their joint action. Something coming out from within, something pressing from above. It is the double action which is involved in the shaping of the cosmic future. Now, first we are told what is connected with that which speaks from within. That within, we are told already, has essentially three aspects: the inner mental, the inner vital, and the inner physical. When these have prepared themselves, then the future can take proper shape. Our inner mind dwells in a larger light. A mighty life self with its inner powers supports our activities. And then of course our body's subtle self is thrown within. It is the subtle self of the body which governs our physical aspects. This viewless palace of heretical dreams that are bright shadows of the thoughts of God. Well, this inner being, inner mental, inner vital, inner subtle physical are but the shadows of the ideas, the thoughts of God. They have to become realities. That is what the light coming from above will do. Now, it is in this context we see the appearance of man on the biological scene as well as in the evolutionary process, on the evolutionary scene. Biological is just one aspect of the more comprehensive evolutionary scene. It is this inner physical which will govern the biological. If it wants certain kind of a form, certain type of a body, it is that which will prepare the body, the inner physical. It is that which will prepare the body for future use. So, it is something of that type in the cosmic working which formed the body of man. Body of man is not an extension, a prolongation of the biological evolution of species. The quick biology tells us that man is a descendant from monkey, from ape. The biological features are such that as if it is the ape which has become man. But the greater truth, the real truth is that it is the inner physical which has shaped the body of man. And it has used the biological tools, biological instruments, biological processes to give rise to what we call man. It is a different kind of a compulsion and not the biological push which has produced man. Now this is something which is very important, and it is very explicitly brought out in this description by the occult yogi, by Sriaurobindo, who sees the inner workings of things, of the individual and of the cosmos. Science is one linear chain of movement but there are behind it reasons of a different type, compulsions of a different type, pushes and forces of a different type, which produce the necessary desired results. It prepares the body for its use. What it has conceived to be necessary, it is that for that the instrument, the biological instrument is prepared. Therefore we have a very, very significant phrase here. In the prone, obscure beginnings of the race, prone, obscure beginnings of the race, the human grew in the bowed ape-like man. Human grew in the ape-like man. It is not that ape has become human, but it is human who grew in that man who looked like an ape. He is not ape, he looked like an ape. Now, this is something absolutely remarkable from the point of view of, occult knowledge, of course, but for understanding the evolutionary biology. Scientific methods may not accept it. They have no clue about these things. There is perhaps no reason also for them to accept these things. But the real answer will come if we understand this particular aspect, and then perhaps true knowledge of science also will tell us that yes, it is something like that. It is not from ape, but from an ape-like creature that man has arisen. Because the inner being is there, and it is he who is shaping all the instrumental aspects, including the biological. That is the important point here, you see. We have, in contrast to the understanding of science about the significance of the earth in the occult sense, the occult importance of the earth. We say quickly that the earth is the center of the universe. Immediately the astronomer will dismiss it. He says it's nonsense. Earth is a small, minuscule, negligible, unobservable speck in the vastness of space. Billions and billions of galaxies, stars, and one small little sun in the corner of a Milky Way. And of that sun, one small little planet, the blue planet, the earth. How can that be the center of the universe? Great battles were fought about the heliocentricity and geocentricity about 400 years ago. People were burnt alive for holding the view of heliocentricity. But we have missed the real meaning of the phrase, Earth is the center of the universe. Earth is the center in what sense? A physical center, a material center, an astronomical center? No, it is not the center of the universe. We have not understood the meaning of the word center. Earth is the center. Sri Aurobindo in fact describes in a small little book, The Mother, that Earth is a significant center of the universe. Significant center of the universe. Not the physical, material center, a significant center. Now, what is the significant center here for? What is the meaning, the connotation of the word significance? Well, the Mother has spoken about it in great detail, and of course Sri Aurobindo also. But Mother has told these things in a conversational language. She says that Earth was formed for a specific purpose, where the entire effort of concentration could be felt. It is formed to concentrate the evolutionary effort in the growth of consciousness from the physical to the vital to the mental to the higher possibilities. That kind of a growth of consciousness is possible in the evolutionary process. But in order that that growth takes place, there has to be a place for work. And it is the earth which has been formed specifically for that purpose. A place for work. Now, how this evolutionary process can go on? It cannot go on in a mechanical manner. It cannot go on by the process of nature alone. It cannot go on even with the help of gods, even with the help of the highest gods, even with the help of the transcendental gods. It cannot go on by itself unless there is present on earth the divine element, the psychic element, the divine spark. It is the presence of the psychic being on earth which makes it a significant center. It is because of the psychic being that there is a good possibility of the evolutionary process marching ahead. So, when Sri Aurobindo says that the earth is a significant center, it is significant from the point of view of evolutionary manifestation. That is the crucial thing, evolutionary manifestation. Now, this particular aspect will of course not be recognized by science. It is not concerned with the psychic being. It has no way of knowing it, studying it, analyzing it, putting it on the table of the laboratory and viewing it under the microscope. That is not possible for science to do at all. Therefore, it is futile for science to even dismiss it, to contradict it, of course, it cannot. The only possibility is to recognize that such a thing can be in the scheme of things. If science can understand that such a thing can be in the scheme of things, then it would have broadened its outlook, its methodology, its viewpoint, and try to see things from a different angle also, without this kind of a materialistic insistence that earth is a speck in the cosmos, in the universe, which materially of course is true. But even the gods are envious of this earth. Even the highest gods are envious of this earth. The mother has narrated her meeting with Durga, and Durga was amazed how mother could do small little things there. And the mother told that it is because of this psychic being, which you don't have, you will not understand. If you want to understand that, if you want to really get the experience of that, you have to come down here with a psychic being. Are you ready? Durga said, sorry, I will wait for some more time. Not now. So that is the significant center, why earth is a significant center. In other words, the entire evolutionary process is unique to earth because of the presence of the psychic being. And it is in that uniqueness that we have to also see the biological aspect of evolution. After all, the biological evolution is a small element in the large golden chain of things that have taken place, that are taking place, that will take place. It is bound to happen that way. The human grew in the bowed ape-like man. See how careful, how scientific, how precise, at the same time how definite the yogi poet is. He is an ape-like man. Nobody has even conceived that such a possibility is there. That no, he may look like an ape, he is not ape. That distinction nobody could see it. That is a master phrase, ape-like man. If we understand the nature of this, then all our problems of evolutionary biology and what is called creationism get automatically resolved. They will automatically vanish. There is a great debate going on in the world even today about creationism and evolutionary biology, creational biology and evolutionary biology. There is a very strong lobby even in a country like America, USA, which insists that evolutionary biology is absurd, has no meaning, should not be accepted. What is required is to understand the nature of creationism. Now, it is not only a dispute in the world of thought, it is also a dispute in the actual working of things. There have been laws passed in some states of the US which have banned evolutionary biology to be taught in schools. It should not be taught to the children at all, the evolutionary biology. What should be taught is only creationism. God said, "Let there be light," there was light. "Let there be creation," and there was creation. That is what we have in theology. And when did it happen? According to theology, according to the discussions in those circles of creationism, they say that man came on the scene maybe some 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago. They totally dismiss the paleontological discoveries which have been made, which trace the human origin to several millions ago back. They dismiss it totally. They call it that it is not science at all. The scientific discovery of man, rather scientific statement of man emerging out of ape, the Darwinian evolution, is itself challenged by the theoreticians of science. A famous critic of science, Popper, he says that it is not a scientific theory at all. Darwin's theory is not a scientific theory at all. What is the criterion of a scientific theory? That a scientific theory should be falsifiable. It should be able to tell you certain things which should be done and experimented and checked in the laboratory. If you cannot do that, then it is not a scientific theory. Falsifiability lies, carry out the experiment and say yes or no, that it is so in the laboratory, or it is not at all so. That is demanded by a scientific theory. The Darwinian theory cannot lend itself to such a proposition. Therefore, one need not even attach much significance to the idea of science telling us that man is a descendant of an ape. On what basis? It may be a good fancy, maybe a good quick way of getting a kind of popularity also perhaps, but that does not become a scientific fact. That is the whole crux of the matter actually. In order to become a scientific fact, you should be able to conduct experiments. Struggle for existence, yes, there is some element in it, but that does not still come under the category of scientific experimentation. That is the crucial thing, you see. So therefore, our poet is very careful when he says that in the prone obscure beginnings, we had no knowledge at all of how things happened. How things began, we had no knowledge. Obscure beginnings of the race, the mental being. How the mental being has arrived, we had no knowledge of that. The human grew in the bowed ape-like man. Prone obscure beginnings. There are no records. What can you talk of? There was no man at that time to take down notes, record the entire sequence of developments to tell us, yes, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. And therefore, out of this biological creature arrived. There is no way of telling us at all because there was nobody there at the time to record those things. Although paleontology might give certain clues, but then there are always clues, and there are perhaps too many gaps in between, you make, to fill up those gaps, leaps of imagination and say, yes, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Quite often they are leaps of imagination which have no scientific basis to uphold them, you see. So prone, obscure beginnings, there was none to record. In fact, at one point, the mother says that had that been recorded in the history of evolution, her future task would have become simpler. From man to the next step, she would have got some clues. Yes, this is what happened from animal to man, from man to the higher race. There is possibly a clue then available, but there was nobody to record and tell us this is how the animal has become man. There was nobody to record at that time, you see. She, in a certain sense, therefore, regrets, which is perfectly understandable because there was nobody to record. The human faculty of cognition, of seeing knowledge through a certain perspective was not available at all. It was basically all along the life force which was driving the events. Now, ape-like man, that is a crucial thing. How that happens? Perhaps we might stretch our imagination and say that the description of the monkey army in the Ramayana is providing you a certain kind of a hint. It is from Vanara that man has arrived. It is here Vanara who is helping man in the actions of life. A certain life force has produced an animal being which is now at the service of the mental being, and that is a great transition. The life force pushing the mental being forward in conquering the life forces. That is what the avatarhood of Rama means, basically. So, we cannot say that Ramayana and the Vanaras and all the other similar creatures in the Ramayana are mythical, foolish imaginations of an ignorant poet. They are not. There is an occult depth behind all those things. And it is very likely that in one of the previous cycles of creation, in one of the earlier Manvantaras, the animal being had advanced to the stage of Vanara, who is now ready to transit from animal to the mental. And his body, by the occult forces, is now prepared in such a way that a transition can take place. Here is the ape, here is the man. The occult, the inner working is such that the body of man can get formed. Maybe to begin with, it is ape-like, it is bowed, but then the real essence is that it is already in a very elemental stage, the mental being. He is already a mental being, different than the vital being. In one of the records, Sri Aurobindo speaks of Vanara belonging to a different cycle of evolution. And he also mentions that the entire process of evolution was in one of the earlier cycles tried on Mars, on the planet Mars. So it is very likely that this mental being, this animal being, this Vanara, belonged to that Manvantara elsewhere. But it is that psychic memory which is retained in the scheme of evolution. And when things could not progress further, that whole creation was dissolved. There was pralaya. There were 6 pralayas so far. In the present cycle, it is that memory, that occult knowledge, that occult force, that occult substance which is gathered up, and the evolution is taking place in a different manner. It is here in this human tribe, early tribe, that Savitri has arrived. And it is Savitri who is going to remove all the obstacles standing on the path of evolution. That is her task. She has come for that. The mental being is there. She has to lead him from this stage to the next stage, the intermediate race, the Gnostic race in the sequence of development. That is what has to happen here. In the Aitareya Upanishad, there is a very small, beautiful parable. Again, in the context of this process, the gods wanted beings here for their habitation. Gods were eager to come down and be here on earth, but they could not find proper forms, proper beings into whom they could enter. Therefore, the Spirit showed them to begin with. Here is the cow. Go and occupy this cow. It told the gods, go and occupy the cow. The gods said, sorry, she won't do for us. She is not enough for us to do any work. All right, the Spirit presented to them the horse, the life force, the life dynamism, and told the gods, go and occupy this creature, this animal, horse. And again, the gods were not happy. No, it cannot contain our powers and possibilities. What the kind of work which we would like to do, we cannot do in this creature. The Spirit went back and then presented to the gods, here is man, the mental being. Go and occupy. This is the place for your habitation. Go and live in him. And the gods were immensely pleased. Yes, he is the fit instrument for us, a proper house for our habitation. We can go and live in him. In other words, from the occult spiritual sense. Whatever the gods and the higher powers of the spirit can do, it is there that the importance of man comes, not animal, not even the most powerful animal like the horse. It is man. In him the gods can do the work. So, it is here that we have to begin with this man who has the shape, the features, but not the psychological essence or contents of an ape. It is a thing which is totally different in the inner makeup, in the inner mental, inner physical, in the inner vital, than what is there in the animals. Because behind this inner is present the psychic, and it is the psychic which prepares these inner faculties, mental, vital, physical. And when they become proper, when they open themselves out for a proper working, then the power of the Spirit can enter into them and do their things. It is then that the gods can step in man and do the work of evolution. Now that is what man is, ape-like to start with, but with a full glory of becoming a Gnostic being. When he opens more and more to the incoming powers of the Spirit, when the greater and greater gods come and start living in him, then he opens himself to the possibilities of the Gnostic being. At that point can begin the new race, the Gnostic race. In between there could be a transition from the mental race, between mental race and the Gnostic race, the intermediate race, a transition between the two, a necessary link between the two extremes, the transcendental and the cosmic. It is there that the intermediate race can function in a very definite manner. That is the work which was initiated in 1950. I might say the beginning of it was made at 1:25 a.m. on 5 December 1950. The beginning of the new race from that point onward. It became a concrete thing on 29th February 1956. The mother, with that triumph, was trying to carry this thing forward to the extent possible with the present humanity, exercising all the while the will of the Supreme in the entire process. The will of man, of humanity, of the growing creature, getting more and more identified with the will of the Supreme. It is that process she was busy with. It is that process she is busy with. It is that process which will produce the triumphant result. In the prone, obscure beginnings of the race, the human grew in the bowed, ape-like man. These are the two lines we were seeing last time. We have the entire past, the cosmic past. The present is now described, and what is going to follow will be the future. The cosmic past, through the stages of evolution of consciousness, has brought out the mental being, Manomaya Purusha. It is the inner mental, the inner vital, the inner physical that has molded the biological material to give a form to this being, to man. He is an independent creature, not one who has grown from ape into man, but from a condition very similar to an ape in the very early stages, the obscure beginnings. What has happened, how it happened, of that there is no record, of that there is no knowledge. That is the secret of the occult nature. She has managed to produce this particular form, and now it is here who is taking the leadership of the present evolution. So we have got the cosmic past, the present is described as a mental being, the cosmic future is what is going to be described in the subsequent few passages. Now all this is seen by Savitri as a cosmic dream. The entire evolutionary course, past, present, future. And what does she see as far as the future is concerned? That is what we can now look into. This human, he stood erect, a godlike form and force. Now this is something very unique to the mental being. Man, the mental being, is a bridge between the beast and God. He is not a product of the beast. He is not one who has descended from God. He is an independent evolutionary bridge in the course of biological development. In fact, based more on the evolution of consciousness. He stood erect, a godlike form and force. That is what the Aitareya Upanishad also says. Yes, man is well made that the gods can enter into him for habitation, that they can now do their work in him. He stood erect, a godlike form and force, and his soul's thoughts looked out from earth-born eyes. That is the possibility only available for man. The animal creature doesn't have that faculty at all. Soul's thoughts looked out from earth-born eyes. Man stood erect. He wore the thinker's brow. Manishi, that is what he has become. He looked at heaven and saw his comrade stars. A vision came of beauty and greater birth. That is the future. Vision of greater beauty. Man is not really that beautiful, but there are possibilities present in him and he sees them. Vision came of beauty and greater birth, slowly emerging from the heart's chapel of light, from the corridors of light, from the chapel of light, he sees a greater light dawning on him, and moved in a white, lucid air of dreams. Now it is that dream of the future which has to become a reality. But the important point is, man can dream of those possibilities. It is only the mental being who has evolved to that extent, he can dream of the future prospects. Lucent air of dream, that is what he can breathe and he can see. He saw his being's unrealized vastnesses. He knows already that there is something in him far beyond the post-human destinies. It is not only the rational mind growing more and more rational, but that is something radically different. Post-human destinies belong to the spiritual domains of the higher mind, illumined mind, spiritual mind, overmind. Even beyond that, these are the post-human destinies lying in front of him, and he is dreaming of them, he is seeing them, he is visioning them also, slowly emerging from the harsh chapel of light and moved in a white, lucent air of dreams. He saw his being's unrealized vastnesses and aspired and housed the nascent demigod. It is in him that God can take birth, can be born in him, can live in a demigod. Demigod. Mythologically, demigod is half mortal, half immortal. And it is that possibility of man which is now being shown in the word demigod. He is already mortal, but if the gods enter him, he can become a demigod. There are a number of examples of the demigods in Greek mythology, even in Indian traditions also. Hercules is supposed to be a demigod. In a sense, the Pandavas are demigods. They are the seeds of gods sown in the mortal womb. Kunti was holding their seeds. They are the demigods, Pandavas already in that sense, you see. One can also become a demigod by one's tapasya. By growing into spiritual status, one can become a demigod. One could say that Narad himself is a demigod, human who has grown into the status of godhood. Hanuman is of course a demigod. In that sense, there are demigods and man can become demigod. But this demigodhood of man is not going to be something like a frozen state of consciousness or of growth. It is that which will open more and more to godhood. The mortal receiving God in him and growing in that godhood, this is what is implied in the process of evolution. So this demigod, in that sense, man becoming a demigod, means the prospects of his growing into the full nature of God in the earthly creation, in the earthly progress, is what is being seen by man in his cosmic vision. He saw his being's unrealized vastnesses. He aspired and how the nascent demigod. Out of the dim recesses of the self, the occult seeker into the open came. He is hiding inside us. He has been working from behind, pushing things forward. But now, with the appearance of man, and he is seeing the prospects of the future, he is aspiring for the future, he is seeing the vision, the new dreams, becoming demigod, then he can become overt. He can come out and do the work directly. The occult seeker into the open came. He heard the fire and touched the intangible. This demigod like man now, he is hearing the far voices coming from distant vastnesses, he is seeing them. He heard the far and touched the intangible. He gazed into the future and the unseen. He used the powers of earth instruments cannot use. Man has acquired powers which earth instruments are incapable of using them. Basically, he is a product of earth, but now he has a mastery over earth. He can fly into space. He can dive deep into the Pacific. He has got every scope now of growing in every dimension, and therefore he sees the unseen future. He heard the far and touched the intangible. He gazed into the future and the unseen. He used the powers earth instruments cannot use. A pastime made of the impossible. What until now appeared to him impossible, that has now become a game for him, a play for him. 50 years ago, certainly 60 years ago, it had been impossible for man to think of going to the moon and walking on it. But now it has become a reality. Now there is the Curiosity rover landed on Mars, bringing out tons of data. Did life exist on Mars in some earlier formation? That is a crucial question, which perhaps this rover will go around and pick up and send the details to us. It is very likely that some kind of traces of life which existed in the far cycles of time are present on Mars, and they could be discerned here. The earlier cycles, Mars was the center for the concentration of the evolutionary effort. But now Earth has become the center, the significant center. He used the powers earth instruments cannot use, a pastime made of the impossible. He caught of fragments of the omniscience thought, small little bits at least. He is now able to get omniscient, who sees everything, a bit of it he is able to get now. He has developed his faculties of sadhyana to receive something from the omniscient himself directly, which was impossible in the earlier stages of evolution. Even today, no animal has that faculty. It has its own vital intuition, its own way of foreseeing a few things, but not too far behind. But man can now see the possibilities of the thoughts of the omniscience entering into him. He scattered formulas of omnipotence. He has acquired mastery over the forces of nature. He is flying in the air. He is traveling into space. He is diving deep into the ocean. He has produced enormous powerhouses out of a tiny atom. Now these are the things which have come out because man has made not only the material progress but also the spiritual progress. The advance has definitely taken place. He scattered formulas of omnipotence. Thus man in his little house made of earth's dust grew towards the unseen heaven of thought and dream, looking into the vast vistas of his mind on a small globe dotting infinity. After all, what is Earth? A speck of dust in the vastnesses of the universe. Even astronomically, Earth is nothing. It is nowhere in the billions and billions of stars which are present in the sky. Even our own sun is a small little star, a young star in the galaxy. So that way, on a small globe dotting infinity, man is now in a position to see the future prospects of growing into a demigod. His visions, he is able to cast a bit of omniscience, a bit of omnipotent forces he can possess in his arms. That is the gain which is acquired by him in the long course of evolution. At last, after this advance, after this progress, at last, climbing a long and narrow stair, he stood alone on a high roof of things. He is standing at the top of the roof, very high, on a mental level. He can reach over mind planes, from where you can look into the transcendent. There are now possibilities of man climbing to the over mind plane and looking into the supramental. He stood alone on a roof of things and saw the light of a spiritual sun. Aspiring, he transcends his earthly self, whatever earth has given. Yes, that is the base, that is the foundation, that is the support, but his aspiration now leads him to higher things. Transcending, aspiring, he transcends his earthly self. He stands in the largeness of his soul, newborn, redeemed from the encirclement of mortal things. Well, he is immortal, but he is surrounded by the mortal things, but there is a possibility of breaking the chain of mortality and moves in a pure, free, spiritual realm. He can become mukta. He can get freedom from the earthly bondages and moves in a pure, free, spiritual realm. As in the rare breath of a stratosphere, he can go to the highest degree available on the scale. Stratosphere is not a very high plane in terms of the geography of the earth, but stratosphere metaphorically stands for the highest degree to which one can climb. In terms of physics, you have got troposphere, then stratosphere, then mesosphere, ionosphere, and beyond that, the vastness of space. So man is in a position now to get into the stratosphere. The stratosphere which lies between troposphere and mesosphere, between roughly 10 kilometers above the earth to 50 kilometers above the earth. He can stand there, he can look into that thing where the temperature variation does not take place in the stratosphere. In the lower parts, there is a variation of temperature as you climb up and up. So, from about 10 kilometers height to 50 kilometers height, he can stand and look at the sun and moves in a pure, free spiritual realm, as in the rare breath of a stratosphere. Stratosphere here, of course, metaphorically means the highest point of climbing above the earth. He can go above the earth. And then what happens? A lost end of far lines of divinity is, after all, what? A lost end of far lines of divinity. Lost. Who has no direct connection with the divinity. The divinity has kind of thrown a line, and down below, it has lost the end. It doesn't know where it has gone. Basically what it means is that from the world of knowledge, the sequence of coming down is ending into ignorance. from the world of superconscience, coming down through various grades, the line is descending down into the inconscience, and the end is lost there. One doesn't know how to pick up that end and climb back. A lost end of far lines of divinity, he mounts by a frail thread to his high source, so as if there is a kind of a rope hanging from above. The end of the rope is not seen, but somehow he has caught hold of him and he is climbing on that rope upward. He mounts by a frail thread to his high source, the superconscious source, wherefrom he has come. He reaches his fount of immortality. That is what he will get, Amrutatva. He will become Amrutamaya. That is what is going to happen for man. By catching this thread of consciousness and going up, he will reach that height. He reaches the fount of immortality, which is there in the transcendent, and that possibility is now open for man. He called the Godhead into his mortal life. Now it is not only that from the lost end he is climbing up to his source and reaching the realm of immortality, Amrita Jagata. It is not that he is also invoking that immortality to come down and live in him. It is that immortality which must house in mortal man. He is not going to be immortal. He is going to be deathless on earth. That is the possibility. Mrityuvahina, Rahita. That is what he will be here without. In other words, it is a greater state to be on earth, the state of deathlessness, than of immortality. If he becomes deathless upon earth, then if he wants to die, so to say, he can die. Immortality, that prospect is not there. You can't die. Because suppose for some reason, for some purpose, for some function, you want to remove this form and take another form, that is possible for a deathless being. And it is that which is now invoking a lost end of far lines of divinity. He mounts by a frail thread to his high source. He reaches his fount of immortality. Yes, we will go in that world of immortality. Mrityor ma amrutam gamaya. That boon is granted to him. It is sanctioned to him. Amruta gamaya. He reaches the fount of immortality. He calls the Godhead into his mortal life. That is the greatness of man, the aspiring soul, the psychic being which is there in man. It is that which is inviting God, come down and live in me here upon earth. Yes, it is all right. I can always go and be with you up there, but my work, my prospects, my future is here upon the earth, and those prospects, that future can be fulfilled when you come down and live here in me. A lost end of far lines of divinity, he mounts by a frail thread to his high source. He reaches the fount of immortality. He calls the Godhead into his mortal life. So that is the prospect of the future, the cosmic future. Savitri has seen the cosmic past. Savitri knows the present. Savitri now sees in the dream consciousness the cosmic future of Godhead entering into man and doing his work in man. Man has opened out himself to that, and the Godhead can enter into him now and do that work. So the process of the cosmic future is what was indicated to us in the last few lines we read earlier. A lost end of far lines of divinity, he mounts by a frail thread to his high source. He reaches his fount of immortality. He calls the Godhead into his mortal life. Well, that is actually the greatness of man. There is something in him which aspires, which tries to go up, tries to exceed himself, tries to see destinies beyond human destinies, tries to find out whether there are prospects of a higher being entering into him. He called the Godhead into his mortal life. That is the greatness, that is also the hope of evolution. It is in that sense that man becomes a perfect bridge between the beast and God. He is the link. He is not one who has grown out of beasthood. He is not one who has come out of his ape formation, which was never there. But as a mental being, he has evolved through the prone, obscure beginnings of time and come to this particular stage that now he can call the Godhead into him, into his mortal life. Now, these are the prospects which Savitri has now seen in her dream state, in her dream consciousness, Swapna. Actually, the truth occult exists not for the mind of ignorance. That is what the Rigveda says. It says that truth, Ritam, Satyam, is not for the ignorant mind. It is something which lies far beyond him, and it is that which must enter into his working, into his consciousness, into his soul, into his spirit. And this is the prospect which Savitri is seeing in her dream state. In other words, Savitri has already begun her yogic journey with the realization of the cosmic past. What it stands for, how it is an obstacle, how it can go further, and how the future can enter into life here upon earth. The whole thing has already become a yogic realization for Savitri, and that is what we are now being told. All this the Spirit concealed had done in her. It is not only that she is seeing this dream, this swapna, this whole evolution of man from the obscure beginning to the Godhead entering into the mortal state. It is not just that. Everything is now a yogic realization, experience and realization of Savitri. It has become a part of her yogic gain, asset. All this the Spirit conceived had done in her. It is not seen in her. She has already now that thing in her. In Savitri, Godhead has entered. In other words, the mortal life of Savitri has now been possessed by the Godhead himself. That is the great entry into our yogic state now. Now, all this, the Spirit concealed had done in her, whatever we have seen so far, the dream, cosmic dream, the cosmic future, the cosmic past, everything has been shown to Savitri. In other words, it is from that point of view we can say that this dream which has disclosed the entire panorama of evolution to Savitri is a parable. And that is why the name of the canto is the parable itself. Why it is a parable? Because the whole dream is a parable itself, which has now become for her a yogic reality. In the sense, the parable has become a truth of her consciousness. The parable is in that sense very apt phrase also used by the poet. All this the Spirit conceived had done in her. A portion of the mighty Mother came into her as into its own human part. That is the greatness. Godhead can come into the mortal life only when the mighty Mother enters into the human part. This has happened in the case of Savitri. It has happened in the case of Savitri. Into her as into its own human part. Amid the cosmic workings of the gods, it marked her the center of a wide drawn scheme, dreamed in the passion of her far-seeing spirit, to mold humanity into God's own shape and lead this great, blind, struggling world to light, or a new world discover or create. Already the mighty Mother is working towards the new kingdom entering upon earth, the kingdom of God, the new city taking birth upon earth. The mighty Mother has entered into Savitri for that purpose. Dreamed in the passion of her far-seeing spirit to mold humanity into God's own shape and lead this great, blind, struggling world to light, or a new world discover or create. Well, at this stage, there are three alternatives in front of Savitri. What is going to happen, that is not disclosed at the moment. Either she must mold humanity, or discover a new world, or create a new world. But things must move in that direction. By what process, in what manner, by which steps that will happen, that need not be told at this point in the yoga of Savitri, because it is the beginning of her yoga. But the possibilities are thrown open to her to mold humanity into light, create a new world, or discover a new world. Which is going to happen, the poet has kept it back at this stage. In fact, he is not going to spill the beans at this point. What will happen? It will happen later on, when the yoga of Savitri proceeds to the degree of maturity that one of the possibilities materializes. That will happen. Now, in the entire cosmic scheme, we have various stages by which the advance was made. First, there was the absolute void. It is in the absolute void the inconscience was born, so to say. Out of inconscience appeared matter, and it is matter that appears to us as the absolute. That everything is based on matter. The foundation is matter, no doubt, but it is not just a foundation. It is not taken in the sense of a mere base or a foundation, but it is taken as something which is capable of giving rise to new faculties. That it is matter which produces life. It is life which produces mind. It is mind which will produce the higher being, the intermediate race, the Gnostic race. It is that which is what is normally thought in the sense of the materialistic philosophy. That matter is all, but that is the first discovery of the Taittiriya Upanishad, of Varunik Vidya, of Varuna. Matter is the first foundation. Matter is Brahman, and on matter is built up. Then he goes again for 1 year, one full cycle of experiences and realization, and says, yes, prana, life is Brahman. Then he says, no, mind is Brahman, mana is Brahman. He goes further, he says, yes, vijnana is Brahman. And finally, as his tapasya progresses more and more, he says that, yes, Ananda Brahman. Ananda is Brahman, and it is that Ananda which is present everywhere, throughout the creation, whether it is dark or bright, everywhere it is Anandam which is present here. Anandamaya Srishti, that is what is his last realization. Now, in the dream consciousness which Savitri is seeing, the first stage which she has seen is only the material creation, the material foundation, Annamaya. Then will come Pranamaya, then will come Manomaya, then will come Vijnanamaya, then Anandamaya. These are the stages by which the evolution will advance. And advance means not only that man's soul will go from one stage to the other stage, but also those higher and higher degrees of consciousness will enter into his soul, into his working here, into life here, into matter here, into his body here. That is what is this creation meant for. And that is what is being revealed to Savitri in a dream state. And it is again, in that sense, we can say that it is a perfect parable. Savitri's parable of the future creation. If the mind opens out, then if the mind opens out, man can rise to the supramental status. That possibility is there for him. The way in which matter has opened to life, the way in which life has opened to mind, the way in which mind can open to supermind, in the same way the entire creation can open to the divine Ananda and make that thing as a part of his existence here. That is a possibility which is now being seen by Savitri in a dream state. How of transition from mental to spiritual can take place. Yes, transition has taken place from matter to life, from life to mind, from mind it will take to supermind also. It will also go to higher levels. That is all right as a metaphysical statement. But by what process, in what exact manner these things happen or will happen, that is not known. That is not known. How really matter can support life and how life can work in matter so that her powers can express themselves in matter, how exactly, by what process, by what mechanism those things happen, that is not known. And that is the great mystery of nature's working. That nature's mystery, nature's working is held back from us. That is why everything appears to us occult, hidden, kept away from our knowledge. And unless we have a hold on that knowledge, we cannot be the masters of nature and shape our life in whatever manner we would like it to be shaped. That happens later on, but man's manhood lies in opening himself more and more to the higher powers and allowing them to work in him so that these things can be worked by that mysterious secret nature in him. Well, will that knowledge be given to us? How nature works, how a transition from one state to the other state takes place. Matter has given rise to life, life has given rise to mind. All right. But how it has happened? Otherwise it is only a statement. We don't have a clue by which we can work out every detail and reproduce that sequence the way in which we would like things to shape ourselves. That is held back from us. And it is from that point of view we can say that this particular knowledge which is required for Savitri is not given to her yet. She is told, mold humanity into God's own shape. All right, mold humanity into God's own shape, all right. But please tell me, how do I do that? How do I proceed? It is a good statement, it is a good advice, but I need some clue, some mechanism, some key by which I can proceed. That is not given to me. That is one possibility. The other possibility, if we cannot mold humanity into God's own shape, then lead this great, bright, struggling world to light. That is possible only if I know this struggling world has to be led to light. All right, but how do I do that? By what mechanism? I can't simply preach, yes, open your eyes and see things. It doesn't happen that because the person concerned who is blind, he has no faculty of opening the eyes himself. I cannot pull the lids apart and make him see that thing. It's not possible at all, you see. To mold humanity into God's own shape, that is one possibility. The other one is, or if you cannot mold humanity, if humanity is stupid, dumb, deaf, not pliable at all to do that thing, and yet if the future has to come, what do I do? Discover a new world. Possibly there is some new world already present where the future prospects can be worked out, can be present here. You discover a new world here and enter into that world and forget about this humanity, this matter, this life, this etc. Forget about that thing and enter into a new world and the job done. That is a possibility also. Mold humanity or discover a new world. If the new world does not exist at all, you are assuming that there is a new world present somewhere. There is a place called New York somewhere and I have to discover and find it out. But if there is no New York at all, then what do I do? That's a dilemma, you see. So, the possibility is that if you cannot mold humanity into God's shape, if you cannot discover a new world because the new world does not exist, then please go ahead and create a new world. You are bent upon bringing out a new future. What do? Create a new world of your own. Forget about all these things and start a new creation altogether. Forget about all these things. These are the three possibilities which are open, but as I said just now, that is not possible in that sense. And the poet, the spiritual dimensions which are present there, that clue of how nature works is not given to Savitri yet. None of these possibilities she can put into action at all. None of these. Because the clue to the working of nature is not there with her. And if that clue is available, then only she can perhaps do this, do that. It's possible. Well, the whole thrust is of the future. Why mold a new humanity? Why discover a new world? Why create a new world? These are the three alternatives. Why? Because Earth must transform herself and equal heaven. She must change and be as good as heaven. Equal heaven. In every respect, in her powers of love, beauty, joy, happiness, whatever is required, she must equal heaven. Earth must transform herself and equal heaven. If that is not possible, earth cannot go up and equal heaven, then let heaven come down. Or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. but things must happen in future. The whole thrust of new world creation, of changing the humanity, of discovering the new world is that, look, one of these things must happen. Earth must be equal to heaven. If earth is not capable of equaling herself to heaven, let heaven come down and stay upon earth. These are the alternatives. Now the alternatives, as I said, at this stage have been kept hanging, so to say. Which will happen? That knowledge is not given to her. Because that is the work connected with the work of change or transformation or transmutation, which is the work of the executive power of nature, of Prakriti. And unless the mechanism of Prakriti is made known to me, I cannot do anything at all. You see. So I must get that yogic power to enter into the spirit of nature and see how she works, and then spell out all the details and work out every bit of it which is required of me to be done. Then only these possibilities can open up. So the whole thrust of the dream consciousness, of the parable, of the search for the soul, is to mold humanity into God's own shape and lead this great, blind, struggling world to light, or a new world discovered, or create a new world. Yes, you are free to create a new world. In fact, that is exactly what Ashwapati had done. Ashwapati's way of working was, he didn't bother, so to say, about changing humanity. Forget about this creature. He is stupid, he is not liable, he may not do what is required to be done of him. I can't do that thing. I can go around and see whether in the entire universe there is a new world, but there is none which will satisfy my requirements. It doesn't exist. Ashwapati sees that. So what does he do then? He enters into the house of the spirit, into the transcendent itself, and there he creates a new world. A new and marvelous creation was given birth by Ashwapati in the house of the spirit. He has established a new world already there, because there is no point in struggling with this human creature, human lot. It may happen, it may not happen. There is such a great uncertainty about the whole matter. And there is no new world which I have to go around and discover. Like a distant peak on the Darien, Jesus sonnet. It's not that also. It doesn't exist, that world. So Ashwapati decides to create a new world with all the possibilities which he has in his supermind. And it is that world which has to be brought down. Earth must transform herself and equal him, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Now that new creation has to come down upon earth. In the midst of this lot here. How does that happen? Who is going to bring down that new creation which he has established in the transcendent? Who is going to bring it down? And will it come down? And will this mortal stuff be able to bear the weight, the pressure, the impact of that new world? It might get crushed, it might get lost, it might get dissolved under the pressure of that new creation, new world. It might happen that also. So Ashwapati has to take care of that also. So the best solution which he finds for all that is, look, this is entirely beyond me also, beyond Ashwapati also. I can't bring down that world. I have created all right. The new world I have created up there, all right. But now it is not my job to bring that new world down here. It is the job of the consciousness force, of Prakriti herself, of the Divine Mother taking birth upon earth and preparing the entire ground in the will of the Supreme to see that that new world comes down here. That is the task. And that is how these possibilities will be sort of sorted out, which will happen of these things, whether the earth is going to climb up or heaven is going to come down, whether the humanity will be molded in the shape of God, whether a new world will be discovered, or a new world created and brought down. Ashwapati has already settled the issue. Yes, it is a new world which will come down here. A new and marvelous creation is born. And then on 29th February 1956, about that event, the mother said, yes, the new world is born, born, born.
Savitri is seeing the cosmic past as a dream experience. She has now seen the entire evolutionary development. Actually, she had lived through all the ages, and she has simply recollected that past. She also now sees the future. What are the possibilities of the soul? That happens most decisively when a part of the mighty mother enters into her. That is the yogic realization of Savitri pertaining to the dream consciousness, the cosmic past, bringing a part of the mighty mother into her. It is in that sense we have here a very apt title of the Canto, a parable of the search of the soul. Why it is a parable? The whole dream experience of the past, of the evolutionary development, is the story of the growth of the soul through ages and ages and ages. Savitri has recapitulated all those experiences, all those realizations, and now it is based on that she has to move forward. So in that sense again, it is not only a parable, it is Savitri's specific experience. It is not only the dream experience of a general kind, it is very specific to Savitri. We do not know whether, if at all our yoga begins, we will pass through those stages. In fact, it may not happen. Perhaps it may not be necessary also for us. Savitri is doing the yoga for the collective consciousness. The yoga of the collective consciousness of the collective soul is different than the yoga of the individual. So you can say that when I start my yoga, I will also get all those experiences. It may not happen at all. So, with the entry of the mighty mother in Savitri, she now foresees the future possibilities. Future possibilities had to be worked out in a more dynamic manner in the context of the cosmic forces acting in the process of evolution. She sees three possibilities: that either
humanity must mold itself into a divine nature, into a higher nature, receive the powers of the Spirit in it. In fact, this is what we got: mold humanity into God's own shape. That is one possibility. The second possibility is that in the future has to come, discover a new world. Perhaps, possibly, there is somewhere else in the cosmic extension a superior world already existing. Find out that world and bring that world down here. Discover a new world. The third possibility is, if humanity cannot shape into God's mold, if humanity cannot become God-like and God cannot work in it, or if any discovery cannot be made, then create a new world. The imperative is that there has to be a divine manifestation here. And these are the three possibilities: changing the humanity, discovering a new world, or creating a new world. As I said last time, the options are kept open because Savitri is moving forward. How it will happen, what crucial factors enter into the process of that, at this stage she does not have the yogic knowledge, yogic hold on things, and therefore the yogi poet is very careful not to tell this will happen or that will happen. But the line of approach is very clearly indicated here. In fact, the whole purpose of the parable is earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Which is going to happen, that need not be disclosed at this point. But one of them, or in some manner both of them together, should happen, and that is the important point here. You see, earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mold. Now, there is, in other words, a supreme will that a new manifestation must occur. There is no doubt about that. Savitri is given the foreknowledge of that. Yes, one of these things should happen. There has to be a divine manifestation upon earth. In fact, Savitri's birth is a birth meant for that purpose. This avatarhood of Savitri is to establish the new creation here upon earth. That is the whole purpose of her coming down here. And of course, one of the first conditions which she has to fulfill is she must remove the obstacle standing on the path of this manifestation. If this divine event has to occur, then the obstacle of death which is there on the way must be displaced. Death has to go away, and that is the first task which Savitri has to do. Once that is done, then things can move in their natural way, rather in their supernatural way. It is the para prakriti then who will start working in her natural way here once the obstacle of death is removed. She cannot work here when death is present. That is the whole problem. Prakriti cannot work here. Supernature, higher nature cannot work here as long as there are ignorance and death in this creation. And Savitri's work is to hew the path of immortality towards that. She has to cut the road through death and ignorance to make that thing happen. That is Savitri's work. Then only the new creation can be established here upon earth. Now, this sankalpa, this will of the Supreme for the divine manifestation has been explicitly stated by Sri Aurobindo in his very early writings themselves. In the Arya period, the whole of life divine is towards that why a divine manifestation should take place. What is the logic behind the entire process of evolution, that there has to be now beyond mind a new type of consciousness which must get established here upon earth. That he has already detailed out, but he has put a very specific yogic force in a small little booklet. The mother, when he wrote the supramental change in the earth, supramental change is a decreed thing. It has been decreed upon earth and it is inevitable. Supramental change is decreed and inevitable. Now, who has decreed? It has of course been decreed by the Supreme Himself. But yogically upon earth, for that to happen, the supramental change to take place, somebody else has to decree. Somebody else has to manifest, has to identify his will with the will of the Supreme, so that that can happen here. And it is the yogi himself who has done that. It is Sri Aurobindo's Yoga Tapasya, which has decreed the supramental change. And it has to happen. It is inevitable. This he wrote a little before 1927. But again, the same message, supramental change is decreed and inevitable, was given by him in his last message of 24th November 1950. His last message says specifically, supramental change is decreed and inevitable. In other words, he knew that within a few days he is going to withdraw. He had firmly established that message here as a will of the Supreme, that yes, it must happen. Supramental change must take place here. He had put all his yogic force in it, that it becomes a reality upon earth. That is his great yogic work, and it has been sealed by him in the last message, 24th November 1950. These are the kind of things he was busy with, he was engaged in, he was attempting all. And the mother says, he attempted all and achieved all. On the Samadhi, it is inscribed there, He attempted all and achieved all. Supramental change is decreed, that is his attempt, and he achieved it by saying it that here. Now, unfortunately, these are some of the aspects which people don't recognize. His work, in spite of being made known to us, people don't recognize it. And we are really sorry to read in the latest biography of Sri Aurobindo, the lives of Sri Aurobindo, all this as if had not happened. The biography of Sri Aurobindo, the lives of Sri Aurobindo, does not know that this was his contribution, that this is his realization, that yes, this is the concrete success which he had achieved. It is not aware of it, the lives of Sri Aurobindo. That book, very disappointing book, and published by a very famous institution, the Columbia University Press. It is a pity that people do not enter into the spirit of things and try to understand. In spite of living in the ashram for almost 4 decades, he decreed, he established that thing, and no mention of it is there anywhere in the lives of Sri Aurobindo. When he says that these 3 alternatives are there, humanity must mold itself into God's shape, or discover a new world, or create a new world. Earth must be equal to heaven, or heaven descend and be one with earth. And for that, whatever yogic work had to be done, he had done it, and no mention of it is there in that book, in that Lives of Sri Aurobindo. That is the pity, that is a regret also. In fact, within few years after his withdrawal is for that purpose, that this decree which he had made is hastened on a physical plane in an occult manner. And how to do that? To establish that light, that power physically in the physical. And that is what he did. He fixed the supermind in the physical and withdrew. As if by that he trapped the supermind in the earth's physical. That it cannot escape. It has to work now from here. A physical base was required for the supermind to work, and it is that which he had offered to supermind. And that is what the samadhi is there. It is that radiating center, that powerhouse wherefrom the supermind is working, if we are little aware about it. You see. Not only that, at the moment of his withdrawal, around 1:25 a.m., 5th December 1950, all the power Sri Aurobindo had gathered into his physical, he transferred it into the mother's body. She was there, and constantly that power was flowing into her. And the mother says that I could feel the friction of his passage into my body. friction of his passage into my body, I could feel that. In other words, what they have called the mind of light got fixed into the mother's physical. The mind of light is that it is the physical's mind, the mind of the body, not the physical mind, the mind of the body, the physical's mind, which is capable of receiving the supramental light and force. That is the mind of light. So it is that mind of light which got fixed into the mother, and that became her point, starting point for doing the further work. And within 6 years of that, the great thing happened. It was not a miracle, but it was a great thing which took place. The descent of supermind on 29th February 1956, and it is from that point onward the new beginning has begun. Now this was the work which was constantly being done while the mother was here in physical. Shivandu was doing still that thing from the subtle physical, and these aspects had to come out in a very explicit manner in a biography like Shivandu's. The lives of Shivandu should have come out with some of these aspects and some of these insights which are totally missing in it. On February 29, 1956, the mother says that the supramental descent has taken place in the subtle physical of the earth. She also says in a talk later on in July 1957 that it is not just the descent of the supermind in the subtle physical of the earth. She says it is a new manifestation. She says a new world is born. A new world is born. So what Savitri says here, or a new world discover or create. This is exactly what has happened already on 29th February 1956. New world was born at that point of time, you see. The mother has made it very clear about it, you see. Now it is a question of our opening more and more to it, offering ourselves to it, so that what they have done for us, we can in our own way participate in that work and make progress the way in which the progress should be really made, the true spiritual progress. That is the important thing, and that is possible because now the path has been made clear for us. In fact, the new manifestation is not an individual's possibility of growing into the supramental consciousness. Yes, of course it is there, but it is the collective growth. It is the collective which has to open out to the supramental manifestation. Both are important, but before the collective happens, it is the individual who has to make progress. Then only the collective can gather around it. In fact, Only when the collective has opened to the supramental light and force, the divine manifestation, the new creation can become possible. Not until then. This has to happen, and we have to prepare ourselves to that. If we trace the entire course of evolution, we can say that out of the total void, nothingness, came matter. Matter became the occasion for life to manifest. Life in matter opened out the way for mind. The Manomaya Purusha entered and became the leader of the evolution. Beyond Manomaya Purusha has to come a higher being. The first collective effort could be to live in what Sri Aurobindo has called in the mind of light. Receive the supramental in the physical. Open out yourself to that. Then the true physical transformation can become possible. In other words, beyond the mental being will be an intermediate race. And once that intermediate race is established in its completeness and is sufficiently open, then becomes possible the Gnostic race. Then becomes possible the Gnostic race. So these are the stages through which the parable has moved. The search of the soul, the search of the supreme divine manifestation upon earth. And Savitri is already seeing those things. And her work is the work of executing the will of the Supreme in this creation. So we are toward the end of the Canto, Book 7, Canto 2, the parable of the search of the soul. Last 3 sentences. We have seen earlier the alternatives which the yogi poet indicated regarding the future possibilities of evolution, that either humanity must be molded into the shape of God or create a new world or discover a new world. If a new world already exists somewhere, discover it and bring it down here. If it does not exist anywhere, create one. The imperative is that there has to be the divine manifestation upon earth. So these are the 3 alternatives, and these have been summed up in 2 lines. Earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Now, that or is important. The yogi is not going to disclose which of the 2 alternatives will be followed by the course of events in the future. He is holding it back from us because the context is Savitri is seeing the cosmic past, how the whole thing has evolved up to the present stage, and what are the prospects of this evolutionary creation in the future. That he has not disclosed at this point of time. Heaven descend into earth's state. Well, we can be very wise, we can be pretty clever also, and show our little wisdom by saying that perhaps the thing which should happen is earth must transform herself and equal heaven. In other words, the preponderant stress is on the transformation of the earth and becoming equal to heaven, rather than heaven descending into earth and possessing the earth. Why earth must transform and not heaven descend and change earth? Well, in a certain sense, it is in the very logic of things that it is earth which must grow, expand, widen, enter into wide sky, Brat, Akash, and receive all the powers and potentialities of the spirit for her future growth, for future expansion. The very word, the Sanskrit word for earth is Bhumi. Bhumi is of course the feminine of Bhuma, masculine is Bhuma. One who expands. Bhuma is one who expands, who grows, who widens, who progresses constantly. And he is the Lord of this creation, Bhuma. Now, it is that connotation we have in the Sanskrit word Bhumi. It is earth which has to expand and grow into the spirit's possibilities. So from that point of view, I think we can be wise and say that it is earth who must grow and equal heaven. That is from the etymological point of view. But the very nature of evolution all along has been to grow from below up. It is the climbing up all the stairs of evolution which is the purpose, which is the intention behind this creation. It is not that somebody comes from above and takes possession of you. It is not that spirit will come and take possession of you. That will not be a very happy way of bringing out a divine manifestation upon earth, that somebody comes and takes possession. The very purpose of this creation, of this earth, of this evolution will not be fully fulfilled if things which are here do not grow and receive the higher powers into its processes. So from that point of view, we can say that earth must transform herself and equal heaven. Perhaps we can again be a little more wise and say that no, it is not just a question of becoming equal to heaven. We do not want just to be equal to heaven. We want even further progress in heaven. Heaven could be static, could be a frozen grandeur of greatness, of all the powers and possibilities in it, but they are frozen, they are archetypal, they are fixed in their mold. The dynamism which is required to constantly grow is not necessarily present in heaven. So it is not that we want to grow into heaven and be like heaven. It is not that. It is the possibilities which can constantly grow, the possibilities which are latent, which are present in heaven, in the spirit. It is they which must constantly enter into the process of evolution. Beauty, love, joy, happiness, bliss, power, all these things must constantly expand in the world of knowledge, and it is that which must happen. So there is even a possibility of earth not just becoming equal to heaven, but something more than heaven in the way the spirit would like to express itself in the earth consciousness, in the soul of the earth. It is a very rich soul, it is a very dynamic soul, it is something which has all the possibilities, the potentialities, the central essences of things which can widen and constantly spread out, and that must happen. Earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Well, maybe we have stressed our point of view in a certain rhetorical sense. Yes, earth has something in her soul, and it is that which must come out, which must emerge and express itself in the manner the spirit would like it to express in her. That is what is meant here. We have said that thing in a certain rhetorical sense. But even this expansion, this constant growth of the earth is not only something which is from below up. Yes, of course it has to be from below up, but constantly also there is all along, all the while, at every crucial state, something coming down from above and giving a push to the earth process. So the heaven also has to descend from a certain point of view and give a further and further push to earth. That is also required. In fact, on a relatively smaller scale, this is exactly what happens when the avatar comes. That is the task of the avatar. He comes from above. It is not that somebody has sprung up from here, but he comes directly from above, from the Supreme. And it is he who takes one yuga, one age, to another better, higher, nobler age. And that constantly keeps on happening. So there is also, so to say, a constant intervention in the process which is necessary. Both are combined together. But the essential thrust is of the growth from below up. Otherwise the purpose of this creation is not served, you see, if it were not so. So this is what he says. Earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. So if I had to put baits on these two alternatives, I will say 70% of the first, earth transforming herself into heaven, and 30% of heaven descending into earth. Both are required. Well, we don't know. We can be wise and keep on talking about these matters all the while. In any case, the important point is the transformation. Savitri has seen in her cosmic dream the future. This cannot be so all along. The ages had toiled and suffered, have borne all the anguish, the load of mortality, and that has to stop. That can stop only with the death of Satyavan, and that death is a must. And it is to meet that death that Savitri has to prepare herself yogically to confront the obstacle that is standing in the way of this evolution. And therefore, the first thing which is shown to her is the cosmic past, Swapna. It is a dream kind of a thing, but as I said earlier, it is a dream of reality also. It is a dream which Savitri has immediately realized in her soul. All the past experiences through which she had gone, life after life, since the beginning of this creation, have been gathered up and brought to a point that they can now open themselves to the future. That is the important thing of this dream. So it is a realization of Savitri's yoga. Already she was told, prepare yourself to meet the challenge of death. That was enough. And with that also came the power to kindle her yogic fire. And the very first thing which has happened of that yogic fire is this reality of the cosmic past becoming the future. It has already happened in her case. That's the first siddhi of her yoga. In one go, she has already come to this point, Savitri. Now, in order to proceed further, the future has to come. Earth has to mold herself into heaven, transform herself and be equal to heaven. The most crucial thing is that the hidden psyche of the earth must come out, must emerge. That is the crucial element between the two. What happens above, what is being processed in nature, can be linked up only by the psychic being. It is the psychic being of the earth. We must come out and work out the alchemy of transformation. In fact, that's the role of the psychic being, to change, gather up all the elements of nature and change them into their divine counterparts. That is the psychic being's job, which has been sort of assigned to it. In fact, it is for that purpose that the psychic being has come down here. Our soul has left the transcendental realms and plunged into the soul of the earth, so that each one can grow in its distinctive possibility, unfold its own nature, svabhava. Then only a greater, a luminous collectivity is possible. Now it is this evolving soul which must come forward and go on the path of the future. That is the whole imperative. In fact, the whole essay, the poetic essay, is so well knit, so tight, so precise in its, so to say, logical arguments and coherence, that one is amazed at the entire wisdom which is there behind its poetry. If we have to use the words like wisdom and all that. But it is really very amazing how the poet sees the whole thing, and logically, so to say, everything unfolds in its proper sequence, in its proper manner, in its fuller, completer details. That is what happens here all along. In fact, the whole Savitri is like that. It is at every stage a piece of essay, a beautiful tight essay, developing the theme and coming to a definite conclusion and opening out the new possibilities that present in that theme. That is what constantly happens in Savitri, the epic. Now what does he say here? Earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Mortal state, that is important. So, unless that happens, mortality has no salvation. Has no salvation. That is important. And for that mortality to be no more there, it is the psychic being which must come out and take the lead in the process of evolution further. But for such vast spiritual change of transformation which he has described here, but for such vast spiritual change to be out of the mystic cavern in man's heart, the heavenly psyche must put off her veil and step into common nature's crowded rooms and stand uncovered in that nature's front and rule his thoughts and fill the body and life. That is what the psychic must do. Rule his thoughts and fill the body and life. It must bring about what one would say a total psychic transformation of matter, body, life, mind. They had to be first transformed. Psychic transformation is required. Then only can occur the next fruitful transformation, the spiritual transformation. Once these are established, accomplished, achieved, then one can open oneself to the highest transformation, the supramental transformation. Savitri is not going to talk at this stage about those matters, but it is telling you in the initial stages what should happen, that there has to come about the psychic transformation. Deep into common nature's crowded room and stand uncovered in that nature's front and rule his thoughts and fill the body and life. Obedient to a high command, she said. She said, who? She who? Savitri. The yoga, the prescription is for Savitri. As far as the role of psychic being is concerned, it is already described here what it should do. But in order that that psychic being comes out, Savitri is only passing through the dream experience, swapna. She is in the swapna avastha. If she has to proceed further, then she has to enter into another state, sushupti, of deep sleep of knowledge consciousness. Then only things can open out, prajna, then only things can open out further. Therefore, Savitri, in her yogic state, is waiting for another command to come. Obedient to a high command, she said, time, life and death were passing incidents. 12 months are given for Savitri and Satyavan to be together. They are quickly going to pass. Life is going to disappear soon. Her Satyavan will no more be there pretty soon. And death, yes, death will occur. But even that death will pass. Time, life and death were passing incidents. Yes, death will occur, but that will be a passing incident. It is a necessary incident because it is only by that it can disappear. The death of Satyavan provides an occasion for death to disappear. Time, life and death were passing incidents, obstructing with their transient view her sight. At the moment, the way she is, her consciousness is, all the external factors, time, life, death, they are obstructing her view, sight. Yogically, what she has to do, how she has to proceed, that knowledge, that idea, that vision is not there in front of her at this particular moment. Obstructing with their transient view her side that must break through and liberate a God imprisoned in the visionless mortal man. Yes, the divine is present in all of us as God, and he has to be liberated totally. Savitri is saying the passing show of time, life and death, but in the whole process that God must be liberated from within. The inferior nature, how is God trapped? Why is God caught here? That he is not free to do what he should do, because he is caught in the inferior nature, apara prakriti, the lower nature. He is caught in that mesh, all the physical, the vital, the mental, the inconscient, all the lower things which are there, which are sprung up, he is caught by them. The inferior nature, born into ignorance, still took too large a place in the case of Savitri, because she has just begun yoga. That lower nature is occupying a very large space. It veiled herself and must be pushed aside to find her soul. Her first task is to find her soul, discover her soul. The psyche must come out, discover its true reality, its function in the development of things. Then only one can speak of the transformation. What is going to happen, what will happen, those are big metaphysical issues until then. The reality, the occult truth is at this moment of time to discover the soul, the psychic being, and let it come out fully and do its work. So that is the command Savitri is going to receive now again, how to proceed further. And at every important crucial juncture, Savitri gets that command. In fact, her yoga is constantly guided by the ruling power of Savitri, her higher soul, the Divine Mother herself, the Supreme Goddess, the Divine Shakti is constantly guiding from above all the steps of Savitri's yoga, and it is along those lines that she is proceeding. So we have here, earth must transform herself and equal heaven, or heaven descend into earth's mortal state. Descend into mortal state, as I said. For what? Not to make things just immortal. Heaven has immortality. What can heaven bring? Immortality. Of course it can bring, but that is not what is all required. Immortality, yes, but something more than that is required. What is required here in this creation is deathlessness, the state of deathlessness, the possibility of constantly renewing yourself to grow constantly into spirit. Heaven cannot give that, but heaven can support to a certain extent. Deathlessness is what has to happen in the course of time. On the mortal world, in the Mrityu Loka, it is not the elimination of the mortal state. It is not simply bringing down the Amrutatva here. It is to grow into that Amrutatva constantly, irrespective of death or no death. I must have an option open for me that for a certain purpose, if I want to change my form, my constitution, my way of doing things, for a certain purpose, that scope should be there. That comes only in the state of deathlessness, not in the state of immortality. So that is why she has to now grow into that condition. Now, all our present consciousness, all our present activities are governed by the external nature. They are veiling the psychic being, and unless that veil is removed, the psychic being cannot come out and exert its influence. What does the psychic being do? In the process of nature, all that is happening around here, it sees what is the real essence of things in nature, what is absolutely acceptable, suitable to it. It is that it picks up and puts into its store, and it is that then which becomes a permanent asset of yourself. It is that psychic being which has the possibility, which has the power, which can link you directly to the divine. When the psychic guidance is there, you are never misled. You are safe on the yogic path also. For that purpose again, psychic being has to come out and do its job here in a deeper and greater sense. But what is the psyche who must come out and do her work or its work or whatever you call it? Now, people have confusing ideas about the psyche, and through the ages different formulations have been given about the psyche. Even in the early days, Plato talked about psyche in his dialogue Phaedo, and he says that psychic is the immortality of the soul. He says psychic is the immortality of the soul. Now, a clear distinction is not made there about soul and the psyche. There is a distinction between that. We shall see about that thing. Then Aristotle didn't know about psyche or the inner or the occult aspects of it. He thinks of only three types of souls: vegetal, belonging to the plant world, the vegetal soul, the animal soul, the rational soul. For the Greek mind, the Aristotelian mind, the highest is the rational soul. But even then, what are the dynamics of that soul in the process of that? No formulation is available at all. Now it is in the recent days, to some extent, a kind of a clear-cut distinction is made between soul and the psyche by Jung. He speaks of the totality of human mind. He is confining himself to totality of human mind as belonging to the psyche. Now, there is a confusion again here when we see from the Aristotelian point of view. There is nothing like human mind and psychic being in that sense. Human mind is one particular aspect, the totality of the build-up of man. There is the vital, there is the physical, there is the mental. It cannot be the totality of the psychic being. But that is what the present psychologists say, that it is the totality of human mind. In contrast to that, he makes a fairly good definition of the soul. He says the soul is the distinctive individuality of a person. It has a character, it has its own svabhava, it has its own nature, it has its own scope of growth and expansion and doing things in a distinct manner. It has its own nature. So to that extent, it is a good definition that the soul is basically the personality of the individual. But still, I don't think the psychologist can go any farther than that. We have in the Indian traditions very clear statements about the psychic being. The psyche which must come out. Even in the Upanishads, as early as Upanishads, we are told that there is a being in our heart, in the cave of our heart, Hridaya Guha, in the cave of our heart, there is a small little being sitting there. He is no bigger than the thumb of a man, Angushta Matra Purusha, and it is that which really does things in this creation. And it is in that Yama has a real interest. It is that kind of a thing which Yama would like to possess and keep in his possession forever, permanently. That is what death is doing when it is snatching the soul of Satyavan. Now this Angushta Matra Purusha is the dynamic link between nature and the higher powers, the transcendental power. It is this which brings out the chemistry or transformation at the level of nature and brings about the changes required. It is for that purpose that it came down from above. Our central being, Jivatma, it came down from the central being here to become Chaitanya Purusha, Chaitya Purusha here, the psychic being. It is that which the Gita speaks. It is my ansha, my part, mamaya ansha. That soul is the divine spark itself in this earth, and it is that which constantly grows all along through the process of evolution, life after life. And perhaps that is what makes things interesting here, that because of the presence of the psychic being, there is a constant progress possible in us. Otherwise, we would have been just like gods, perhaps, frozen. Now, Mamaya Ansha, he also says, of course, of that, he is Ansha Sanatana, the eternal bit in man. And it is because of that eternal bit in man that man remains sustained and can make changes, make progress here in this creation. Now, when that psychic being comes out, when the veil is removed, at the moment the veil is of the vital, physical, mental nature of the unconscious, subconscious spreading all around, and the psychic is concealed from us. It is not coming out and doing its own work. Silently from behind the scene, it is doing its own work, but then it takes life after life, many, many lives to make real progress. If that psychic being can really emerge and do things, then there is a possibility of rapid progress and advance. Now, the psychic being or the psyche is something which is, of course, the Gita says, Ansha Sadhanatana, my portion, my part, mamai ansha, the Gita says that. If we see from a metaphysical point of view, from the point of view of philosophy, of understanding the scheme of things, then we can say that, as Sri Bindu has explained in the Life Divine, we have the transcendental creation, Sat Chit Ananda Vijnana. We have existence, consciousness, force, bliss, and supermind. These are the four transcendental states from which the lower creation has taken place. It is existence or Sat which becomes matter. Existence, Sat becomes matter here in the lower creation. It is consciousness force which is life. It is bliss, the divine bliss, Ananda of creation, of growing, which becomes the psyche. It is the divine bliss which becomes the psyche. And it is supermind which becomes the mind in man. So we have basically matter, life, psyche and mind as the exact counterparts of Sat Chit Ananda Vijnana. Sat becoming matter, Chit becoming life, Ananda becoming psyche, and of course supermind becoming mind. Now it is this Ananda of this creation, in spite of this darkness, of the suffering world, of ignorance, of all-pervading mortality, that psychic remains happy always. It is the stuff of bliss, of Ananda. It remains always happy in that sense. And when you are identifying yourself with the psychic being, then it is a world of love, beauty, joy, Ananda, always, forever. In fact, the purpose of the psychic, as I said a little while ago, is to bring about an alchemical change in nature. Transformation of nature is a function of the psychic being, and that is what we have been calling the psychic transformation. Now, it is much more than that. It's much more than that. It is not only the change of nature into its psychic quality which will take place. The mother says that in her, so to say, experiments of physical transformation, she says that eventually what is going to happen is, it is the psychic being which will materialize. It is the psychic being which will become the body, the higher, the greater, the nobler, the loftier body will be made by the psychic being. The true transformation will come with the materialization of the psychic being. And when the materialization of the physical occurs, of the psychic being, then by its very property of immortality, psychic being immortal. It is deathless. Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dhati pavaka. Nothing can pierce it. No weapon can cleave it. No fire can burn it. No wind can blow it out. It is that psychic being, when it materializes, will bring the real deathlessness upon earth. And therefore, if all those alternatives have to materialize, shape humanity into God's mold, or discover a new world, or create a new world, if earth must grow and expand into heaven, transform herself into heaven, or heaven descend into earth, if these things have to happen, the first condition is the coming forward of the psychic being. And eventually, when the psychic being materializes, it is that which will bring out the true transformation. It is from that point onward the true divine life will begin.